Testing, testing. 1 2 1 2. Test, test. Is everything working? Are we live? Can you guys hear me? Testing, testing, testing. 1 2 test, test. My OBS might be frozen because I can't actually see any of the stats. Loud and clear, we hear? Okay, there we go. There we go. Hello, hello. It's been a while. It's been quite a while. Most thankful for the two. It's been 67 years. Indeed it has. Zoofield, thank you for being a Footstool for 16 months. It ain't a chairman stream without the free stream scuff. Look, I didn't completely forget how to use my software, so I'm going to count that as a win. Mordecai, thank you for being a Footstool for 18 months. I think this one's a go. Look, it hasn't been that long. It hasn't been that long. It's only like a third of a pregnancy. Since I heard those dulcet tones. He's alive. Yes, yes I am. Yes I am. Gabriel, thank you for being a Footstool for 21 months. Do you number who dis? An excellent question. An excellent question. I don't blame you for forgetting. It has been a long time. It has been a long time. Wagwan, my brethren from down under. Hello, Uriel. I didn't know Morlington was streaming today. Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. I have been seeing some of you in Morlington streams when I have hopped on to play Oshi Push with him, so yeah, it's been nice to finally be able to talk to you guys in my own chat and my own stream, so that I am not bothering him. He remembered his password. It took me a while, but I got there eventually. It's very nice to see all of the names in chat. It's been so long since I did this. Man. 2 to 3 months? Yeah, something like 2 to 3 months. That's forever in internet years. Tell Reem, I mean, once a cheater, always a cheater. Welcome in, Charlie. Greetings again, Upside Down Chair. Hello, Phantom Crustacean. Nice name. Zippy Zap, thank you for the 2. Welcome back, we missed you. I missed you guys too. Actually, I might as well get the main thing that I wanted to tell you guys out of the way. So, with the video, there's been a bit of a delay. Originally, I was planning to post the thing at the end of this month, but due to a bunch of IRL stuff, I'll probably be pushing it back to, hopefully, end of next month. I was planning on getting it out as a bit of like a birthday thing, but that's not going to, it doesn't look like it's going to be the case anymore. But in terms of the IRL stuff, a lot of you who were watching the few streams that I had before I disappeared for a bit, you guys might remember that I was complaining about one of my rooms being taken over by mold and there being a ceiling, a hole in the ceiling that kept leaking. So the good news is, in the time, I've been able to finally get that whole thing fixed up. So hopefully that'll mean no more delays because I got mold poisoning or whatever in the mornings. So when I do get back to streaming, everything should be relatively a-okay from there on out. But I managed to get a... We've been getting faffed around by insurance for years at this point, so I finally managed to get a family friend to help me fix the thing at a mate's rate. It involved basically ripping out a wall and part of the ceiling in order to do it. But now, thankfully, and I know that this isn't a very common experience in this industry, but thankfully, I can now say for certain there is no more mold in my house. And there's no hole in the ceiling either. So we can finally go through rainy days without any interruptions to future streams. Jade, thank you for being a Footstool for 21 months. Holy. Welcome back. I'll cancel the search party. Damn, it's almost been 2 years. That's a crazy stat to think about. Knockney, Funnelers, thank you for the 5. I don't think I can hear you well. Can you say Okay, you're not gonna get me that easily, buddy. So I can make sure your mic is working. Billy, thank you for being a footstool for 23 months. Where are the photos of the lower extremities promised? I promised at 10k. I promised at 10k. Hopefully we'll fit that off. Hopefully we'll get there after I post a few more edited, few more bits of edited content. Olia, thank you for the super. Welcome back, Chairman. Did you get the milk? Well, I mean, my image has always been white, so I suppose I drank it all, but close enough. But curious, thank you for being a footstool for 23 months. Welcome back, Chairman. You were missed. Thank you. I missed you guys too. Honest, thank you for being a footstool for 23 months. Mold is as bad as asbestos, but not as talked about. Yeah, and it's worse when you have allergies, because it just permanently lingers in the air as a debuff, even if you're not in the same room. Armchair is no longer the Molder Lord. Look. There have to be some people in this space who are capable of actually eliminating the mold in their living space. We can't just all allow it to fester. Like, I get that at a certain point it becomes part of the stereotype. But what are stereotypes if not worth fighting against? It's been 3,000 years. Okay, it hasn't been that long. But probably the equivalent internet years, yeah. Oh, Noxon, welcome to the stream. Xanthropy, welcome in. Chair isn't Asmongold. Look, even Asmongold cleaned his room, right? Even he cleaned everything up, so... I mean, if the Lord of Flies himself can do it, why not the rest of us? That's a part of his brand. Yeah, exactly. The rest of us don't have such an easy excuse. Were you present for... Look. When I said I was going to be talking about industry happenings, I won't lie. I haven't been the most interested in keeping up with the alleged sexcapades of Seaman Demonishki. But I will say, I find it very, very amusing that a React slop tuber who had a history of using copyright abuse to suppress criticism feels like she's entitled to police what derivative content people make of her model. That's just about the extent of my interest in that particular can of worms. But I do find it very funny how quickly that's become a meme. Like that's just like it's such a textbook lesson on how quickly just a random internet spat, if you're not paying attention to your own dirty laundry, can evolve and contort into something completely different. Like, this whole thing went from her complaining about NSFW of her model, and it's now become an entire debate about whether she got railed on stream. Man. Look, I was about to say V-Twitches are a mistake, but I don't think I need to say that. I've been doing a lot of thinking over the past 2-3 months that I've been away. And I've come to a conclusion that if I was... I think I said this on one of the streams that I was with Mollington on, but if someone came up to me, right, and they had a button that said, if you press this, all of ENVTubing would have never existed, I personally would not press that button, because that would mean no face connect. But if someone comes up to me and they tell me that they would press that button, I can no longer look at them as if they are crazy. Not after some of the things that I have seen over the past 2-3 months. Yeah, man, I sent you a DM when you made that Luminarity, but I think you missed it. Oh, okay. Twitter is doing that thing where it doesn't tell me when I've gotten a DM. So after the stream, I'll go through and check, because I suspect that there's going to be quite a few that I might have missed. I would. Look, I know you would, Nadia Love, I know. But look, while I won't say that I agree, I've had a lot of reasons to reconsider my disbelief. Let's just put it that way. Been so long. I made 12 charts since the last stream. You have been very productive with your archiving of things going on here in the time that I've been away. It's always nice to see them when they pop up on my Twitter feed, because it's a nice break in between the cancer. Curious, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships with the 5 new footstools. I hope you enjoy those emotes, and I hope you enjoy your stay here. Successfully dodged another green snipe. Always lucky. My only interest with Demi's crash out was the artwork that started it. It was a spiritual violation of the heraldic code. I don't even... If it was the artwork that everyone thought it was, which was just the lewd artwork of her holding up a Filipino flag... Sorry, flag of the Philippines. I don't see why that would have gotten complaints from someone who is pretty cut and dried a lewd tuber. Like, let's be honest, that's exactly what it is. So, yeah, it's just a bit of a head scratcher from all angles. Twitch and its consequences have been a disaster for internet content. I agree. I don't think that, even beyond VTubing, I don't think the effect that Twitch has had on streaming in general has been that great. Like, you know, when people talk about how streaming culture has degraded as this sort of cultural thing, people often will cite examples like kick streamers and prank streamers and people who do all of those IRL harassment as content type things. But I do think that in a more subtle but insidious way, Twitch has been quite a large factor behind that sort of cultural degradation in content creation. It's too loose as a platform, and it's run by a bunch of, well, not even audience captured, because they are the audience in question, but just a very disagreeable and unsavory bunch of people. There was another one, she was getting... Look, I'll be honest, I saw one clip on Twitter of her moving around suspiciously while moaning, and I decided then and there that I need not look any further. Because... even if it's not, even if it's not provably the case, it's just, like... Why are you doing that, right? Like, if you're not actually getting piped, at least part of the reason why you're doing that is because you're simulating a lewd act anyways. And that's part of the, I suppose that's part of the appeal. You know, something quite fascinating that I've noticed is all of the queen bees of the Twitch scene have started having their sort of mask-off meltdowns over the extended period of time that Fillion has been absent. I know that in the last collab that I did with Mollington, he made like a big joke about how Fillion taking a break has caused like some sort of cosmic disaster in the VTubing scene. But I genuinely do believe that while Fillion was still active, she sort of acted as a sort of PR lightning rod. Or not even lightning rod, just a sort of passive PR buff to literally any of the VTubers that were doing collabs with her. And now that she's gone, too many of them don't have a straight man to bounce off of. So their true colors have started to show a little bit. It's funny, because, you know... Some people need a straight man, otherwise they forget how silly they sound. But I do wonder, once Fillion makes her comeback, if the Twitch indie scene is going to sort of calm down a little bit, without people, shooting themselves in the foot by getting into random Twitter slap fights so often. Ever since the Cinder drama? I'd say the Cinder drama, yeah, that's part of it, but... A part of me is beginning to believe that Fillion's absence has broader implications for the Twitch indie VTubing scene than first thought. Yeah, I do think that Fillion was kind of an anchor when it comes to keeping people, like, barely likable in some cases. I am, admittedly, after all of the individual things that we've gone through on this channel, I am admittedly a little predisposed to be more negative about the average V-Twitcher, but hey. I don't think it's that big of a leap to say that. To say that Fillion was a pretty significant factor in keeping things together. Absolutely will. We're trying to harass Fillion. The load-bearing Fillion. Exactly. Welcome in, Blue Canary. You didn't miss much. I'm still in the... Well, I mean, I said I wouldn't have slides, but I realized that if I try to have a Zartstorm without slides, I mean, it just doesn't feel right? So it's not anything formal. It's not like a retrospective or like a proper presentation or anything like that, but it's just a few things to help me keep on track and stuff. But yeah, no, we haven't gotten to the slides portion of the stream yet. It's just me yapping about random things here and there. That's why I never use Twitch. Yeah. I've had a lot of time to think as well about why exactly it is Twitch seems to have the sort of corrosive effect on different content cultures that it does. And I had a hypothesis a few months ago that it was because of the fact that Twitch's lack of features for direct creator to audience communication means that, you know, those creators in question are more likely to have to lean on secondary platforms to directly communicate with their audience, you know, like Twitter, like Fansly. And as a result of that, elements of the cultures from those platforms tend to leak into Twitch culture in general. And the more that I've seen of the way that Twitch VTubers behave, or I should say VTwitchers behave, the more I'm convinced that that hypothesis is probably pretty close to the mark. It's not perfect, but I think it's getting there. It's on the right track. Akira's, thank you for the 5. Did you see the collab between Chacha and Kirsha? I think she's trying to filter out some of her followers. I mean, I did see the collab. I didn't get to watch it, though. But I think that in a weird kind of way, I do think that there is utility. Like, even if we go beyond the idea of, you know, creators collabing with one another because they find one another cool or they find their content cool, I think with creators like Kirsha, collabing with them is a sort of... How do I say this? It's sort of a conveniently abrasive thing to do when it comes to getting the more activist, you know, Twitter-obsessed type of viewer out of your audience. Because I don't think that... I think that most of the people who really obsess over Kirsha in that way, you know, in a sort of, you know, guilt by association type way, view her as Voldemort kind of way, they are mostly like a very specific demographic on Twitter. And I feel like getting those out of your audience is something that a surprising amount of VTwitchers and VTubers alike would probably desire. Yeah, kind of like a great filter. Add in Blue Sky and Fansly? Yeah, probably. Speaking of Fansly, the one of the times where I was just one of the things that I remember seeing in the time that I was just you know, doing stuff in the background off stream was the Offkai Fansly sponsorship announcement, where the ad was something along the lines of, can I quote this from memory? Something along the lines of, "Come find your next Oshi on Fansly." And when I saw that ad and when I saw the reaction to it, I was just sitting there thinking, like, surely, right? Like, was this some sort of 4D chess move by Fansly's social media team? Like, did they make that slogan with the intention of baiting a bunch of VTuber fans into giving them free engagement? Because, you know, very quick way to piss off pretty much anyone who is a VTuber fan is to not only call their Oshi a whore, but to equivocate between, you know, Oshiing someone and jacking off to someone. Like, I don't know about you, but I personally find that the reasons between why I would choose to Oshi a person and why I would choose to jack off to a person tend to be pretty far apart from one another. I don't know. It also doesn't help that it kind of feeds into the stereotype that this is a hobby that's just for, gooners and degenerates. But I think at this point, the Ian side of things, it's a bit late on the ball to try and, switch that. And let's be honest. There is a lot of, how do I say, cultural influence, cultural weight trying to push VTubing in that direction in terms of how it's perceived, how the culture, looks or works. But, yeah, no. When I was looking at how mad people were getting over that, I think for most of the Ian audience, they are equivalent. I don't want to believe that, see, because that's depressing, right? To have the whole concept of an Oshi just boiled down to woman I would jack off to. Like, come on. But yeah, no, I was going to say, I really don't think, don't get me wrong, I think quite a few people would have been put off by the fact that Bansley, of all things, somehow managed to escape the After Dark section in Offguy. But I think people would not have been nearly as bothered by that ad if they didn't do the whole conflating Oshi and prostitute thing. Because I think that was the thing that pissed everyone off. Anyone who has some sort of emotional investment in this hobby took one look at that and instantly went, holy tourism. But yeah, reality is often depressing. I don't know, because in my head, right, I'm trying to think how much of the Western side of VTubing is sort of based around like that Twitch culture type thing. Because it is loud, right? It is very loud. That side of the industry is very loud, but are they really the majority? I don't really think so. And I don't think the whole idea that, there is virtually no difference between Oshiing someone and, wanting to beat your meat to them. I don't think I don't think that's the majority. I don't think that's the majority, or at least I don't think that that's very present outside of Twitch. Because Twitch, by virtue of the way that it works as a platform and the culture is sort of cultivated, it is very much like if you were to do a sort of group census or survey on VTuber behavior on YouTube versus VTuber behavior versus VTwitcher behavior. It's the VTwitchers are far more likely to engage in things like flesh posting and bringing their IRL physiques and bodies into what they think is VTubing, etc., 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 than the YouTube side, I think. Everything left of Hololive. Far too many. Hello, Froxo. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I don't know. I do think that it is too many, but I don't think it's majority. Now, granted, I am biased in the sense that I don't want to believe that, but at the same time, I do think that the Twitch crowd and the Twitch demographic specifically is much more loud than they are prevalent. Because, I mean, if you think about it, right? Most VTuber viewers on YouTube, I don't think they post on Twitter that much. And on Twitch, if you are a Twitch viewer, you don't exactly have any alternative when it comes to wanting to talk directly to the person you watch, right? It's either you reply to a tweet they make, or you wait until the next time they go live. That's pretty much it. You don't have community posts. You don't have, well, actually, you do have stream elements, but you don't have community posts. And now that I say it, it sounds like a very minor distinction. Like, YouTube having community posts that allow creators to talk directly to their audience. Basically give a separate place where their audience can congregate and reply and communicate outside of using external platforms like Twitch and like Twitter and stuff. But I do think that is a fairly major difference between YouTube and Twitch. They are extremely ideologically motivated to take over the prevalent culture. Yeah, no, that I can agree with. It's just so... I don't know if it's like an American thing or if it's just like a Western thing in general. It's just very often in Western media industries, there seems to be a very... an underlying insecurity about forms of media that come from overseas, right? Especially from the East. There's this sort of need to prove that you are better, either moralistically or otherwise, and that leads to, frankly, quite odd and perplexing, sort of not dissections, because dissections implies that it's done with, thought behind it. But these sort of weird, these weird commitments to taking something apart and then trying to make the individual bits stand on their own, not understanding why they might fall over when, done that way. But it's sort of like how everyone, it's sort of like, funny because this is foreshadowing what I'm going to be talking about later on in this room. It's sort of like how you have so many, quote unquote CEOs in this space, basically trying to reinvent a functional VTuber corpo from first principles. Like they'll say something along the lines of, "Oh, I want to make sure that all of my talents have XYZ cut," or "I want to give my talents, it's the ever-present talent freedom." But they copy all of the other functional parts of a working corpo, like for example, sponsorships, merch deals, talent loyalty towards a company, etc., etc. And they want each of those things individually, but they keep missing the big picture of how they are supposed to fit together. Like the idea that you can't have a talent that is going to stay with your company. You can't provide something to your talent that they can't get while independent if you don't also take something in order to sustain that cycle, right? That symbiotic relationship. It's and every time you see it, it's just, would you separate an elephant from its trunk? Would you cut off a shark from its fins and tail? It's the sort of thing where when you disassemble something and you try to pick and choose which parts you want to keep without understanding how the whole thing functions together, it's this constant cycle of just not even invention, the opposite of invention, insanity perhaps. But yeah, no, it's the it's the classic, I love eating, but I don't like farming. So surely if we did away with the farming part altogether, we'd all have more time left over to dedicate ourselves to eating type philosophy. See, you already know, right? You already know what it is I'm talking about here. Blade, thank you for the 20. It's been a while, yet it's been so long. I haven't gone deep from anything on the net. Also, between West and East VTubers, it's becoming separate further and further away, aka indies versus corpos all over again. I don't know, because I don't know if I delineate the indies versus corpos thing as being the same as the sort of West versus East thing. But I mean, at least on the Twitch side of the VTubing scene in the West, I guess those two sort of dichotomies are pretty closely aligned with one another. Oh, Lumi, welcome to the stream. Thank you for being a Footstool for 17 months. I missed you. Never leave again. I will be back eventually. Consistent. I will eventually be back to a consistent streaming schedule. Not for a while, but I will be eventually. Western VTubing model is just cheap Chinese knockoff? No, because I've seen Chinese knockoffs of what corpo VTubing specifically looks like. You know those videos of these warehouses in China where it's just rows of women lined up in front of a ring light, just talking at their phones? Like, there are VTubing, quote unquote, corpos or agencies, V-Liver agencies in China that operate based off of that same model, but virtually. Right? That's the Chinese knockoff version of like a proper VTuber corpo. What we have in the West is not even that, right? Most of the time when when some new person comes up and starts promising that, they're going to give talent everything and take nothing, like that's usually what they end up creating, is a lesser version even of those factory farm corpos, right? V sweatshops. Yeah, V sweatshops. East has its own indie culture that isn't at all antagonistic towards corpos. Yeah, and the sort of the way that Western indie culture is antagonistic towards corpos, I can only assume it is because of the fact that Western culture is in large part very much influenced, if not dictated, by American culture. And American culture has a massive emphasis on individuality, right? And people view corpos in general in the West as sort of antagonistic, if not outright a hostile ideal to the idea of individuality. It's this sort of thing where people view corpos as being almost a sort of challenge to, you know, being an individual content creator, I suppose. I was thinking of those robots. Oh, which robots? Which robots do you mean? I'm not quite sure that I'm getting what it is you're referring to. You don't have to super chat, by the way. I'll just read it if you say it in chat. Hi, Auntie. Welcome to the stream. I am sick indeed. Sick of researching Anin. I don't blame you. I'm so mad I wasn't invited to the mixer. What should I do? I do wonder, right? Like, with Vishoja gone, which corpo, if any, has taken over, like, the sort of post-con corpo-hosted mixer, like, role? Are there any? Because surely there have to be, right? Like, we know for a fact that there are management services, or, like, those groups or whatever, that do mixers, because one of the talents from one of these management services ended up saying as much in response to the Kamana controversy or whatever. But I don't think there are any companies that do the same thing on the same alleged scale that Vishoja was doing. FaZe, it feels like, I don't know. FaZe doesn't seem, well, I don't know. Maybe it's because of my own personal bias, but I don't see FaZe doing that because it just feels too wasteful, to be honest. Like, you know, the sort of champagne and gold bars or whatever the fuck Vishoja was doing. But yeah, I don't know. Would FaZe be invested in hosting mixers in that way? I can't see it. Like, I can't imagine that personally. One of the problems with Western VTubers, mainly indies, is they don't know how or when to just shut up. Yeah, no, this is something that we're going to get into later on as well, but I am very surprised that a lot of the indie management services in this side of the industry tend to offer some sort of like PR counseling advice or whatever as part of their, you know, package. But in the same vein, they also, their marketing is also infused with the sort of stereotypical, oh, you know, we don't control you, we just help you type thing, which unfortunately kind of means that the PR aspect of the service package is completely useless for most VTubers, because they just don't know that, you know, most VTubers I have found who are indies do not have a habit of asking someone for an outside perspective on how something they post might be interpreted differently to how it sounds in their head. And if they do ask for PR advice, it's usually retroactively rather than proactively, which automatically neuters the majority of the effectiveness that any sort of PR, PR consultancy service can offer you. So part of me almost like every time I see that an indie management service offers PR advice, I always wonder why they do it. Because it's just like, you know, I'm trying to think of a good analogy, but it's the sort of thing where you know that even though they advertise this as part of their function, it's going to go unused by the majority of their clients, right? It just seems like such a waste. Vishoja had a lot of money funded by Twitch, didn't they? At the beginning. But that ran out eventually because they didn't get more funding, I assume. It's okay, it's funnier this way. That is true, that is true. And that would be a perfectly fine arrangement if it weren't for the fact that so many of these same indies seem to have a problem with being the butt of the joke, right? It's this sort of combination, it's the uncomfortable combination of both being very of making yourself look silly, but also not being comfortable being laughed at, right? And once you get to that point, it's like kind of no fun for anybody. Yeah, no, I do think it's a marketing tactic, right? Like, for sure, it's a marketing tactic. But me calling it a marketing tactic would imply that I don't believe they're capable of offering that service to begin with. That's not the case. I do think that, you know, when I see a management service say that they are willing to offer their clients, you know, PR advice and stuff, I am willing to believe that they do have the ability to do that. It's just that when I see that function advertised alongside "we don't control you, we just help you," automatically in my head, I already know that the majority of YouTubers are not going to know how to use that service. Because it's something as simple as just, you know, getting the thought to post something publicly that you think might have a little bit of pushback or maybe could be interpreted slightly differently to how you imagined. Going to someone to ask what they think, and then coming back and maybe posting it later, albeit slightly reworded. Right? That instinct of check first, post later does not seem to be intrinsic to most VTubers on the EN side of things, who are also indie. What I'm saying is, unless the majority of indies have a boss, the majority of indies are also not going to be great at PR. Most important thing happening since you went to sleep has definitely been... Yeah, no, I saw that. Somehow Brave managed to get another 50 million USD. Well, actually, it's not... It's both surprising and not surprising in the sense that much money is pretty surprising, but the investors in question are people that Noguchi and co have been sort of, you know, in bed with for a while. So, for those who haven't seen the news... Brave recently received another, you know, few billion yen injection from a bunch of investors, except the investors in question, or some of the big names, are Gree, or, you know, the people who own Reality. They are now, you know, sort of directly throwing their entire wallet at Brave. And the thing about Gree, the you know, the management at Gree, specifically the head of Reality, is they have been in bed with the people in charge of Brave Group from the very start of Brave Group as a company, like even back before they were called Brave Group. Because when they were first going through the Game Boo scandal, one of the people that was an investor in Unlimited at the time that happened was, am I remembering his name correctly? I want to say Arasaki, but I don't know if that's... I know that it started with A and ended with, like, Saki or whatever. But the CEO of Reality was one of the investors in Unlimited. And he was one of the first people that Noguchi went to for advice that on how to manage the Game Boo controversy, how to navigate that. If you go to Twitter and you try to search up... either Game Boo and the name of the Reality CEO, or Unlimited and the name of the Reality CEO, you will see comment threads of people roasting the guy alive. His account is deleted now, by the way. Roasting the guy alive in Japanese because I think he made some sort of public statement, either vaguely defending Unlimited while it was all going down, or basically saying that, you know, oh, as investors in the company, we are taking our time to really investigate what's going on. We care deeply about the things we're affiliated with, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, no, there's still traces of that relationship that are publicly, you know, visible online. But for the most part, yeah, no, Reality and Brave have been, you know, they've been, like, together for like a long time, but this is like the most that Gree has ever like invested fiscally in Brave. So I remember Reality wanted me to audition a way back, but my gut told me no. Yeah, no, Reality is the company that I believe is the company that Bond Live was affiliated with before they moved on to being solely partnered with Irium. So yeah, no, back in the original Bond Live days, that's what I think they were They were one of those companies that were doing, the sort of those sort of number monkeying competitions on reality while they were in the process of moving over here. I think the issue with indies and PR is they are thinking of it as getting my truth out there instead of mechanically optimizing their public appearance for a bored and uncaring audience. See, that's the thing, right? This may sound like hyperbole. I mean, it's not something that I haven't said on stream before, but the majority of people in this space have an intuitive understanding of the practice of image management, right? Like, the majority of people in this space who are content creators are very, very capable of doing things like, this may sound bad, but I don't mean for it to sound intrinsically evil or anything. They have an intrinsic understanding of how to do things like manipulate public opinion, manage their own image, care about how they are perceived by, people who they want to watch them, etc., etc. Like, people do seem to have an intrinsic understanding of that. It's just that it kind of falls apart. Either the bigger the content creator grows in question, or the more or when they're talking about anything that is larger in scale than just their own streams and their own community. Like I think that's when it all kind of falls apart. Even though, again, I think most people in the space have that kind of instinctive understanding of how all of that kind of stuff works. Bree's been making a lot of moves recently, same with Vivian. It's amazing how even years into apparent stagnation, these corporates are still throwing funds at VTubing. Yeah, I don't know. I've been trying to see if there's some sort of like logical pattern to the sort of dry period followed by a period of extended, cash throwing. But I don't know. Like, I've personally come to the conclusion that with Japanese companies, it can be as arbitrary as just, one executive suddenly getting the desire to get back into the industry somehow, and then making a very convincing sales pitch over wine and dinner with the CEOs of these companies. Because honestly, it does seem like that's sometimes how business works over there. Well, not to say that that's not how it works over here as well, because I'm sure that there are similar anecdotes, but yeah. I saw Vivian High School. Yeah, they're making a spin-off of Aogiri High School, which is funny because Aogiri High School was a spin-off of Game Boo to begin with. So, if only because of how successful Aogiri High School has been when it was taken away from Brave Group, one has to wonder if the very thing that was cramping its ability to grow as an IP was Brave Group's management itself. And as time has gone on, it does appear like that might have been the case. Definitely a boys' club effect, where they all influence each other and certain things to go vogue. Yeah, that would make sense. I think it's because of it's more kabuki theater and performance in Japan. Nepotism and having skin in the game is better than results. Yeah. That's kind of the sort of thing that I think that's pretty fair. Just stealing my observations. True. I will admit, I feel like I had a much more mystified view of how business was done among the sort of Japanese tech bros and CEOs and stuff before I started reading the the Noguchi autobiography. Because after I read through that and I looked back and I took note of how many billions of yen have been injected into that company versus how much it is actually like produced in terms of content or even functional subsidiaries. I don't know. I feel like that just it kind of fundamentally changed the way that I view how people do business over there. But yeah, for those who don't remember, there's whole chapters of a book that the Brave Group CEO wrote, where he's basically just talking about how he used nothing but charisma and dinner at his parents' sushi restaurant to convince a bunch of CEOs to invest in Brave Group when it was down and, dying, losing all of its audience and relevance from fucking up its own talents and projects. You're confusing old Japanese corporate culture with new gen tech bros? Ah, okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. It's trust me, bro, always been. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Hello, Orion. Welcome to the stream. Not that BL book again. I don't know if it's just the... I don't know if it's just the translation that makes it sound as homoerotic as it did, or whether it's, you know, whether it's supposed to sound like that in Japanese as well. But yeah, no, I've been well, one of the things that I was doing recently, because I got the urge to, was actually go back through my translation of the Noguchi autobiography and redoing it using DeepL instead of Google Translate, just to see if it, you know, just to see if I got it right the first time. For the most part, it does seem to be like almost the same as the Google Translate translation, but there are certain sections where I do feel they are expressed way better than the original. So that's been a fun side project. Speaking of side projects, again, this is something I might bring up later on, but one of the other little side things that I've been working on is, remember at the beginning of the year when I said that one of my goals for 2026 was more agenda setting using memes rather than text? I've been working on a little bit of a mimetic hand grenade for the next time some V-Twitcher chooses to stick their nose in a corpo controversy to proclaim, you know, all corpos are bad, indie supremacy, blah blah blah. I'm just waiting for the right time to use it, but yeah, no, it's something. It's a little side project I've been working on. If that does happen, if I do spot the opportunity to actually, you know, post it and use it or whatever, I might ask you guys to help sort of give an initial algorithmic boost to maybe help it spread. But we'll see when the time comes. We'll see when the time comes. They are the DNA of the soul. Yeah. See, the thing is, I like being able to explain how I reach the conclusions I do, but no one has time to read that shit, so might as well try to condense it into the form of a video or image, right? To be honest, it's not just the Unlimited CEO, but a number of these other agency CEOs also need to learn how to zip it. A number of them have been making the same promises of something and ends up in the same find out phase. Yeah. But I mean, if you shut up as a CEO, how is everybody supposed to know that you're running the only ethical business in the industry, right? Is this about the Fishman meme? No, that was just me having fun, right? That was just me having fun. No, it's not the Fishman meme. It's not something I've posted yet because it's a short video. It's a short video. Didn't Evanito claim or do something that makes him look like he's a staff member of one of the now dead agencies? I think that was the Mythos thing all the way back. And it wasn't that he was a staff member. It's just that he helped to pick out the talents who ended up making up the first wave. Will the meme include Demi? Oh, not directly, but definitely some reference to that, yes. It's just, yeah. It's just a compilation of all of the shit that people conveniently gloss over about what it, you know, some of the challenges that actually accompany being an indie content creator, you know? Whenever a corpo goes through some sort of controversy and everyone feels the need to give their 2 cents about how this shows that all corpos must be uniformly bad, even if the corpo in question barely deserved that designation and it was basically just a shambling mess with a parade of red flags you could spot from a mile away. Like, you know, every time someone says that, every time someone adopts the same talking point of, oh, people should just stay indie instead, everyone glosses over all of the things that accompany being indie that people want to avoid by going corpo. everyone glosses over the fact that whenever a corpo does the opposite and pops off and is successful and debuts a wave to massive acclaim, everyone and their dog and mother in the indie scene suddenly finds it in themselves to want to collab and suck them off. You see this all the time with Hololive EN, but, you know, I digress. Pointing to the skeleton under the preaching stool is a surefire way to shut the hell up. Yeah? Make someone shut the hell up? Yeah, kind of. It's even more obnoxious when it's about cover. Well, yeah, I mean, I think with cover it's obnoxious specifically because of how often it happens, and that in and of itself is because of the fact that, you know, Holo is as big as it is in, you know, in the West as well as in the East. So, like, when something is more prominent, it's going to get more negative attention because it just gets more attention in general, right? Mythos still stream on Twitch even though Apollo streams on Fansly. Again, this is why, in my opinion, there should definitely be a linguistic differentiator between people who are streaming virtually on Twitch and people streaming virtually on YouTube. Not even on Twitch. Like, if you just use a virtual model in order to, you know, do chatterbait streams or whatever, I still think there should be some sort of linguistic distinction between that and virtual YouTuber. A lot of people either don't know, a lot of people on this side of the industry either don't know or have forgotten that VTuber is supposed to mean virtual YouTuber. And that may sound like just, you know, grammar, that may just sound like a pickiness about grammar and semantic, you know, nitpicking. But it really is, as I have seen the sort of cultural divide form within the Western side of VTubing, between people who follow the more traditional model and people who are just trying to make it like streaming light. I really do believe that it's way more than that in terms of the implications. Not so much recently, but I remember in the early years you have scores of these Twitch guys replying to Holo EN tweets. Oh no, it still happens, right? It happens as recently, you know. There are several examples of big Twitch indies really sucking up to Hololive EN talents as recently as like 2025 and stuff. But yeah, no, it's people always gloss over that fact, right? Like, you know, don't don't become a corpo. Don't become a VTuber under a corpo. But if you do happen to pop off under a corpo, please collab with me. Like, you know, it's just so, like, it's so cynical. And the cynical part is not the thing that I have an issue with, right? If you are a cynic, if you just want to, you know, if you want to get the bag, so to speak, you know, you want to form those connections, make those friends, whatever. Fair enough, right? I understand how this industry works. We all do. But it's just be honest about it, right? Like, have the balls, have the integrity, have the thick skin to just say what you are, you know? No one's going... Well, actually, I'm not going to complain if you look out for your own interests as a content creator. But if you want to have your cake and eat it too by being a cynic but moralizing to the rest of us, that's when I'm going to start poking fun. BRB VTuber versus IRL is trending on Twitter. I need to show my face. Yeah. I mean... Trends like that, it might be annoying if it keeps coming up on your feed, but I do think that they're genuinely useful as a filtering mechanism, just so you can separate the, you know, the wheat from the chaff, so to speak. AKA, do not become another corpus version of Niji Sisters as fans. You don't want to go down that path. Yeah, pretty much. I would never join a corpo, haha, but I would give my left foot for a Holo collab cover, please. Yeah, not even that, right? Like, you know, I hate this corpo. It's so immoral, but I will drink their champagne if they offer it to me. Like, yeah, like it's just that over and over. I do wonder if, you know, the lack of big corpos that have that culture on the inside of the industry might change things. Because I don't think there are any VShojo style agencies anymore that are of that size and prominence. Since basically FaZe is the biggest Ian-based agency by default now, and FaZe is very much the opposite of that in terms of the culture they have. I do wonder if that, you know, that aspect of the industry is going to wind down a little, or if I'm being optimistic, even start to die off. Yeah, it's been a long time. Oh, Gamoto, welcome in. I haven't seen you around on Twitter that much either. I don't know if it was because you kept getting shadow banned or whatever, but yeah, no, it's nice to see you around. I haven't seen you in ages. Fun, let's think of the 5. Since VTuber takes the last part of YouTubers, would virtual Twitch streamers be vitches? You know what? I like vitches. I like vitches a lot as a term. But I do think that the V-Twitchers makes it more consistent with the whole VTuber naming convention, right? I don't know. It's... The older I get, the more I start to see why people are such sticklers for keeping definitions pure and refusing to allow things to be added in for the sake of convenience, right? I understand the people who quibble over terminology and semantics now as I get older, as I've gotten older. You know, definitions are like buttholes. If you fuck with them too much, they get all loose, and once they're loose, they're no good for anyone. And there's always going to be some prick trying to insert something that doesn't belong there. And the older I get, the more I'm convinced that all of those pricks need to be summarily shamed and, into staying away from the definition they're trying to corrupt. Been busy and sick? Ah, I see. I hope you start to feel better soon in that case. You eventually become fatigued with the madness and become... Yeah, exactly, right? If I do end up burning out someday, it will be because of that kind of retardation. Words losing their meaning is a way to... Yeah, exactly. These colorful analogies? Yeah. That's... Welcome back. In my... Yeah, no. In my day, but unironically. Well, actually, I don't think that's quite fair. Even when I was younger, even when I was a spry lad, I don't think people cared that much about definitions, because people never do, right? There's always going to be people who want to use words loosely because of how they tend to make people feel rather than what they mean exactly. It's just that when you're in the business of trying to, understand or even preserve a culture, that kind of thing is death to your ability to fulfill that goal. It's time to chat maxing into our lexicon. Never leave again. Can't promise that. But it will be over eventually. It will be over. I actually had thoughts of wishing I had the skills needed to work for FaZe or cover years ago. Nowadays, I no longer have that thought. I don't really have much positive views nowadays. Is it because of just general burnout on things happening in the industry, or just, the kind of like a dream that you've left behind or whatever? Where were you for 2 months? IRL things. Mostly trying to remove a mold infestation from my house. Good news is, we did that. It's done. I no longer have to worry about that. But it did take quite a while because I was having it done for cheap. But, yeah. Don't say that, Lumi. Don't say that. Some people might even take you seriously. Well, the thing with the 5 V-tweeters are virtual. Yeah, no, so yeah, see how we use V-tweeters, right, as like terminology, but I don't see why people don't make the same distinction between like VTubers and V-twitchers, right? Like if we already have the convention set between if we have the convention of like distinguishing between VTuber and V-tweeter based off of the the dominant platform that they use in order to engage with the the culture, then why not do the same thing with Twitch, And I think that Twitch has been able to sneak by for too long with, not really having it acknowledged just how different they are from the rest of, the rest of the culture, the subculture. But yeah. He can't call himself a FaZe man anymore. He's moldless. Yeah, I've lost my credentials. We are in creeping idiocracy. Yeah, we are kind of in that regard. See, the thing is, right, it's mostly a matter of, how do I say? The erosion of language, very much like the erosion of a culture, a subculture, can be pushed back against, right? Public opinion can be controlled and directed. It's just a matter of, are people willing to actually do that or not? Which, again, is something we'll discuss later on. Actually, speaking of things like the prominence of agencies and how they tend to compel different behavior or whatever, one of the things that I actually wanted to touch on was a very nice break from the way things usually tend to go in this industry, where it's actually something that is just unanimously and unexpectedly good happening. Oh wait, hold on. Testing, 1 2 1 2. Is my stream still working? Wait, hold on. I'm getting a notification on OBS that YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming, so you guys are going to get buffering or whatever. Actually, I have noticed that when I'm watching streams on mobile recently, they keep buffering when I just leave them playing for too long, but actually, yeah, no. Yep, you hear you, it's fine. Okay, if it starts buffering too much, just say something in chat and I'll check to see that it's still working properly. I don't know what's causing that error, but we'll have a fiddle around if need be. But yeah, no. Yeah, FaceCon finally happened. Now, I'll be honest, to be completely blunt, when I first heard that FaZe was having a convention all by themselves, I was a skeptic, admittedly, right? In my mind, when I pictured what FaZeCon would look like, I kinda imagined something between Offkai and Rainforest. But I am very glad to say that I was proven resoundingly wrong with the way that FaZeCon turned out. Pretty much universally a W for the company, and for all of the fans that managed to attend in person, right? I have not seen that much hype and general energy in like the FaZe fan base as a whole for a hot minute. I went to FaZeCon, it was friggin' awesome. My expectations were low, but god damn, it was great. I'm glad to hear that. By the way, if there are any people who attended FaZeCon in my chat, feel free to drop anecdotes or whatever in there. I'll be reading through them, because I do want to hear about what it was like. My mongrels were supposed to raid into you, but I think they all went to bed. Welcome in, Demonstrous. Welcome in, D-Man. You know, I will say, one of the highlights of my Twitter feed over the past few days has been seeing you go back and forth with Morlington. That shit's really fucking funny. Understandable, I was expecting mad levels of scuff, but despite the obvious glaring issues, that is the merch haul and the overlap of events, it was hella fun. Yeah, I was going to say, aside from the merch queue giving people thoughts of giving people suicidal ideation, I do think that on the whole, from everything that I've heard and seen, most of the people had a great time there, which is, you know, that's huge, right? It's nice to be able to see that much hype and, you know, that much just general enthusiasm for the company and stuff, and just watching the girls tear up and realize that they're actually like a big deal. That's just like, it's just really gratifying, man. It's great. I was spilling my spaghetti. Yeah, I saw that. I saw your posts about that. I imagine it can be quite difficult to keep your composure in front of your Oshi when you're, you know, actually talking to them, in person, as opposed to, via text in a chat room. Not a chat room, just a chat. I was a bit worried they'd overextend. Glad it turned out well. Yeah, no, I had the same worries. I had the exact same worries because, again, it's hosting a con on your own that's a fucking ask and a half for most companies, right? And again, there was kind of no way of knowing just how successful FaZeCon would be before it happened. Yeah, it was 90% smooth overall. Some noticeable hiccups I picked up on post-con, like meet and greet prints that never were given out. but obviously outlined on the website. Yeah, no, for sure there are going to be some hiccups, right? And that, you know, but the thing is, I don't think there was anything that ever came up to do with FaceCon that could not be ironed out by the time they do a second one. And while, based off of what the girls have been saying in the aftermath of FaceCon, there doesn't seem to be a financial incentive to keep doing conventions, because I mean, I think from what Dizzy and Irie and Sheena have been saying, right? Like, FaceCon cost a lot of money. But if those merch queues are anything to go by, I don't think it's that much of a... I would hope that it's not that much of a cost. And in terms of the amount of community morale that's been generated by the event, I would say that it's absolutely worth it. Because some of you guys may remember, in the stream that I did about FaZe earlier on in the year, this is something that I brought up, which is how when it comes to hosting events like this, right, there are two sorts of categories of resources that a company can gain by hosting an event. One is the sort of tangible monetary kind of resource. You know, that's fairly obvious. Revenue, sales, that tickets sold, that kind of stuff, right? Merch sales, tickets sold, that kind of stuff. And, you know, that's fairly easy to understand and process. But the more difficult thing to quantify tends to be the sort of sentimental type of thing, right? How when you host an event like this, it generates community goodwill, general enthusiasm in your fan base, and an overall feeling of cohesion and unity between different sub-communities of fans, right? Cons don't make money, Holofest doesn't, Niji Fest doesn't, they're all for PR and fan service. Yeah, exactly. And when it comes to fan service, right, when it comes to quantifying how that works, one of the things that I touched on in the stream that I did about FaZe earlier on this year was the difference between prominence and prestige, right? So just as a reminder and refresher of what I mean when I use these two terms, prominence is pretty cut and dry, just, you know, attention and popularity, right? How often do people think of you, talk about you, you know, bring you up in discussions only tangentially related to you, your peers, or the industry that you occupy, right? You know, eyeballs, mind share, general presence in discussions. Prestige, however, much more difficult to evaluate because it's a combination of a bunch of different things, you know, demonstrated competence, contributions to the community, or more specifically, your community, how you're regarded by not only your peers, but other actors in the same space that you occupy, industry-wise, as well as the complexity of your operations. Not in the sense that it's, you know, overly complicated or whatever, but just in the sense that you have a robust amount of infrastructure and protocols built to allow you to handle a variety of different scenarios that might get thrown your way or whatever. Now, when it comes to measuring things like prominence, it's, you know, it's fairly easy, right? How many people have heard of you? How often are you brought up when people talk about the industry? How many people engage in media that's related to you, etc., 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 right? But the thing that you may note about prominence in particular is none of these metrics, none of these questions of, you know, that are designed to determine how prominent something is, really give any sort of indicator as to how people feel about you, right? It doesn't really give any indicator as to whether sentiment towards you as, you know, an industry actor is broadly positive or negative. It doesn't matter how you feel about something, just that you do feel something, right? And prominence doesn't really care. It doesn't take the positivity, negativity into account. You can generate prominence from controversy just as well as you can generate it from, you know, achievement, right? And when it comes to VTubing, there is plenty of people going with both approaches towards trying to get eyes on them and or their brand. Prestige, however, like I mentioned earlier, much more subjective, much more difficult to measure because of that degree of subjectivity, right? How do you measure the degree to which people care about you, right? How do you measure the degree to which people like you? Not just, you know, as an individual content creator, but when we're talking about something like FaZe, like as a brand, as a company, which is much, much more difficult because of the fact that, you know, as a company, they're not people, right? FaZe is not a person. Therefore, when people become emotionally attached to that, it tends to be a little bit more difficult to pinpoint and, you know, properly measure. So, a set of questions that might, you know, sort of angle towards better understanding how much prestige a company
or an industry actor possesses in this space might be something along the lines of, to what extent are you viewed as a role model for success, right? Like, to what extent do new companies that crop up try to emulate not just, the things that inspired FaZe, but FaZe itself as a company, right? In terms of their branding, their business strategy, of course, without infringing on copyright or anything like that. To what degree do new VTubers in the space say that, their Oshi, the people they look up to, the people they want to emulate are talents under FaZe Connect? Like, how many VTubers are coming into the space, or at least the EN side of the space, going, I want to be like Pipkin Pippa, or I want to be like Jelly Hoshiumi, or, I want to be like Kaneko Lumi, or, that kind of stuff. So that's one way that you can measure prestige. Another is how invested are people in your brand, right? Like, not just financially, not just how much money are they willing to spend on things like, ticket sales to events, merch, memberships, super chats, yada, 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 but also in terms of emotional investment, right? When you fuck up, how many people will criticize you in good faith? How many people will stick by you when, you're having your name dragged through the mud? How many people will, attend an event that you hosted just because you are the company hosting it, right? How willing are people to, go out on a limb, do things, buy things, say things, believe things, just because you are the one doing it? And finally, do people... This is the part that I think is the most difficult to nail down, but also the most under-acknowledged when it comes to defining how much prestige a company or actor possesses in the industry. Which is, do people view your achievements as representative of or broadly beneficial to the rest of the industry? And again, the easiest example to use for this is HoloLive. Whenever HoloLive pulls off like a big event or a big collab, especially one that tends to bring in eyes from, areas of society outside of, otakus or people who you would expect to be interested in VTubers or whatever, people tend to celebrate that as like a broader sort of success for VTubing as a whole, because of how much prestige HoloLive possesses as a brand and as a company. And it's sort of like this self-reinforcing loop once you're able to establish a consistent pattern of being able to pull it off, right? When HoloLive achieves something, even if it's not really the case, people want to be able to claim it as like, this is achievement for VTuber kind, right? Not just HoloLive itself and alone. And also, when HoloLive manages to achieve something like that, HoloLive X Dodgers is a pretty good like idea of that. When they achieved that, there were a lot of people going, there were a lot of people going, HoloLive pulling this off is really cool. Now more people might look at VTubers or take VTubing seriously. Like, HoloLive doing the Dodgers collab is something that I would put on the opposite end of Off-Kai advertising Fansly saying you might find your next Oshi on a porn site, right? It's like, it's the two ends of the spectrum in terms of how people can become aware of what VTubing is. Nobody cares. A lot of people don't care when Holo fails. See, I don't know if that's the case though, because like on Twitter, whenever HoloLive has any sort of like controversy or yab or whatever, there's always going to be people going like, oh, what's going on? Is it Holover, etc., etc. But like, I don't think generally that's how people exclusively react to Holo. I do think that when good things happen to Holo, there are people who celebrate more broadly rather than just, Holo fans and stuff, right? What? Oh wait, did you not see that, Agamata? Yeah, no, Off-Kai Off-Kai put out an announcement a while ago saying that Fansly was a sponsor of their con, and that they were going to have a booth outside of the After Dark section of the con. And one of the slogan that they used in the ad was, "You might find your next Oshi on like Fansly," which is, that went down like a lead balloon. But yeah. So when it comes to stuff like prestige, one of the ways that you measure it is like, how much do people offline for a while? That makes sense. Yeah, how much do people look at, what it is you're doing and either want to or will try to make it out as if it has broader industry implications, right? When you are regarded as a prestigious entity, the things you do are regarded as having the potential to make waves way beyond the immediate sphere of you and your target demographic, right? Your audience, your community, whatever. It's, people tend to speculate about, oh, what does this mean for the rest of the industry? What does this mean for the rest of the VTubing scene? What does this mean for how people perceive VTubing in general, both within and without the industry itself? So Yeah, so distinguishing between these two sort of intangible resources, like not something like funds or money or revenue or whatever. Distinguishing between these two resources is fairly important when it comes to understanding just how significant or influential a company is in this space, because they're similar metrics, but their difference is important to note, right? Just because a company is prominent does not mean that it is prestigious, even though if a company is prestigious, it will often also be prominent. And the difference between these two sort of qualities is not something that I think should be taken for granted, especially because when a company becomes more prominent, that often happens at a timeline where, how do I word this more concisely? Companies can become more prominent at a different rate at which they become more prestigious, right? Sometimes companies rocket into prominence, but the amount of prestige they are able to accumulate takes a bit longer to catch up, right? And FaZe is arguably a company that faced that exact scenario between over the last few years, as I've talked about before. So when it comes to understanding how these two qualities influence just broad, general sort of audience behavior towards a company or an actor in the space, it tends to manifest as the following, right? The more prominent a company or an actor is, the more incentive there tends to be to scrutinize them and or attack them, right? Mostly because it's akin to being a sort of bounty on their head. The more clout they possess, the more clout you stand to gain if you're able to sort of expose them for doing something or whatever. That's why every single time Hololive has a YAB, it's a very common thing for people to speculate, maybe there's some sort of exploitation going on behind the scenes, because if you are the person to expose Hololive, big Hololive for being exploitative or whatever in secret, there's a lot of, the bounty is big on that particular head, right? However, conversely, the more prestigious a company is, the more resistance it tends to have to scrutiny and or attack. This is for multiple reasons. One, the most immediate and the most obvious being that, the more people care about the brand, the more people there will be to defend the brand. But also, the more prestige you are able to accumulate, the more you are able, the more complex your operations, the more robust your protocols, the more you are able to actually deal with problems before they become something that can threaten that prestige, before they become problems that can threaten your standing in the industry or your ability to continue operating the same way you have been for a while beforehand. So when it comes to these two qualities, the reason why most companies want to be able to have both is because if you only have prominence and you don't have prestige, you basically become like a sort of industry piñata, right? Where everyone just wants a piece of you, and there is way more incentive to sort of, you don't have a lot of room to fuck up. Because if you do, the amount of people that are going to come for your head may not be equal to or as loud as the people who might say something in your defense, right? Or people who may insist on a higher standard of criticism, etc., etc., which is what happens if you have a dedicated fan base that gives you a degree of prestige, right? So this is something that's kind of inevitable as you begin to make moves and waves in the industry. More people take notice of you, more people, have a desire to sort of tear you down, if only because of things like, petty motivations like envy or whatever. But if you are able to prove your mettle, if you're able to prove that you are deserving of your degree of prominence, right? Like if you are deserving of the relative position you occupy in the industry, if you are able to prove that you are capable of giving back to the people that support you, because that is the foundation of all prestige in this industry. If you are able to prove that, then you develop a degree of resistance to people who may come in just to cynically try to exploit the amount of attention that's focused on you. And, yeah, no, Nadelove, absolutely, right? FaZe is not a company that has traditionally possessed prestige. Now, when we talk about FaZe as a company, like with any VTuber company, when it first comes into existence, no one knows about it to begin with, and there's obviously going to be no prestige, because no one knows about it right at the beginning, right at the inception of a VTuber company, because they have no audience, no infamy, no reputability, etc., etc. They don't have any degree of prestige. So, FaZe throughout 2021, 2023, slowly building up their brand as a company and, sort of working their way up to developing a degree of prominence and a degree of prestige, right? However, as I talked about in the last stream that I did about FaZe, between 2024 and 2025, when we experienced the great VTuber corpo dying, FaZe essentially was rocketed up to being de facto biggest company based on the EN side of the industry, right? So what that meant was a massive injection of prominence while only a relatively small increase in prestige. And the reason for that relatively small increase in prestige is because, naturally, if you're the only one left standing when all of your competition killed themselves, there's going to be a degree of prestige that accompanies that. But again, like I said before, just because you are the most prominent does not mean you have automatically proven you deserve to be there. Anyone and their dog, any company can be, by default, the biggest company on the EN side of the industry. But whether a company deserves to be there or not, or is more importantly, or I would argue the same thing when we're talking about, you know, an entertainment industry, whether a company is perceived as deserving to occupy that position is a completely different matter, and is something that is determined through a whole different set of metrics, such as, for example, the ability to give back to the community, or more specifically, their community. That's why events like FaZeCon, and especially FaZeCon actually being as much of a success as it was, in my opinion at least, I view it as a major turning point for FaZe as a brand, because it is a major step forward in terms of boosting the prestige of the company, showing off that you're able to put an event like this together and actually have it go well the first time you try, as well as the things like, you know, Bon Voyage, Grand Passage, actually having the concerts there as well. When you have, you know, the first two gens, well, technically first three if you count Invader's Wish, right? Coming out on stage, showing people what you can accomplish when you pool your resources and save them up over time as a company. Like, that is very important when it comes to developing a sense of prestige, because that is fan service, right? And that is, you know, that is a sort of, it sounds a little cynical to put it this way, sort of, you know, very reductive to phrase it like this. But it's a sort of, you know, reward for people sticking around as fans to continue, you know, who have continued to support the brand, right? Yeah, Tilsy killing on stage, absolutely, right? Do they want more prestige though? Hollow being very prestigious often feels like a hellish torture. See, that's the thing, right? I feel like Hollow. That's why I made the distinction between prominence and prestige, right? Because Hollow has a lot of prominence, and I think the reason why people keep going at Hollow, the hellish torture that you mentioned, right? I think that's a result of the prominence, not the prestige. And I think that Hollow is able to weather it because of the prestige. The problem with FaZe previously is that they had, you know, a rising level of prominence, but the rate at which their prestige increased did not match that, which is why they were left in a bit of an awkward spot. Right, so I think for that reason that, yeah, I do think FaZe wants to be a more prestigious brand and or company over time. It only makes sense, right? Because they are going to be more prominent over time. And so if they only become more prominent but they don't become more prestigious, they're sort of left in a really awkward spot that gets progressively worse over time. Right? You don't want HoloLive levels of renown without HoloLive levels of reputability, is basically the point that I'm making, right? And while FaZe is very, very far off from that, it does seem to be something that its talents and its CEO aspire to, right? I do think that Sakana has eyes on growing FaZe even further as a company, as a brand. And this, you know, this is a pretty significant step towards that, right? So again, when I talk about things like, you know, FaZe as a company generating more prestige for itself by pulling off an event of this scale to this degree of competence and having the reception be as positive as it has been, part of the ways in which that manifests, right? Part of the way that that prestige manifests is, you know, more ways of defending your brand from, you know, people who may incidentally or intentionally try to take away from it in some way. You know, again, defense from scrutiny and or attack. And you can kind of see that it's, you know, it has been sort of leveraged that way. Like not as a sort of like cynical, business-minded, conscious thing, but rather just sort of instinctively as the talents have been reassured by the way the event has turned out, and therefore they feel more comfortable pushing back on some of the negative sentiment that did kind of accumulate around FaZe prior to FaZeCon actually happening. Because I can absolutely see why, and I agree, by the way, with this sentiment that, you know, it's the correct move to hold your tongue before you actually have an event happen, because no one wants to be stuck in a position where they try to, you know, own the haters, then the thing that they are owning the haters over turns out to be a disaster, and everyone comes in to crow about how they knew all along, right? No one wants to be in that position. So I can understand if, like, you know, in the lead up to FaZeCon, the skepticism or whatever was just something that the girls didn't really want to touch, but now that the event has been a resounding success, they feel comfortable enough to go, look, all right, you can put a little bit more belief in us, and if you're just doubting for the sake of doubting, fuck you, right? Like, you know, I understand why they would feel comfortable enough to do this now, right? You have like Pippa going to Twitter and going like, you know, FaZe Connect has come so far, started from the bottom, now we here, fuck the doubters, and you know you have that segment of Sheena basically talking about how, you know, the whole event acts as a refutation to the argument that all corpos are bad, right? Basically pushing back against that assumption that corpos are completely worthless as even a concept, or that, you know, they do nothing, and basically trying to make her audience more aware of the fact that, you know, when you donate to talents, when you support them financially by buying merch, part of the revenue generated by the company is set aside to be reinvested directly in being able to pull stuff like this off. And to be honest, that retort, at least in my opinion, is completely legitimate and sorely missing from the majority of the way that people talk about corpos in this space. Because let's be completely honest, indies can pull off concerts, right? yeah, people. There were some of the talents basically praising chat for like not making the convention stink, which is really funny. But yeah, no. What was I saying? Yeah, no. So, indies can pull off concerts, right? Indies can organize events. Indies can even get together and, you know, make big unified convention appearances. However, when it comes to organizing something this cohesive, this coordinated, usually you're going to be very hard pressed to pull this off with as big a group as FaZe Connect's Origins, Alias, and Wish. Like, as big a group as that, if you don't have the degree of sort of unity and collective mutual obligation that you only ever get, and direction that you only ever get in a corpo, a competently run corpo. And in my opinion, it is sorely past time that people started making a clear distinction between corpos that are run as businesses, as FaZe Connect is, and all of the other scams that keep coming up promising the moon, sun, and stars to anyone who would deign to join them, that keep cropping up on Twitter and in the Western side of the industry in general. I don't believe that something like, for example, Luminara or Vishojo or any other company that comes onto the scene trying to claim the main benefit being that they take nothing and give nothing, you know, I don't think any of those companies should ever even be considered in the same league as something like HoloLive or Nijisanji or FaZe Connect. And I think that, again, people very commonly conflating those two distinct categories of organization, and I use that term very loosely, purely in deference to the scams that have adopted that as a moniker, right? Those people conflating those two different types of organizations together is a major factor in why anti-corpo sentiment is as dumbed down and as rife as it is in the side of the industry, as it currently is. And again, when you have generated the prestige from a successful event like FaZeCon, it only makes sense that, even if only unconsciously, it gets leveraged towards, you know, sort of shoring up the defenses of the company against unfair, unfounded, or just lazy criticism, right? Because FaZe is going to need prestige. So, you know, as a fan, I do hope that they're able to pull off, you know, I mean, the chances of them having a second FaZe con and it not being better than the first, very slim, right? Because they've now had the opportunity to sort of find pain points, identify things that could be improved in the way that they do things, like, for example, the way that they distribute merch. Right? Maybe next time they go with like a strict pre-order system or whatever, so the queues aren't as long. And, you know, stuff like that is pretty easy to iron out. So, you know, all of that stuff is stuff that they could easily correct by the time they do FaZeCon again. And again, like I said before, based off of the degree of positive reception from the fans in general, as well as the people who attended, and even the people who were just like in the area at the time. Because I think Sakana did say that the other people who happened to be at the hotel at the time also said that the event seemed very nice, right? No, they didn't have any complaints about behavior from Congos or anything like that. So, yeah, no, I do think that there is quite ample incentive for them to do a second FaZeCon. And if that goes well, possibly a third, and so on and so forth. And hopefully, you know, hopefully this can become like a sort of regular thing. Even if only at a, you know, reduced timescale. Maybe not annually, but biannually seems perfectly fine. With FaZe's resources as they are. But yeah, no. So yeah, this is... FaZe is only going to become more prominent going from here on out. Because by virtue of the fact that they are still operating, they have a massive head start on any other company that would emerge in the space. Even if the new player is going to be someone who is run by a CEO, is going to be something that is run by a CEO who is actually trying to run a serious business, right? Even companies on the smaller side who are being run with profit in mind, who don't pretend to be a charity, those companies are going to have a lot of catching up to do before they reach the same level of prominence as FaZe Connect has. And simply by being de facto biggest in this side of the industry, more and more eyes are going to accumulate on FaZe. For that reason alone, I can absolutely see why, you know, as a company, FaZe would want to garner as much prestige as possible. And I personally believe that the accumulation of prestige is going to be like a pretty major focus over the next few years that FaZe is active, right? If it wasn't that already, which it very well probably was. The JPs have already proven all of this is possible. I don't know why you need FaZe to prove anything. People will just shrug it off as they're an outlier. Corpus are still bad. Yeah, no, it's not so much that FaZe is proving something, in the sense that, you know, it's not so much that they are like proving a point that will change everyone's minds in general or anything. But it's important for, you know, reassuring us, right? Like, you know, the community around FaZe, the fans of FaZe, that this is something they can do. Because up until now, that was purely in the air, right? We knew that they were going to try, but we had no idea how it would turn out. The fact that it's successful is important in the sense that it proves to us, right, that this is a brand that was capable of way more than we previously thought it was over the course of the last 5 years that it has been alive, right? It's a milestone for the fan base. And in the sense that it might prove something to, you know, the wider industry in general, I don't think it will, right? I'm not that optimistic. But I do think that FaZe being able to pull something like this off does provide another valid, you know, important data point when it comes to pushing back against, you know, cretins who are just going to uncritically repeat the mantra of all corpos are bad and evil and corpos have no function at all, right? The majority of people, admittedly, are not going to learn anything from this, right? But I do think that just having the case study on hand as evidence is utility in and of itself. That may be my personal bias speaking because of my content niche, but I do really believe that. So, in any case, speaking of prominence and prestige, of course, as a company gets more eyes upon it, there's going to be more incentive for people to not only attack it or not only scrutinize it, but also to try and attach themselves to it. Because more eyeballs means more attention, and more attention in this space means more attention up for grabs. So obviously there's going to be incentive for people to try and, you know, cozy up to FaZe or its talents, or in other ways try to gain proximity with FaZe so that they can, not so much because they're invested in the brand or invested in the talents, but more so that they can gain access to all of the eyeballs that are fixed on FaZe and the talents. Which brings me to one of the funnier things that I noticed happening with regards to FaZeCon. On June 12th, so the day before FaZe, a indie VTuber by the name of Corey Ojo would make the following Twitter post. Convention announcement. Corey crashes FaZeCon tomorrow, Saturday, June 13th. I'll be roaming on a mobile rig trying to find some snacks. Come grab a free sticker. We'll also be streaming my POV. See you there. And, you know, this is not, this in and of itself, not really anything exceptional, because, you know, when it comes to VTubers wanting to attend cons that are hosted by people that they're not really affiliated with, it's pretty normal for VTubers to want to attend those, right? Either because they want to attend as their VTuber identity or because they want to attend just as a fan, right? However, what was a little more eyebrow raising was the follow-up post that she would end up making the next day on day one of FaZeCon, where she stated, quote, "Well, I wasn't very welcome there, so I just left so they could keep their peace, and we went to Taco Bell instead. Woo. Hope everyone else enjoys the con. Sorry, we had to leave early." And yeah, this is like, you know, this is quite odd, right? Like, why would someone who just announced that they were attending a con, like, what happened? What happened to make them feel like they weren't being welcomed, etc., etc.? What, you know, this is something that maybe this is a pain point, right? Maybe this is a point of criticism, a little bit of feedback that FaZe could use in order to make the con better next time, right? So, what exactly happened in order to cause this sudden departure before it was planned? And if you go into the replies of that tweet, you can see various people asking, expressing their sympathies. And in this, Corey, like, Ms. Ojo expresses, what exactly happened to cause her to leave early. Girls say what? Lol, yeah, I don't know. It was okay at first, but one of the staff was rude to my rep, and I was like, nah, I gotta protect my people, so let's skedaddle. Another user comes in and says, I did see your setup earlier, but I'm curious if you got permission from staff prior to the visit. Not sure if they communicated with the other members about it or not. Sorry that they were not too kind with you either way. Yep, we emailed them before, but ish okay. What? Who's not welcoming Corey? Punch emoji, punch emoji, punch emoji. Let me at him. Bang emoji. Nah, we chillin'. We just headed over to Taco Bell, lol. So apparently the issue was that a staff member at A staff member at FaZeCon had been rude to Ojo's representative, who was in person, presumably, the one who was actually handling the iPad on a stick that she was using in order to go around the con. And if that is the case, that's a pretty serious oversight, right? However, very interesting thing about this, she streamed the entire thing, right? She streamed the entire time that she was attending the con live on Twitch and on YouTube. So, if we want to get an idea of what exactly this treatment was and what exactly caused her to leave, we can simply just go through the VOD and get an idea of what exactly happened. How did this happen? Because maybe it's just my personal bias speaking, but I find it to be a little uncharacteristic of FaZe staff to just, openly poo-poo someone who's just attending as a guest. Someone who's attending the con as a guest. It doesn't sound like something that most of the people affiliated with FaZe that we know about as fans, like, it doesn't sound like something that most of the people we know about would do, right? So I was curious. So, naturally, if someone has an accusation like this, I want to know, right? I want to see what actually happened. And, spoiler warning, I did also see quite a few people who are, outspoken fans of FaZe on Twitter and stuff, right, who were in the replies of this post going, "Oh, I'm so sorry that happened to you," etc., etc. EB, if you're watching this stream, right, you gotta be a little more, you gotta be a bit more careful, my guy, because you don't want to be baited into validating someone's sub story just because you didn't look at anything past face value, yeah? So, I went looking for the VOD, and it is still up on her Twitch channel, right? It's called Corey's Crashing Taco Bell. And funny thing, because like I mentioned, she was also live streaming her con attendance via YouTube as well, you can also find an equivalent VOD on her YouTube channel, except it has been set to members only. If you take a look at that screenshot, you may also notice that it is a little bit of an outlier in the sense that it is the only recent VOD that has been set to members only. Now, why could that be? I have no idea. But my personal rat is because maybe it has something to do with the fact that most FaZe fans watch content on YouTube rather than on Twitch. I don't know, just a hunch though. But in any case, this was the VOD where she, live streamed the entirety of her con appearance. And so, if we actually pull up the VOD, we can start to get an idea of what exactly was going on while she was attending FaZeCon. So, the stream lasts for a total of around, I think if I remember correctly, the whole VOD extends to around 4 hours of runtime. However, around 1 hour 18 minutes 28 seconds is when the stream switches from her just, doing a Zatsudan with her audience to switching perspective to the mobile rig that's already set up at the con, right? Her assistant, who is named James, is, shown to be setting things up, and this lasts for about the next 20 minutes or so. However, I'm going to pull up the VOD itself so I can show you guys what I mean, right? Just to validate that I'm not taking anything out of context or whatever. To sort of show what I mean when I talk about the way that she interacted with the con, raising a few red flags, right, to any people who are just attending as fans. So, at 1 hour 19 minutes 38 seconds, she asks if she's coming through normal, does a sort of, does a sound check with James, and then James confirms that she is and mentions a QR code being attached to the setup, right? Then 1 hour 20 minutes 44 seconds, someone who'd presumably seen her at a previous event approaches the rig to ask her to elaborate on why she's there, what drove her to go there, etc., etc. In which case, she explains that, she just attended because she saw that the con was being held at the same location that Offkai used to be held at, so she wanted to attend, see what's up. And then at 1 hour, 21 minutes, 44 seconds, she states that she's excited to, quote, walk around the convention. Now, this is important because it implies that she is attending as a guest, right? She's just roaming around wherever using the mobile rig. And for a VTuber to be attending that way, kind of makes sense, right? Maybe you're not able to attend for OPSEC reasons or physical infirmity or disability, and having the option of, allowing VTubers to attend the con just on a mobile rig is a nice way of making the con a bit more accessible, a bit more inclusive if needs be, right? So this kind of implies that she's a guest. However, the discussion with the fan then shifts to the relatively small size of the convention space before she then starts talking about an upcoming concert that she has planned to take place on, this should say July 7th, not June 7th, sorry. On July 7th on the USS Hornet. And this is where you start to get a bit of an inkling as to what the possible issue might have been. Right, so I'm just going to play the segment from 1 hour 18:28 seconds in the VOD to 1 hour 24 minutes 43 seconds, just to show you guys what I mean. Let me switch over to the React screen. All right, let me mute the BGM. Okay, so what was the timestamp? 1:18:28. All right, close enough. Okay. By the way, can you guys hear the audio from the VOD all right on your end? Is it coming through? On the stream. No sound? Okay, hold on. Let me figure out what's wrong. It should be capturing the audio as well. Let me just check to make sure. Oh wait, no, I forgot to turn that on. All right, hold on. Let me try this again.
Okay, I think I'm good. I think I'm
Okay, can you guys hear it now? I prefer it that way. Look, I can't prove that I'm giving sufficient context if you guys can't hear the VOD. Can you guys hear it now? Chairman sip counter is on. Oh, wait. I forgot to get rid of those. Sorry. Give me a second. Thank you for telling me. You didn't... I would have noticed just a bit longer, so but I appreciate the super chat regardless, Mercurius. All clear? Excellent. All right.
set up.
Oh, by the way, the echo is native to the VOD, right? So this is when she's still ironing out the audio scuff on her end of things on the mobile rig. So the echo, unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about the echo because that's just part of what was in the live stream.
Gonna get that there. Okay.
We're still setting up, so give us a few seconds.
Just making sure it looks good on the screen.
There's yellow.
Okay.
Does it say that it's charging up there?
Yes.
Okay.
It's green and it's got a little electric lightning bolt on it. Okay.
All right, cool.
Right, so right now they're just sort of sitting outside of the main area, just trying to get everything set up.
I mean, I have the QR code here, but
Yeah, I
Oh,
know,
wait.
but this is like.
I just
And then
talk
am I
over.
coming through to you normal?
Yeah.
Okay, because
here's
I'm
the
doing.
QR code there. I mean, I have the QR code here, but
Yeah, I know, but this is like. I'm using a different setup.
Okay, so there's the reference to a QR code being attached to the rig.
or weed, by the way.
Thank you for like rock.
As to what that QR code shows, we'll get into that in a second.
Really appreciate it. And hello, Hades, good to see you. What did you say?
I was just telling the stream that so are we. We're also using a different setup.
Yes, we are. Yeah. So. Okay, I think I'm good. We're good on our end. Okay. So yeah, should be alright.
Cool. Well, we already have someone here that caught you on the right time. If you got this set up.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Hi.
No, not right now. We just got started, so. Yeah. Come through though, of course.
Hi. Good to see you.
Right now.
Oh, no worries.
Hello.
What's up? How
What
you
brings
doing?
you here? What brings you here?
I mean, just checking out FaceCon, really. So, you know, I do a lot of IRL events, so when I saw this was, like, you know, out there, and it's at the same place that Alka used to be, I was like, you know what, why not? So, decided to come out. Yeah, we're only here for today, but I just want to see what's up. Yeah, how about you? What brings you to FaceCon?
Just around the area, yeah. So. You know,
Oh,
that's
heck
what
yeah!
it is.
Nice. Very cool, very cool. Did you see anything cool so far, like in the vendor hall or something?
We have apparently phase mahjong tiles.
What?
Not purchasable, so
Oh my gosh, that's so cute!
unfortunately, but it is what it is.
Oh, I see, I
You
see.
guys are over there too, so.
Nice. Yeah, I see those little posters. I'm definitely excited to walk around.
Yeah. I mean, the venue is really small. It's not
Yeah.
like like an actual convention.
Yeah,
That's what
yeah,
it is.
that's true, that's true. I know. I did not know what the word atrium was until like Offhide 2 or 3 years ago when they had it there at that hotel as well.
Yeah,
I was like, I've
yeah,
never heard
yeah,
that word before.
Unfortunately, it is what it is. So.
Yeah, for sure. Are you gonna be going to Offhide this year as well?
Nene, love, you're noticing too much. You're noticing too much.
I will be going to Off-Guy, yeah.
Nice. Yeah, we'll definitely see you there. So it'll be a good time.
That one is like big convention center all the way down San Jose. That's the end of the area, but it is what.
Heck yeah, no, for sure. Well, we actually have a concert. I don't know if you like YouTuber music type stuff, but we're doing a concert over on the US 20 in Alameda, and it's gonna be on June 27th.
In 2 weeks. Today.
It's on Saturday, June 27th.
June 27th. Okay, so it's not July 7th. All right, hold on. Let me just correct that in the slides so that when I upload them, I don't end up posting disinformation or lies.
Yeah, so it'll be a really good time. We've got like 90 VTubers joining us for like opening acts, and then yeah.
So, okay, already here, a little bit of self-promo, but they're technically not in the con, right? It's like outside the atrium, so, fair enough, right? You're just talking with somebody who's like walking by, who's planning on attending the con, but neither of you guys are inside it. If you're going to plug something that you have planning at this point in time, fair enough. Now, again, there was the allusion to a QR code being attached to the rig earlier on. But again, we'll get into that later.
Yeah, it's gonna be really good. It's actually the last concert that I'm like independently hosting. I'm taking a break from it. I'm graduating from that, so it's gonna be a banger of a freaking concert. So I definitely recommend going if you can. It's on
I'm going to have a stroke. Okay, maybe the echo plus the 1.5 is a bit much, but I will say that it's not that much longer where you have to. They fixed the audio issue pretty soon after this, so your suffering is not long. There's not long left.
June 27th.
What's it called again?
Summer Splash. If you like check me, yeah, if you look on like my social.
This is in the atrium inside the hotel? Ah, okay, never mind. Okay, so I was wrong about that. Okay. Real reason Jay wanted to watch this to check his notes? Yeah. Sometimes I mishear things and I'm off, but I miss like a digit or so when I'm writing down a date.
You can like see it pretty much everywhere.
Yeah, so all our socials on the back.
Yeah.
QR code, you can find them there. But yeah, you can find out all the information online as well. And there'll also be some meet and greets there as well.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It'll be super fun.
Summers. Thanks.
So he basically spends some
I do
time
believe
looking
it
the
is
thing up.
$5 at the door.
It's free sticker.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So
Yes.
hopefully we'll see you
Love
there.
the free stuff around
Yeah, exactly. I know, right? But yes, thank you so much
Thank you,
for
though.
coming by. Yeah, absolutely. Did you want to take a picture? No pressure. I just wanted to offer.
Your choice.
Sure. Yeah.
Heck yeah.
Let's do selfie style instead.
Okay. Yay.
Thank you. See you later.
Yes, thank you.
So, if it came down to that, I was going to just zoom in on that part of the VOD to get an idea of what her setup looked like by blowing up that shot where, you know... Hold on.
Exactly, I know, right? But yes, thank you so much
Thank you,
for
though.
coming by. Yeah. So
Yes.
If it was necessary, I was prepared. I was prepared to just wait for that shot where, you know... hold on. He just holds up the phone and to like just look at the
There'll also be some meet and
reflection
greets there as well.
to get an idea of what her set looked like. Thankfully, we didn't need to resort to that because someone else on Twitter posted a photo of what the what her setup looked like, which we will get to in a second. But just know I was ready to do that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It'll be super fun.
Summers.
I do believe it is
Got it.
$5 at the door.
It's free sticker.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So
Yes.
hopefully we'll see you
Love
there.
the free stuff around
Yeah, exactly. I know, right? But yes, thank you so
Thank
much
you,
for
though.
coming by. Yeah, absolutely. Did you want to take a picture?
You can get kind of like a good, you can kind of get a good view of it, right? Like you can kind of make out the outline of her standee like in the background of the rig, but it's very unclear. We're gonna find the location by the reflection of her eyes. Not quite. I think that degree of OPSEC testing is beyond my capabilities. But this isn't too far off. The quality isn't even that. Well, I mean, okay, that's a bit cope. It is pretty bad. Like it's just a bunch of blotches for the most part. But it is enough to kind of make out the outline of what her setup might look like.
Yay.
Thank you. See you later.
Yes, thank you.
All right. So that's the first segment. You know, that's the first segment where she's just getting the whole thing set up and, you know, the first interaction she has with someone else who's also at the con, right? But then we move on to the next segment, which is around 1 hour 30 minutes 24 seconds to 1 hour 43 minutes 10 seconds in the VOD. So at this point, she's still outside, right? She's still trying to get everything set up. She's still in the process of trying to eliminate the echo from her audio. And while she is in the process of doing this, at 1 hour 30 minutes 24 seconds, someone who's wearing a con badge starts approaching the rig and she asks him if he wants, quote, a free sticker, before presumably asking James, oh wait, can we give out these stickers? James answers to the affirmative, and then after that interaction takes place, she hands him a sticker, James hands him a sticker, and then the two of them, James and Corey, start moving around the convention. Then at 1 hour Then 7 minutes later, at 1 hour 37 minutes 47 seconds, she starts going down the elevator, deeper into the con. And as she does, she begins shouting out from the rig, "We got free stickers, everyone," to passers by. Then she meets two congoers walking around together and again states that she's present to, and in her own words, she says that she's present to promote the upcoming concert on the USS Hornet. This then continues with a bunch of other congoers who end up interacting with her rig thereafter as well. Eventually, the connection becomes a little too clunky. The feed gets a little, little fried, and they decide to move to a place somewhere else in the convention that has better connection. So again, let me pull up the timestamp: 1 hour 30 minutes 24 seconds. I'll just start playing from there to 1:43:10.
Hi there. What's up? Hi. Would you like a free sticker? Oh wait, can we give out free stickers?
Absolutely.
Yes, we love free stuff. In this economy, that's crazy. Heck yeah, thank you. Do you want me to save free stickers or no?
You can.
Oh, I can? Okay, cool.
All right, so yeah, we're just on the second floor right now. Like the little atrium.
Uh-huh.
We'll go explore over there, but there's honestly a lot of the rooms, from what I can tell, are just like meet and greet areas. So
Okay. Lit.
you hear yourself?
A little bit.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
Before she starts going down the escalator, volume warning.
Okay. Oh well, this looks different, doesn't it? Oh no, it doesn't. It's just the angle that we're at. It looks. I thought it was different. We got free stickers right here. What's up? Hi. Free stickers right here, y'all. We got free stickers in this economy. That's crazy. Oh, James, wait. Look at that thing. Look to the right. Yeah, that thingy. Yeah, that's cute. I want one of those. Can you make it happen?
Sure.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Oh, this is so great. Oh my god. Well, thank you. I did joke and I did say hi to James for you. You just weren't listening because you're bad at your job. I'm just kidding. We got free stickers, everybody. Come grab a free sticker. Oh wait, let me take a picture with that.
By the way, this might just be the gatekeeper within speaking, but I can't help but note that she's walked past several standees, murals, pics, big blown up pics of, multiple face talents. Not a single time has she stopped to comment on any one of them. To be frank, I am doubtful as to whether she even knows any of the talents who this company-specific con is dedicated to. But hey, that's just my personal speculation.
With that the cardboard cutout over there, or something.
All these ones?
I mean, yeah, maybe. I want to get a picture of like we're here, right now.
Like, you look at a bunch of standees of the talents, you're right, and you go like, ah yes, a convenient marker so that people can find my location like a pigeon.
Okay.
Nene Love? I could easily imagine Corey being one of the people who would say that, but unironically.
Hi, Seb, by the way, it's good to see you. I'm sorry for being late saying hi. Hello, Pencil as well. Thank you for being referring to Sakana these nuts. So why are you guys stop setting me up for like this today, you guys? Yeah, why this is like the third time. I know, literally. What the frick, y'all? Oh my gosh. Lagging, sorry. Thank you. Let's see. Thank you for the follow. I'm sorry. Carrying the cardboard cutout and rig must be painful. You know, it is what it is. Too bad. No, just kidding. I know I'm terrible. I'm a terrible boss. You know.
Yeah, I mean, nothing is kind of more a better metaphor for what is going on than her moving the other standees aside so that hers has somewhere to stand to take a pic.
No. Thank you for the check-in, Sal and Carrick. I appreciate it. Thank you. And hello, your fave Izzy over on YouTube. Thank you for being here. Welcome, and everybody. Thank you. Oh, James, I don't know if you heard me, but Shogun said hi. He's like pinging me and spamming the chat because he's upset that it doesn't seem like you heard me when I said Shogun said hi, so I'm just letting you know that Shogun said hi. Oh, GoPro is too hot to continue charging. Turn it off to help cool it down.
Yes.
Hey, what's over there? What are they lining up for? Is that like free food or something?
I don't know what it is.
Oh. Wow. So funny.
Or did you say something? I didn't hear you.
No.
That was a joke.
Oh, okay.
What's up? Hello.
What's that?
Oh, yeah,
water.
I don't know what they're lining up for.
Okay. Is there any free stuff? Maybe. Okay. Get some free stuff.
I like that you can hear snippets of Pippa the Ripper playing in the background and just them saying, I don't know what they're lining up for. It's just like the cherry on top.
Stuff, man. Coffee
Coffee or something. Cafe's coffee.
Hi. Man, the connection's bad in here. Are any of these free? Free to play. We got free stickers. Go grab a free sticker. Free stickers.
You asked so much, and then I've just.
Is that real? Like, is that person doing a meet and greet or something?
No, the
That person, holy shit. Holy tourism. But yeah, no, I understand that this may be a painful process, but rest assured, if you're watching the VOD, this will be timestamped so that you can dodge it if desired. I am, again, mainly doing this in order to prove that I'm providing sufficient context.
video.
That's a video, I see.
I'm going to your concert in a couple weeks.
Oh, yes! Thank you so much! Yes! I love the Pippa shirt. Yeah, did you want a free sticker? We're just passing them out if you want one. Yeah!
You know what, Nanny Love? You said that as a joke, but unironically, I think you may have been bang on. Pippa's the only talent she's actually mentioned by name thus far. They're lining up for the complimentary face gun. Look, we're not like that. We're not like that. I get that you don't have a very positive opinion of most of us, but we're not like that. Oh, I love Tenma, the pink rabbit.
Absolutely. I'll see you there.
The last concert for now, but
Yeah.
I'm excited for it.
Thank you so much. You're so sweet. I appreciate it. Have fun.
Thank you.
I love you, especially if you see us. That's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Well, it's fine. I don't even care that James in here.
Yeah,
You
let's
can make
go,
fun of me.
let's go check out
Or
something else.
oh, sorry, Shogun.
It's any better somewhere else.
There's a heat wave today, I think. Oh shit, that's crazy. Probably. I don't know. It's freaking the summer. Thank you for the check-in, certified mall ninja. I appreciate it. Thank you everybody for being here. I apologize for being late to saying hi to chat and stuff. We got free stickers, everybody. You ever seen a VTuber go down an escalator? Well, now you will. Right his ear right now.
Maybe.
Maybe. Get down with it. All right, yeah, look at us going down the escalator, making my way down, and I need you. We got free stickers, everybody. Come grab a free sticker once I'm off the escalator, of course. Safety first, you know what I'm saying?
Like, I want you to imagine, right? You are a con goer. You're attending FaceCon. You're amazed that it's not, you're amazed at the lack of a jorb pit or a ball pit. You're just walking around, taking in the sights, and as you walk past the escalator, you hear a feminine voice call out, "Free stickers! We have free stickers!" Like someone at a marketplace in an Arabian Nights, Arabian Nights tale.
free stickers right his ear. Free in this economy, that's crazy. What's up? We got free stickers. Hi. I like your shirt.
Thank you.
This is so cute. And your sweater. Okay, I like the fits. Yes. Oh, nice. I have a song with Hatsune Miku. It's really cool. She's amazing. Heck yeah. How y'all doing?
Funneless, how loud she set up her speakers? Loud enough that they're still echoing even this far into the stream.
Good. How are you?
I'm alive. You know, we're hanging out. Just came down from the escalator and I didn't die, so that's a win for a VTuber today. You know, yeah. No, we're chilling, having a good time. We're promoting. I have a concert in about 2 weeks over in Alameda, California. It's on the USS Hornet. If you want to check it out in 2 weeks, it'll be a really good time. We got some free stickers as well that we're passing out if you'd like to grab one.
So again, at this point, like very much in the con, and immediately the exact same sales pitch, right? Hi, hello, like your fit. By the way, I have a concert coming up, XYZ, you know, like... And this isn't the only time it happens. Like, it doesn't happen once, it doesn't happen twice. It keeps happening whenever someone new approaches the rig.
Yeah. Heck yeah, thank you. Enjoy the con. Yes.
Fun.
Thank you.
Alright, we're about to get someone else tag in within the next few minutes. Yeah, she literally says we're promoting, right? Like, sure, you guys caught that, right? Hold on, let me rewind so that we can
No, we're
actually
chilling,
get that
having a
again.
How are you?
I'm alive. You know, we're hanging out. Just came down from the escalator and I didn't die, so that's a win for a VTuber today. You know, yeah. No, we're chilling, having a good time. We're promoting. I have a concert in about 2 weeks over in Alameda, California. It's on the USS Hornet. If you want
Like, yeah, she actually says we're promoting.
to check it out, it's in 2 weeks. It'll be a really good time. We got some free stickers as well that we're passing out if you'd like to grab one. Yeah. Heck yeah, thank you. Enjoy the con. Yes.
Fun.
Thank you. Hi. Hello. That's totally fine. It's okay.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you as well. I like your earring.
Thank you. It's a cow because of Moo Moo You.
Oh,
Hope
cute!
you can see it.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I love that. I love your little hair clips as well.
I love that, she says. Oh. Oh.
Love the accessories. Very nice. Yes, how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. How about you?
Nice. I'm alive, you know, hanging out, walking around, so try not to get motion sick. But no, I'm chilling. Yeah, we're just hanging out. We're passing out some free stickers if you want one, but we've also got a concert that I'm hosting in 2 weeks. It's over in Alameda. It's aboard the USS Hornet, so kind of local to the area. If you want to come by, it'll be a really great time.
Again, like clockwork, completely new person, comes in less than a minute after the previous two have left. The exact same sales pitch that gets rolled out. Come to my concert, June 27th on the Alameda, yada yada yada.
Scan the QR code.
Yeah.
She's hosting her last VTuber concert aboard the USS Hornet. It's in 2 weeks.
Okay.
If you wanted to check it out, it's gonna be awesome.
James comes in with the assist.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right,
Thank you.
Now at this point, even if you haven't seen what the QR code takes you to, I think all of us can start to develop an idea of what that QR code might be, right? Where that might, you know, what happens when you scan it.
Dogging you got this all set up and everything.
And I guarantee it's nothing to do with Phase Connect or Phase Con.
Yes, but the connection is not good here, so I'm sorry that I'm lagging a little bit. But yes, I got that Taco Bell in me. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. You like Face Connect?
I mean, I like VTubers. I don't know. I mean, I happen to be.
By far, the most painful section of the VOD for me to listen through while I was getting timestamps was this. Like, just nails on a chalkboard.
One, so I'm like here and hanging out with other VTubers, like dream come true. You know what I mean? Anime girls, of course. I'm down for anime girls. You know what I mean? Anime people. So yeah, no, we're hanging out. It's been really nice. Yeah.
Are you going to be advertising at any other conventions leading up to the 2 weeks?
No, I think this is the only one for now, and then it's gonna be the Summer Splash concert, and then.
Are you a fan of Phase? Yeah, I love VTubers. Anime women for the win. Fuck me.
And I'm going to be going to Off Guy after that, but otherwise I'm kind of taking a break from like the conventions and like the concerts and stuff. So at least the IRL concerts, but yeah. So for now, this is the last one before Summer Splash, the concert. Yeah.
Again, it's always the same thing. Like every interaction goes in the exact same direction. Hello, nice to meet you. Yeah, aren't things great here? By the way, here's my concert on June 27th.
Oh, well, good luck with that. I'll take one.
Yes, absolutely.
Good luck with that. What a Chad.
Yeah, hope to see you there.
if you don't know her.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. How are you?
I'm good. How are you enjoying?
I'm alive. Just came down from the escalator and I survived, so that's a win for a VTuber today. You know what I mean? So no, I'm doing good. I'm excited to check out the con. You know, we were here like a couple years ago for Offkai, and so I know the Offkai's moved now. So it's kind of cool to come back. You know, come back to our roots. So yeah. No, how about you? Are you enjoying FaceCon so far?
Nice. Yeah. This is my first like VTuber con because I'm in the area, so I did.
Oh, okay, I got you.
I know this area.
Yeah, nice. Well, if you're kind of local, we're going to be doing a concert aboard the USS.
Like that interaction is so painful, right? Because it's so obvious how cynical it is. Oh, this is your first VTuber convention ever? Well, wouldn't you know it? I'm gonna have one of my own, later on this month. Like, come on.
It's in Alameda, and it's gonna be a really, really good time. Like, if you like a good, dancing time, lots of like wotoge, with the pen lights and stuff, you should definitely come by. It's gonna be super fun. We're gonna have some like meet and greets and stuff too. It's gonna be a
She's looping? Nah, she's on a track. A track on repeat. A track on repeat. She's got it nailed to a routine. I do have to respect, one salesman to another. I do have to respect how polished that delivery is at this stage.
freaking banger. So
What is this, like the 4th time that she's saying it? It's very smooth already.
it's on June 27th. It's in 2 weeks. Yeah, you should definitely check it out. Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, of course. Thank you. James. Oh. Hi. How are you?
You're the VTuber that does all the live events, right?
I do. Yes. Oh my gosh. Thank you for saying that. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Thank you. My chest is warm. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
I went to the event at what was it? At Hornet last year.
Yes. Yeah, we're doing it again. So you should definitely come if you enjoyed it. Yes.
Yeah. I'm gonna try to come because I live like right down the road.
Oh, okay. Sweet. Nice.
Yeah. Ganbatte.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Have fun at the con.
Thank you.
James, we gotta move.
So as you can see, at this point, the video gets way too choppy for them to continue streaming from this location. So they do decide to move. Now, I did mention earlier that one of the things that I was curious about when I first started listening into the VOD, in that specific section of the VOD, where she mentioned QR codes and such, as to what her setup actually looked like. Thankfully, like I said, in the replies to the post that she made on June 13th, user by the name of Shieldmaster 3 days later would end up posting a photo that he took, presumably trying to welcome her to the con, but also that conveniently shows what exactly she was walking around with. So as you can see, you have the rig, and you also have a little cutout that is slapped onto the underside of it with VTuber Corey Ojo. I can't quite make out the text, a little bit too small for eyes of my caliber, but then you have a little QR code. Same thing with a standee that also similarly has her name and the same QR code. Scan the QR code and it takes you to her personal webpage, introducing her as a person who is a content creator who bridges VTubing and IRL events. You're not going to believe what kind of VTuber she identifies as. Salvi, welcome to the stream. Welcome in, Raiders. We're talking about one of the a little bit of a kerfuffle at FaceCon in terms of someone showing up and feeling unwelcome at the event. So, she describes herself as, quote, "Meet Corey, a VTuber content creator who is Twitch affiliate and YouTube partner, working to push the boundaries of where VTubing goes in real life. Because nothing screams VTubing, virtual YouTubing, quite like real life." That's not a part of the pitch, it's just me, adding ad-libbing for people who are just listening to this. As a raccoon that got isekai'd into an ice princess, Corey displays her passion for storytelling across all mediums with a silly, chaotic flair. Her focus is virtually attending events like anime conventions, raves, or even creating her own live concert in Las Vegas. Truly breathtaking. Breathtaking innovation for the industry. Holy. Oh, Prince, welcome in. Welcome in. Don't steal Billy's stick. Thank you for the Arca. Zero or IO setup. Welcome in, welcome in. Don't know how long that... Okay. Don't steal Billy's bit. It's all he's got. It's all he's got. But thank you for your generosity. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you for the Arca. Holy. Where is Billy, anyways? You'd think that he'd protest a bit more. But in any case, yeah. So, with that description, it's pretty quick to piece together that this is basically our content niche, just attending a bunch of IRL events, conventions, and stuff like that, and presumably using all of those attendances as an opportunity to, present a bit of a sales pitch to the attendees. Now, as we are all probably going to agree, when you do that at a generalized, VTuberCon like Offkai or Anime Expo or, I don't know, Vexpo or whatever, right? Some other thing ending with O. This is perfectly common, acceptable, expected, right? Because it's just a generalized VTuberCon. But FazeCon is a convention dedicated to celebrating one specific company, its specific talents, and their specific fan bases. You will be welcomed in as a guest, but as a guest, it is to be expected that you are going to be expected to abide by the rules of this company's convention. And speaking of rules, did you know that FaZe Connect set up its very own webpage for FazeCon 2026? And on that webpage, they actually list a very clear code of conduct. A code of conduct that contains 11 general rules. However, for the purposes of this section of the stream, the one that is of particular interest is rule number 9, which states, quote, limit advertising to designated areas or tables only. And here's the kicker. Because of the fact that Corey was just, wandering around to, anywhere in the con, she wasn't just restricted to the vendor hall, she wasn't just restricted to a specific table, she was just wandering around. The assumption was that she is a guest. The assumption was that she had applied to be a guest ahead of time, and that she was attending with that being the expected capacity of her attendance. However, when you combine guest status, the ability to roam around the con wherever you please, with the blatant degree of self-promotion that we saw in those clips in her VOD, you can quite easily see how what she was doing breaks the rules that are very clearly listed out for the event, specifically for guests of the event. I do want to make it clear that this is my protestation because as a fan, I see this and it irritates me, right? My views do not reflect those of the company, nor those of any of its talents. However, if I as a fan see behavior like this and I see people trying to spin it into a sub-story later, it's going to bother me. And as a result, that's why I've done this entire segment to kind of show, okay, if you have these kinds of complaints, if you have it in the open, fair enough, but you're going to want to be honest about it. Because if you live stream something that contradicts what you are claiming, you're going to end up looking really, really silly. But also, on top of that, I do want to say that when you are attending a con like this, right, there is usually going to be an implicit code of conduct. Nothing that is stated in the rules, right? But more so a general social expectation of people who do attend. Take, for example, there was a segment where Pippa was, wandering around the con on her own mobile rig while she was streaming. And she came across a vendor that was selling VTuber pillows, right? And the vendor in question was a fan of Pillow Deer, who is an indie who streams, I think, on Twitch, or I'm not sure. She streams on Twitch or YouTube, I'm not too certain. But she does ASMR content. That's the thing that I see her followers post about the most on Twitter. So, when Pippa went up to this vendor, she asked, why don't you, a fan of Pillow Deer, have Pillow Deer merch with you at FazeCon? Especially if the merch you are selling are pillows, which would be thematically, it would thematically line up with that as well. and the vendor says, because I was coming to FaceCon, I didn't think YouTube only. Ah, okay. Oh, EV, welcome in. Yeah, thanks for the clarification. So yeah, in response, the vendor says, because I was attending FaceCon, I thought it wouldn't be polite to bring merch of other VTubers who aren't Face Connect talents with me while selling stuff at the con, right? And again, Pippa would ask a question like that because of the way that Pippa is. She is like a genuine VTuber fan, even though she is also a VTuber herself, and that extends to VTubers outside of the company as well as her co-workers. However, at the same time, the point is that this vendor understood and had an implicit understanding of this sort of social code. FazeCon, hosted by FaZe, dedicated to FaZe, the community of FaZe. Therefore, if you're going to be promoting anything or selling anything, probably would be best to make it of FaZe. And so you would expect that anyone who's actually who gives a shit about the con that they're attending, they would understand this, but apparently not. And just to, really showcase just how unfamiliar Corey seems to be with FaZe as a brand, at least outside of just Pippa, I guess. If you go to 2 hours, 21 minutes, 58 seconds in the VOD, Leah, Shelia Rinko, if you want to use her full name, Leah actually shows up in Corey's chat to sort of give her a little bit of a welcome to the con, right? She says, thanks for checking out our event. I hope you're having fun. And then Corey kind of, I'll show you what her response is to Leah's message in a second. Needless to say, it's any fan can watch it and instantly tell that something's not quite right. Most vendors brought more than 70%. Most of them ended up selling out. Yeah, fair enough, right? But again, most vendors had like an implicit understanding and expectation that if you're going to go to FazeCon, most of your merch should probably be FaZe, right? Because it's about FaZe. So it extends from that moment onto 2 hours, 25 minutes, 42 seconds, where she mutes the rig in order to state to those who are watching her stream, for those of you who are coming in here today, by the way, we have our concert on June 27th, because I can say it here on stream. I'm just can't say it out loud at the con. Bear in mind, prior to this, she has promoted it to at least 5 separate people who've walked by her at the con, right? Out loud, completely unimpeded, right? Unhindered. And I'm muted so they can't hear me. So let me play the section of the VOD starting from 2:21:58. All right. Should be this section.
Everywhere. More cutouts, but
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know what kind of skits we'll be doing.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. What if we do one with these cardboard cutouts here? Like just set me up at this table, and we'll pretend like I'm on a date with the VTubers.
The VTubers. Again, she doesn't even know their names, bro. Like, come on.
Oh man, if only I had a ginger ale.
Oh, I know, right? Ginger on the rocks.
L
Oh, Ash, thank you for being here. Thank you for taking our event. I hope you had fun. Thank you so much. I appreciate
okay,
that.
sure.
Thank you for your hard work. Okay, great.
Like, surely if you're attending a con, right? And again, I understand that I'm ranting a little bit here, but if you're attending a con, surely, even if only for the sake of establishing better rapport with the congoers who walk past you, you would bother to do the bare minimum of research as to the company culture, the names of the talents, just so that you can make for more engaging conversation with people who walk past you, right? Like that, I would assume that kind of thing is like basic common sense. Like, even if you condense this down to the most cynical of motivations, right? If you just want to do it for the sake of market research, surely you would do that bare minimum.
Talk with this fine woman here.
Well, make sure that they're tall enough to you can see them. Yeah.
It'll be this one here.
Okay. Well, just put a couple more.
Oh, I just realized. Okay, so Wait, hold on. Did you guys see that go past? I don't know if it shows on the chat replay that's
I know,
on the
right?
VOD
Ginger on the
there.
rocks. Hello, Ash. Thank you for being here. Thank you for checking our bed. I hope you have fun. Thank you.
Yeah, did you guys hear that? Hey, Ash. Okay, I'm about to do that thing that FaZe fans do where they bring in a completely different company for the sake of making a comparison, right? But like this is the equivalent, right? This is the equivalent of you going to like HoloFest, right? And having like, I don't know, like Hakos Bales show up in your chat. And then when you see her message going like, hi, hack, like literally anyone who's watching this can see that interaction, hear that interaction, and know that something isn't quite right here, right? This one isn't one of us. All right, hold on. I see that there's a lot of people who are buffering, so maybe people missed that section. Let me play this. Let me replay that again. So Leah sends a message in chat going, thanks for checking out our event. I hope you're having fun.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. What if we do one with these cardboard cutouts here? Like just
She
set me
pulls
up, at
up.
the table, and we'll pretend like
I don't even know if she recognizes that that is Leah's cutout, but she
I'm
pulls
on a
up
date
in
with
front
her.
of Leah's cutout saying that, okay, we're going to set up to take a picture as if I'm on a date with one of the VTubers.
Oh man, if only I had a ginger ale.
Oh, I know, right? Ginger on the rocks.
L
Hello, Ash. Thank you for being here. Thank you for checking our bed. I hope you have fun. Thank you.
And she sees Leah's message and she goes, hello, Ash. Like, come on, man. Come on.
So much. I appreciate
okay,
that.
sure.
Thank you for your hard work. Okay, great.
Talk with this fine woman here.
Well, make sure that they're tall enough to you can see them. Yeah.
It'll be this one here.
Okay. Well, just put a couple more. I got it.
I don't know if I can move these.
Just move it back.
All right, give me a sec.
I mean, I hope that's okay. Just move it back. Do it for 10 seconds. Maybe the hydrate. Let me do that real quick. Where's my cut?
Maybe this is like 4D chess move, where she's actually proving she's not a tourist by signaling subtly that she knows that Leah's really good at doing that, you know, shonen protagonist voice. Maybe that's what she meant by calling her Ash.
Oh, you'd be surprised. It's on James's back right now.
You got your cardboard cutout here too, or just the iPad?
Just iPad is fine. Don't bother, because you have to like take it off and stuff. Can you show the stream though that it's on your back?
No one from FaZe interacted with the stream beyond this. Like, literally the only thing that happened on her stream in terms of, you know, someone from FaZe interacting with her was just that one message from Leah going, welcome to the con, hope you're enjoying your time here. Right, thanks for checking it out.
They want to see it.
Can I what?
Can you show the stream that it's on your back?
Oh, I just took it off.
Oh, you already took it off? Okay, well then yeah, put the cardboard cutout there since you already took it off. I thought you had it on still. Why? Because James can't. Because he only has 2 hands. That's why. So we carry the freaking cardboard cutout on the back. That's why. Yeah, one man working machine. Exactly. We only have one person, and that is James. Thank you, James. Anyway, indie VTuber problems. Okay.
Indie VTuber problems indeed. Yeah. This hurts to watch. It's because you are watching a tourist try to blend in with the thing that you like. This is how it feels. This is how normification feels.
I can maybe do.
If you're talking to me, I can't hear you. Okay. Feel like you could golf, Corey? Absolutely not. No. I did mini golf as a child once, and I absolutely hated it. I think it was one of the few places that I threw a temper tantrum at when I was a child. I was like, ah, I hate mini golf. So yeah. Does it kind of have your QR code? Oh, absolutely. Yes, it does. But we're also handing out free stickers too, so thank you for asking. Thank you for being here supporting the stream. It means a lot. Because I'd be struggling out here, you know what I'm saying? Sounds perfect. No, I don't want to. No, golf. You catch me dead before playing. I'd play golf. I would be so rude with you. No, I'd much rather be dumpster diving. It's just, no. Anyways, for those of you that are coming in here today, by the way, we have our concert on June 27th, because I can say it here on the stream. I can't say it out loud at the con.
Oh, God forbid you say it out loud at the con. Think about what would happen if you were to promote yourself out loud at the con and say that you have a concert on the 27th of June on the USS Hornet. Oh, the thought. Oh, the tragedy.
And I'm muted, so they can't hear me. So here on the stream, guess what? I'm going to be in Alameda, California, in 2 weeks on June 27th aboard the USS Hornet for a concert for Summer Splash. Definitely come by if you can. Hi, Brown Toe, by the way. Good to see you. Hello, hello. Sorry, yes, I was talking to chat. I'm ready. Can you hear me?
Is the connection good here?
All right. So, at this point, I think it's pretty cut and dried, right? She knows what she's doing, right? Her assistant knows what they're doing. And, you know, I think it's pretty clear how it's not quite normal guest behavior for a con of this nature. However, that being said, then, at 2 hours, 40 minutes, 58 seconds, she moves to a different spot, again, to get a better connection, right? And at this point, James is trying to fiddle around with the audio once again. And at some point, when the feed comes online again, James gets called off screen to the right by someone that we can't see. However, there are snippets of audio where we can hear who this person is. And then he comes back on screen to state that the owner of the con has asked them to take down the QR codes and stickers. They then decide to move to a nearby Taco Bell, and that signals the end of Corey's time at FaceCon. So this segment starts at 2 hours, 40 minutes, 58 seconds. Let me just go to that point in the VOD. All right.
It's not working.
Again, I don't know if you could see that, but
Oh, okay.
he's trying to adjust the feed.
Fire.
So we're coming up to 58 seconds after 2 hours 40 minutes. So you can see that he's looking off screen, presumably towards someone that's, you know, asking him to approach to have a conversation, right? So he walks off.
It's not working. Hi there. What's up? Hi. I like your shirt. I like the Jurassic Park shirt.
Thank you.
Heck yeah.
See, the Kingism, if that is what they were told, I would understand it. But that's not what they were told.
Have you already mapped out the nearest Taco Bell? You know, Silver, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Don't worry. We're gonna find out. We're gonna fuck around. We're gonna find out. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully. I don't know. Perhaps. Okay. It'll be a good time. James?
Did you guys hear that? Anyone who has watched an interview between the talents and the big man himself may recognize that voice that just played. By the way, this is the section of the stream where, according to Corey, con staff were rude to her and her assistant. To her assistant.
Nearest Taco Bell, you know, Silver?
It wasn't just any con staff.
We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Don't worry. We're gonna find out. We're gonna fuck around. We're gonna find out. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully. I don't know. Perhaps. Okay. It'll be a good time. James? Have I been left? Unattended.
All right, we're getting out of here.
Okay, what happened?
So James comes back on screen and he instantly says, "We're getting out."
Yeah, sure, I'll say it on stream. Actually, I don't know. Do you want me to say it on stream? Basically, we can't have any QR codes. We have to go put the standee away, and then we can do walk around. So we can't do anything else. We can't say anything.
What is it? What do you mean we can't say anything?
We just can't. We cannot self-advertise in any way.
Okay. Do they know that we have permission
they're-
to be here?
Yes, the owner actually just talked to me, and he
Oh.
said that it supersedes everything. So that's what he's saying.
Funny, right? You would think that that kind of makes sense since you're attending as a guest, that the no self-advertising rule would be common sense at a company-specific con. You would think that. And again, I do want to clarify that based off of what James just said, they didn't get the boot, right? It wasn't that Sakana came up to them and said, "Get out of here." No, Sakana just said, if you want to stay, you're free to roam around, but you just have to leave the standee and QR codes behind, right? Basically, be an average guest, right?
Up to you. If you want to, you have to change the QR code. You have to change the stream. We have to
Nah, we'll
sign down. I
leave.
have to go put the cardboard
I'm
cutout away.
good.
And then when upon learning that information, she instantly goes, "Okay, we're out of here. We'll leave," right? She does have the by the way, she does have the option of just wandering around the con and interacting with people, right? When you say we can't say anything, it just means we can't self-advertise. He didn't put a blanket ban on them being able to speak. No, it was just that they couldn't self-advertise. And in response to that information, both James and her instantly go, "Yep, we're out. There's no reason to stay."
I'm good.
I'm good to go too.
Yeah, I'm good.
So, I mean, I could speak about it if you want to have it on the stream, but otherwise we can just talk about it later. Then you can talk about it. But
What? Speak about it.
yeah, I mean, he just came up and he was just like, "Oh, hey, like you guys can't self-advertise," and I'm like, "Oh no, we're not." He's like, "No, you need to take like the cardboard cutout, like."
Oh no, we're not self-advertising. We just happen to let slip with every single person that we interact with that we have a concert coming up in 2 weeks, June 27th, on the USS Hornet, my last concert ever as an indie. It just happens to come out in the natural flow of conversation with every single person that she's interacted with. Funny how that works. They're not self-advertising.
You can't have the standee. You can't have anything. You guys
Like, at what point does this become insulting is my question. Like, if you're the average viewer and you're watching this, right? At what point does the denial of reality become too on the nose to stomach? Yeah, free stickers. She's helping the poor, guys. Think about how these poor souls at FaceCon are going to be able to sleep if they don't have those free stickers that they can use to protect themselves from the cold outdoors.
that's in stream, like that's fine. And I was like, "Oh well, we got permission downstairs," and he's like, "Well, like this is the new update." I was like, "All right, cool, but I mean, you didn't have to come up like rude about it. Like you didn't have to be disrespectful about it to say like you guys need to take that down right now." And he's like, "Well, I'm aware of you guys' streams," and I was like, "Well, what's wrong with the stream?" And he's like, "Nothing." And he's like, "But I know what you guys are doing," and I'm like, "Okay."
We're walking around.
You know?
This is just what we
Yeah, we're just walking around, guys.
do.
Yeah,
I
but,
don't
you know, he's
understand.
just saying no advertising. So I said, that's fine. I'm cool with that. But he just said like you have to go put the cardboard cutout away. You have to do this. You have to do that. And I was like, so what you're telling me now is like superseding before? And he goes, yeah, I'm the owner. I'm like, okay, cool. Like I don't have a problem with that. But I just told him I was like, you didn't need to come up and just like demand things. Like I don't know who you are. You just say, hey, buddy, come over here.
Right.
Cool. I mean, like I get it, right? But at the same time, it's like, I don't know. You could just be like, hey, these are the new rules. These are new updates. Like we're not trying to do anything wrong here. And if you're aware of the stream, then hello, what's up? If you have something else to say, feel free to catch me in the parking lot. But
Let me rewind that, because I think this is like cringe Kino Twitch edition, right? Well, let's rewind that. Really take in what James is saying, bold and brave faced as he stares at the camera.
be like, hey, these are the new rules. These are new updates. Like we're not trying to do anything wrong here. And if you're aware of the stream, then hello, what's up? If you have something else to say, feel free to catch me in the parking lot. But
Shondo's rule remains undefeated. Holy boyfriend moment. There is no, like, I know nothing about these people, but there is no way that your normal average manager is going to unironically look into the camera over a disagreement you have with Constaff and say, cash me outside, how about that? Like, there's no way, right? Like, surely. There's no way. Shondo's law remains undefeated.
No. Man.
But yeah, no, we're
Certified badass.
cool. We'll head
Yeah.
out.
I mean, just so everyone knows, we were very respectful about approaching FaceCon. We made sure to email them months before to get permission to stream there and to be there. And then now they're like being rude to us. So yeah, it's okay. We can leave.
Yeah. All right. Sounds good, guys.
Is there a Taco Bell nearby?
It's Taco Bell. I'm sure they're around. Want to go through the drive-thru? We can go.
Okay, let's go.
I'll leave you on.
Okay.
By the way, just in case there are any like indie managers who happen to be watching this stream for whatever reason, please don't allow yourself to be caught on camera saying shit like this. Especially if you are a male and your client is female. Like, that's just embarrassing. But in any case, right, so now we have an idea of who exactly the con staff in question was. The big boy himself, Fishman. So, turns out that that alleged interaction where they were rudely told to fuck off from FaceCon was actually Sakana saying, I know what you're doing, don't self-promote. If you want to stay, you can, but you have to ditch the QR code stickers and you have to stop shilling your upcoming event. To which their response was, okay, we're gonna leave then. So, however, after all of that, sifting through the VOD to give appropriate context for what she characterized was a wrongful ejection from the event, I could have, in actuality, saved us all the trouble by just going into the tweet and looking at the hidden replies. Because unfortunately, like many VTubers who use Twitter, Corey does not seem to be familiar with the fact that hidden replies are highlighted replies. And if you go into the hidden replies of that post, there is only one. A comment by a user called Nameless King stating, "You were welcome until you started to self-promote your concert, which is frowned upon. Stop the cap." And with that, there's one of the only, I suppose, hiccups to do with FaceCon that didn't come from, you know, some feature of the con itself that came out of it. Now, again, if someone does have, you know, a legitimate complaint or some, you know, a legitimate point of criticism, I think that the act of going to social media and trying to have it out publicly is, you know, understandable, respectable even, in the case where, you know, you're honest about it. But that's the condition. You have to be honest about it. Because especially if you live stream something that proves contradictory to what you are trying to claim, that's not going to be a great look if even one person is invested enough to actually double check what it is you're saying. And also, if you are, you know, FaZe fan, you don't really interact with, you know, if you are a FaZe fan, you interact with a lot of Twitter stuff about FaZe, right? Unfortunately, there are going to be people who try to capitalize off of your goodwill, right? And you know, there are going to be people who maybe want to farm sympathy on social media or, you know, try to just build sub-stories about how they were wronged or yada yada yada. And while I can understand the sort of knee-jerk reaction to try and make someone feel welcome or to try and reassure, you know, try to stand up for the company by going, oh no, I'm sure this was just a hiccup or whatever, you know, I'm sure you'd be welcome the next time you came around or whatever. Please do try to verify beyond surface level whether the claims that are being leveraged are actually substantiated, especially when there is material, like was the case here, that very clearly proved that the way that things were being characterized was not quite what happened in reality. Right. But again, I understand if not everyone has time to do that. However, for the sake of proving a point, I think that it is only appropriate to do so here. Right? Honestly, this would be a bad look on the Airs company for allowing her to do this. See, here's the thing, right? This is the second time in the span of like 1 to 2 months. Okay, I know that people are like memeing on EB a little bit here, but don't worry. EB, if you're still around, it's okay, right? I'm ribbing you a little bit. I'm ribbing you a little bit. But just because I know that you're very active on Twitter, and you know, as a someone who reps being a FaZe fan, right? There are going to be people trying to bait you into, you know, giving sympathy just because they've seen you around, right? So don't take it too harsh what I'm saying, but maybe just be a little more careful. Just be a little more careful. But yeah, no. So the thing is, right, this is the second time in like the span of 2 months that I've seen an airs or some VTuber with airs in their name post something on Twitter that probably makes them look worse than they think, right? So naturally I got a little curious as to like what airs actually was. Like, was it a corpo? Was it like a group in the same way as Videre? So I did some, you know, I searched it up, right? And airs is like a management service, right? Like a management like company, I guess, that offers their service to like independent content creators who need a little bit of help with, you know, just improving their content, you know, upping their metrics or whatever. So I went to their website to get an idea of what it is they actually offer in terms of being a management service. And this is what their website says, right? So unleash your digital star power, grow your community, craft your career, and amplify your impact on the global stage with Airs at your side. About us. Airs is a forward-thinking management company built on integrity, transparency, and legacy. We stand as a beacon for creators, visionaries, and innovators seeking strategic guidance in the ever-evolving digital world. Our mission is to empower talent through bold strategy, powerful storytelling, and intentional collaboration. At Airs, we prioritize your individual needs, helping with content management, securing brand partnerships and endorsement deals, and creative opportunities that align with your vision and values. You're not just another creator here. You know where you come from and exactly where you're headed, and we're here to walk that path with you. Let's build the future together and make it timeless. As far as sales pitches go, that's a pretty effective one. I can see it working on a lot of the indie talents in this industry. But again, I was more curious about what exactly they offer as a service. So if you actually go to, you know, the part of their webpage that describes that, they list it out. They describe their service as the following. Quote, at Airs, we believe VTubers deserve the same resources, respect, and representation as any major talent. We're not here to own your brand. We're here to help you grow it. From brand deals to merch to convention stages, our team handles the business so you can focus on what you do best: creating. We believe every VTuber deserves professional representation that respects their craft, identity, and future. We build relationships, not rosters. Our goal is simple: to turn your creative world into a sustainable career that takes you from behind the screen and into your fans' homes. Corpo speech overload. I finally had a stroke. Look, as far as, you know, corpo speak goes, this is not really that much of an affront, right? Like, it's fairly standard. I don't think that is worthy of ridicule in and of itself, because again, if you go up to any management service that has a website, they will probably pitch themselves in a very similar sounding way. However, when they actually describe, you know, the services they offer in a more precise manner, they separate into different categories, right? Creator management and representation, legal and business operations, brand development and content strategy, campaign and production support, merchandise and licensing, events, conventions and IRL, community and fan engagement, career expansion, and future growth. Now, the thing that I was curious about was specifically what they offer in terms of PR, you know, PR advice, right? Or PR support or whatever. And one of the first things that comes up is the line where they say, "We act as your partners and not your bosses." Now, a lot of people will read that, you know, a lot of people on this side of the industry will read that and just go, "Oh, great, I get to keep my independence," right? Like, you know, I hire these people to help me, but they don't get to dictate what I do or say. However, most people will not understand the significance of what that means in terms of how you are supposed to use their service, right? What this essentially means is that it is on you as the content creator that is hiring them to take the initiative when you think you need their help when it comes to stuff like PR, because they are not your boss. Therefore, they can't tell you what to say or what not to say. Therefore, it is up to you to go up to them when you have something that you feel like saying publicly to ask if they have any thoughts on how this might come across, or how people might interpret it, or how it might make you look in a manner or in the eyes of people who think differently from you. So, when it comes to, these, the little dot points under these various different subheaders that could potentially be construed as having something to do with PR, right? The clearest section is under brand development and content strategy. Brand development is basically, it's just the technical term for helping you to influence how people see you, right? That's your brand, after all. A promise of what it is you are supposed to be to your audience. So, turn your persona into a long-term brand that grows with you. Visual identity development, logo styles, overlays, VTuber brand kit. So this is the visual design side of establishing a clear brand. Content direction across Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, and X. Basically helping you make content in a more clear manner, in a manner that, clearly delineates you from other content creators. Analytics deep dives and platform growth reports. Again, they'll read your metrics, tell you what they mean, tell you how you can up them. And this is the part that actually has to do with PR, or at least I would assume has to do with PR. Social media optimization and community narrative shaping. Social media optimization can be interpreted two ways. One, optimizing the way you use social media in the sense of maximizing your metrics, but also optimizing the way that you use social media in the sense that you don't make an idiot out of yourself, right? Make sure that when you use social media, you're not doing so in a way that's detrimental to your brand. And also, community narrative shaping, basically just, controlling how people around you, a general audience, perceives you, right? Press releases, media kits, partnership decks, helping you write pitches so that you can get more sponsorships or partnerships. Content distribution across TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, and Facebook. Basically making sure that you are a creator that is gaining relevance across multiple platforms at once. Again, all of these services are perfectly legitimate. However, like I said before, if you offer a PR service and you are not in control of what your client says, that then means it is on your client to approach you first to ask what you think about what they plan to say. Right? If you are an indie VTuber who happens to be watching this for whatever reason, and you either have hired or are thinking of hiring one of these indie management services, know that one integral part of their sales pitch is that they do not control you. They do not own your brand, they do not own your IP, and they do not have the ability to tell you to shut the fuck up. However, what that also means is if you want to make use out of the PR advice services they offer, it is on you to get maximum value out of that part of the service you've already paid for. It's not even anything to do with authority or hierarchy or deference to, another party. It's to do with value, making sure that if you pay for a service, you actually get to use the entire thing. And here's the thing, right? I know that a lot of VTubers, they don't, they may not really think about, when they make a post, like something instantly comes to mind and they instantly rush to Twitter to type it out and whatever, right? But if you get the idea for like a tweet, or you have a complaint that you want to air out publicly on social media or whatever, right? If it is a banger post, as you feel in your bones it must be, or if it is a legitimate complaint that you have evidence to back up, I promise you that even if you waited 3 to 6 hours, however long it takes for your manager to get back to you about how you've worded things, I promise you that if it's legitimate, if it's a banger, even after you wait 3 to 6 hours after you first got the idea and you post it then, it will still be a banger. It will still be a valid complaint. You just gotta wait a little bit. Well, you don't have to, but if you choose to, it's not going to be to the detriment of what it is you're trying to say. Most likely the opposite, because you have a chance to bounce your ideas and the way that you express yourself off of somebody else whose job it is to help you with that kind of thing. So, at the end of the day, if you do have this service on a retainer, if you are paying money for this, understand that if that is a part of the service and you don't go to them proactively, only reactively, you are not getting full value for money. Because, like I've always said, the best PR is proactive, not reactive. And if you only go to someone to help you with how you've worded things after people have read it the wrong way, or after you've made a fool out of yourself on social media, the range of things that they can do to help you is very, very much limited. Basically, it's restricted to just deleting the post and pretending it never happened. And speaking of things that people will probably end up pretending never happened a few months from now, I said earlier that this was not the first time that I saw someone, commenting on something publicly in a way that, maybe they weren't aware, kind of makes them look a little sus. And that has to do with the second thing, which is the first thing that put, if I'm being completely honest, the first thing that, put airs on my radar as like a kind of curiosity of going like, oh, okay, what is this? Which is, one of the recent, I don't even want to say corpo implosions, just fucking, just one of the recent scams that disintegrated, this time last month, almost to the date. So, at some point, perhaps in the future, I might do like a proper retrospective on Luminara, but there's just a few things about the way that Luminara collapsed that I think is pretty interesting or morbidly funny. So, before I actually get into this section, shout out to Mattia. I know that sometimes you show up to my stream for screenshotting these posts and archiving them, because Kamana, the CEO of Luminara, has done a bit of DFEing since his company burned to the ground. Also shout out to users Just Passing Through and HFF201 on the Virtual Asylum for archiving a lot of the posts that we're about to go through. Again, preserving them from the reach of DFE. So, for those who don't know what the fuck a Luminara is, or was, almost this exact time, well, a week earlier, this date, 1 year ago, on June 13th, 2025, a person by the name of Kamana, or Real Kamana, would take to Twitter in order to announce an exciting new project that he was about to head. Quote, finally ready to reveal my new project. This will be like nothing ever done before. Keep your IP. Keep 100% of your revenue. Support on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. Partnerships. Dollars for PC upgrades and microphones. And more. So, who wants to join? And I want you to pay very close attention to that little section underneath. The tweet that he is quoting when he says all this. The tweet coming from the official Luminara Twitter account. That account, of course, now being deleted. Oh, by the way, Command is currently unprotected, but over the past few days, or I don't know, the last week or so, he's changed his Twitter handle to FaZe Commander. So I don't know, maybe that's the new grift that he's moving on to after VTubing went bust. But yeah, FaZe as in F-A-Z-E, by the way, not FaZe as in P-H-A-S-E. In any case, so, as you can see, you have this tweet by the official Luminara Twitter account, and what they call themselves, this is very important, this will be very relevant later, they say, a new VTuber agency, Luminara, coming soon, July 2025. VTuber auditions. Excited to announce our first ever public auditions to apply to be a partner talent. Auditions open up in 10 days. Will you be applying? So this is... I should have written this down in big letters at the top, but this was this was a few months later in September 18th of 2025. So, the main reason why I included these two tweets in the opening is because, contrary to what people might claim later on in Luminara's very short existence, when they popped onto the scene, most of their messaging to the public very much conveyed the idea that they were another VTuber agency, along with all of the various connotations that that term contains, that term comes with. So when they first announced their existence, they called themselves a VTuber agency. Fast forward a few months, they announced that they're opening auditions looking for talent. Now, they did use a little bit of weird semantics by saying partner talent, but the fact remains that they were hosting auditions and looking for talents. Both of these things are a prime example of what I mean when I say the medium is the message. Call yourself a VTuber agency, announce that you're holding auditions for talents. It doesn't matter whether you try to say that they are partner talents. People's natural assumption is going to be that you are, a pretty conventional VTuber agency. People are not going to think that you provide some sort of differing, adjacent, tangential service that is kind of related to being like a VTuber, but not quite responsible for your well-being as a VTuber and as a talent under their wing completely. So, they list out all the things that they are supposed to, the supposed selling points, right? Auditions open up in 10 days. Will you be applying? By the way, when I saw this graphic, I instantly recognized that this was made in Canva. Because, when you look at those assets, there is no way that those assets could have come from anywhere but Canva. It took me less than 5 seconds to find this particular asset by just opening up the sidebar in my own slideshow and typing into the assets search bar, social media megaphone, and then getting the exact same thing. So I guarantee that whoever made this probably made it in under 20 minutes max. But in any case, onto the actual selling points that this company is supposedly repping. Keep your IP. You own it all. 100% of your 100% earned on your personal accounts. Now, I will note that because they said apply to be a partner talent, the implication is not that they are giving you an IP. It is that you are walking in with an IP that you yourself have already established. In which case, the natural conclusion should be, how the fuck is this a selling point? You are asking indies to join your brand. No shit, they will keep their IP. Because they made it, not you, and they're walking in with it. Right? So automatically, for a lot of people, this should have already been sending, red flags. This was, by the way, I want to remind everyone, this was posted in September of 2025, months after the VShojo explosion, where everyone should have realized that a corpo that specializes in adopting pre-existing talents, marketing themselves off of owning their IP, is complete bullshit, right? But in any case, moving on to the next point that they have. Management support. Need sponsors, emails piling up, delegation headaches. Our management teams got your back, so you can focus on shining. Get it? Luminara, illumination, shining. Brilliant marketing. Social media support. From YouTube algorithm help to TikTok trends, Twitch streams to Insta support. Will help you everywhere. In-house resources. In-house pros for graphics, art, and audio mixing. You dream it, and we'll make it. Event team support. Planning an event, you'll have an experienced, dedicated crew to help you so you won't have to do anything alone. Oh, Nate in Love, you're going to love the tweet that I have coming up a few slides later. Marketing team, we handle the schedules, strategies, and future-proof planning for streamlined production and growth. So, as you can probably imagine, this all sounds very good. However, the more astute among you may then ask the question, wow, that's a lot of services. How are they going to afford all of that? Don't ask questions. You'll be happier that way. Because when it comes to questions that people may understandably ask of Luminara, they did, with this, audition announcement, also include an FAQ, where they attempted to explain in greater detail what exactly the company was going to do. Luminara. Frequently asked questions. What is Luminara? Luminara is a production agency. So it's at this point where they kind of start playing word games, right? When they first debuted, they were a new VTuber agency. Now they are calling themselves a production agency. And again, to those who may think that this is simply semantic nitpicking, no, it's not. And whenever people choose language to use in a public statement, especially marketing, as this is, it is always prudent to consider why they chose the terms they did. We are a production agency focused on creative development, project execution, and marketing. While we handle some similar tasks, Luminara is not a talent agency. Our mission is to bring innovative and impactful creative projects to life through collaboration and high-quality production. Does anyone notice something about that first paragraph when they try to describe what it is they are, especially when you hold it up next to, their debut tweet when they call themselves a new agency? No, I don't think it's that they're copying Hololive Productions. I don't think that's it. Bunch of big words that mean nothing. I mean, yeah, but there's something more specific than that. They backpedaled? Well, backpedaled implies that they had a position to begin with. And they did, but it wasn't explicit. It was implied. They use 3 different variations of agency when it comes to trying to define what they are and what they are not. However, none of those they have made no effort to make those 3 line up with one another. They know that VTuber agency is a pretty vague term, right? When people say VTuber agency, usually the first thought on people's minds is not, oh, okay, is this a talent agency or a production agency? Because, again, when people use the term VTuber agency, it's not usually accompanied by making that linguistic distinction, or even that mental distinction. So when they refer to themselves as a VTuber agency to begin with, then later on they start talking about how they are a production agency, not a talent agency. We all know what it is. Surely, in hindsight, at least, it should be easy for most people to recognize that this kind of semantic wordplay is not designed with honesty in mind. Because again, if someone says VTuber agency, at this point, due to the way that, Western VTubing culture has evolved, it should be fairly understood how most people are going to interpret that. And how most people are going to interpret that is more in line with talent agency than production agency. However, because of how vague they were, technically this doesn't count as backpedaling or false advertising because they simply didn't specify it before, and they're just specifying it now that they're opening auditions. But in any case, the next section is where we get to have some fun with actually looking back through what they were trying to sell to people. Because the next section is titled, How Does Luminara Generate Revenue? Ah yes, the classic, how does a company that takes nothing from the talents actually make money itself to keep things going? Question of the ages, that. But to this question, Kamana's answer was, creative projects. Prior to our public announcement, we secured deals to produce projects under the Luminara brand, building on the foundation of our founder's personal brand. Merchandise. We have an exclusive deal Sorry, give me a second to die off stream a little bit. See, Orion, you've identified this sales pitch as being very eerily familiar already. It's quite staggering how many people didn't. Merchandise. We have an exclusive deal with a merchandise company to offer high-quality products, with details to be revealed by July 2025. Oh, sorry, this is an FAQ that accompanied one of Luminara's posts when they first debuted in June, not September. My mistake. Future ventures. We plan to expand our project management services to provide unique experiences, with more details to be shared soon. And the funniest part of this entire section, YouTube content. We operate an active YouTube channel featuring content created with our partnered talents. Just to clarify, YouTube content does not mean the YouTube content produced by their talents on their channels. No, what this guy is suggesting is that a revenue source for Luminara the company is going to be the company-owned YouTube channel. Because, as we all know, people love spending money, buying memberships, sending supers to company-owned YouTube channels. And you know that this turned out to be complete and utter bullshit, because the Luminara Legacy YouTube channel was so negligible, so neglected, that even after Kamana nuked the company Twitter and nuked the company website, the guy fucking forgot about the company YouTube channel. If you go to YouTube, at least as of when this when this VOD is, when this stream is still live, and you search up Luminara Legacy, the channel is still up. You can still see what they posted. And when you pull up the stats, right, they had a grand total of 1,440 subscribers. Yeah, sure. I am very sure that this is going to be enough to constitute a revenue stream for an entire VTuber company. Lots of people are unironically member to Hollow corporate accounts, though. Okay, fair enough, right? I think, I don't know. Would you say that that's more of like a cultural distinction, or if that's just like a sort of big corpo versus smaller corpo distinction then? Because that is something that I didn't know prior to now, so fair enough counterpoint. However, I cannot imagine like a small EN corpo having people being invested in the company, the company YouTube channel, right? Like all of us could see, like for example, Globy was one example where the company YouTube channel had more subs than their most subscribed to talent. And everyone and their dog and mother could tell that that number was probably botted to hell. Because there is no way that you have like what? I forget what the exact number is, like 100,000 something or 200,000 something subscribers on the Globy YouTube channel. When, again, the most popular Globy talent had like 100k or something like that. So yeah, that was complete bullshit. Big corpo versus small corpo, people like Hollow the company itself. Okay, fair enough, right? But yeah, I mean, I guess it makes sense if a corpo has, proven that it is a reliable brand that people can get invested in. And Hollow's had plenty of, time and achievements to accumulate that status. You can make the argument that Niji has as well, right? At least on the Japanese side of things. So, but I can't imagine like an EN corpo debuting and instantly going, oh yeah, I'm sure our YouTube channel is going to be a major source of revenue for the company, right? So they had 1,440 subscribers, and they had a grand total of 375,514 views. And as you can probably see, the channel itself, in terms of, videos, only has 3, and none of them break, 5k views. The majority of those views are tied up in shorts. And if you actually go to the company channel and you look at their shorts, their most popular shorts are just, various Luminara talents talking to the camera. So again, Not exactly something that you would expect to be a revenue maker for the company, but that was the pitch that they went with when they first debuted. What are the requirements to join? We're looking for passionate creators who are dedicated to producing large-scale, high-quality content. The size of your following isn't important. What matters is your heart, drive, and commitment to creativity. At Luminara, we seek true partnership, where we work side by side with our talents to bring their visions to life. When will auditions be held? Before our public launch, we reached out to select talents to represent Luminara and its values. We plan to hold public auditions later in 2025, depending on the level of interest and our expansion goals. Our first talent will be announced tomorrow. So, that was the sales pitch for Luminara. As you can probably tell, quite a few red flags, even without hindsight. However, while I was going through tweets around this time, right, to get a bit of an idea as to what sentiment towards Luminara was, on the outset of their debut, right, I came across this gem of a tweet dated June 28th of 2025. So this was, I believe this was right before the VShojo implosion went public, right? From a user by the name of YayJBay, who stated, quote, Giga and Zentreya leaving VShojo? Iron Mouse posted about having to stand up for herself on something? I know both said there was no drama, but I still wonder what's happening. Very curious to see if they end up at Luminara 2. 5,000 cattle liked this post. 5,000 cattle read this, looked at Luminara's sales pitch, looked at VShojo, and concluded that, okay, if talents are going to leave VShojo, surely Luminara could be an appropriate alternative home for these talents. It's very easy and very popular to hate on VTuber CEOs when they fuck up, when they make companies that aren't sustainable, when they collapse companies under the weight of their own hubris. It's very popular, it's very common that when a VTuber company goes to shit, when it's exposed for being a gigantic grift, when it takes people's dreams down screaming into the gutter, it's very, very commonplace for people to blame the VTuber CEO. But do you have the courage? Do you have the bravery, the balls, the thick skin to be able to hate the cattle that make that grift even possible? That's going to be the real question of our time in this industry. Do you have what it takes to recognize, to call out, to shame and name the fact that the reason why so many scammers, con artists, abusers, exploiters are able to make hay out of talents in this industry is because of cattle like this that keep making it possible. That's the real barrier to the industry's evolution, or at least to the industry becoming a space more hostile to overt scammers like Kamana and his ilk. But, in any case, this little gem aside... oh, fuck me. While I was looking through, there was also this tweet on June 22nd, 2025 by none other than Evanito, stating, quote, after speaking sincerely with real Kamana, I can guarantee that I can guarantee you that not a single goddamn person in this industry wants to make things work more efficiently than he does. I have a level of motivation that now knows no bounds. The guy's like a truffle pig, but for shit CEOs. It's actually crazy how on point he is when it comes to vouching for the worst pieces of shit to try to run a company in this industry. He is, I'm pretty sure he's like 5 for 5 at this point. Between what, like Gunrun, Nexus Harry, Kamana, the original guy who owned Mythos before they got replaced by Trey. And surely there's like a fifth somewhere. I just forget off the top of my head. But with a track record like that, boy, that kind of taste needs to be studied. But in any case, for a while after the June debut of 2025, Luminara would continue to kinda coast off of this Twitter-generated goodwill where no one seemed to think too deeply about what exactly they were promising or how it would possibly make sense. But first signs of maybe there being a little bit of some sort of disturbance... Well, actually, no, that's a lie. They did, one of the ways in which Luminara gained a name for themselves was by hosting, like, VTuber events. Some of those VTuber events being, tournament-style esports, right? And one of the first things that, for me at least, put Luminara on the radar was when they hosted a Marvel Rivals tournament where they did, like, a kind of, like, Twitch-esque thing where they didn't really vet the teams properly. So the winning team, what they did, this is the second time they hosted a Marvel Rivals tournament, if I'm remembering correctly. The winning team did they pulled a fast one where they benched like half their players or something right before the competition went live and swapped in a bunch of sweats who were actually competitively good at the game. And then naturally, after doing that, they wiped the board with every other team. And, only after they were declared the winner did people realize that, they didn't quite play with honesty and integrity. After which, their win was voided and the prize money was divvied up between the rest of the participants. And, naturally there was a whole Google Docky saga where the cheating team tried to say that they were mistreated or whatever, and yada yada yada. And that was the extent to which I was aware of Luminara in 2025. So that was quite a significant part of how they got their renown and how they got people to trust them, right? By actually hosting events like that. Now, where the money came from in order to host those events, who knows? But fact remains, that's how they managed to get themselves onto the map, at least in my opinion, or at least from my perspective. So, production company focused on making events, takes nothing from the talents, right? Very bold, brave, and forward-thinking business strategy. However, first signs that maybe something wasn't quite right, aside from that one Marvel Rivals hiccup, was, something that occurred starting from August 2025 when they would announce, or another company by the name of V-Stellar Productions would announce that they were partnering up with Luminara. Happy to announce that we are officially working with Luminara. Our mission is to create opportunities for VTubers who have a passion for music. We are excited to show you all what the future holds. Sorry, give me a second. Gotta grab a quick drink to hopefully not destroy my throat. Alright, much better. Okay. So, you have this sort of small VTuber company partnering up with Luminara. Okay, fair enough. Sounds pretty good. They get to share resources, do projects together. Very cool, very cool. Yeah, networking and such. However, fast forward just a few months to January of 2026, and V-Stellar Productions then states, V-Stellar is no longer partnered with Luminara. Everyone in Luminara has been stellar. Just At this time, we are stepping away to work on our business foundations to become a better Vistella for the public. You know, very typical breakup. It's not you, it's me, right? However, that wasn't the only sort of strange thing to happen in 2026, because, at least to my knowledge, in 2026, that was when Kamana himself, the CEO of Luminara, would start to, spill his spaghetti on social media a little bit. So, starting from December of 2025, one of the things that was established, if you take a look at Kamana's personal Twitter account, was that he was very active in terms of tweeting about what it was like to be a VTuber CEO. His drive, his aspirations, his dreams as a person who was now in charge of a company, right? And this guy had big ambitions. In December, he tweeted out, I wanna make an idol group. Buy them 3D models. Fly them out to cons to perform. Is that too much to ask? Then you have someone replying saying, I had a discussion with someone about that earlier this week. It's a lot more complicated than it seems and costly, but totally doable. And then Kamana says, I'm aware of your work. Big fan, by the way. If you'd be open to chat about things, I'd love to know if I could learn more from anyone. It would be, I would love to. I know if I could learn more from anyone, it would be you. There we go. Then another user comes in and says, Star and Wonder could write the songs, and Kamana says, haha, I really like the sound of that. Huge fan, Riku. And then Evanito, the man himself, says, do it, coward. And Kamana replies, I'll frame this for motivation. Again, being a VTuber CEO, wanting to buy a bunch, wanting your own group of idols, wanting to buy them 3D models, fly them out to cons to perform. Again, very, very common aspiration for a lot of VTuber CEOs. But it is quite ambitious for someone who wasn't even, who didn't even have their agency for a full year to start dreaming of these things, right? Very ambitious. So the question then becomes, how was Kamana planning on actually realizing that ambition? And starting from January 2026, he would start moving towards trying to get a little bit more concrete with how exactly he was going to pull all this off, right? Don't let your dreams be dreams and such and like. Question for my small VTuber friends. If you were offered all the money you would need for upgrades and a new model, the catch being you have to give a percentage of the income you make from streaming only until you pay back the money that was given to you, would you take the offer? So just to be clear, what this guy is suggesting is a VTuber who wants an upgrade or a new model coming to him, basically getting a loan that would be repaid over time. A zero interest loan is what he's suggesting, right? Zero interest loan that would be repaid over time. And because he says that, only until you pay back the money that was given to you, right? He charges no interest. He makes no profit. Somehow, this is going to be a sustainable practice. Surely it's not just there to be bait for goodwill from small VTubers in the space, right? Surely this is legitimate, practical business planning, right? But in any case, this is the idea he comes up with. This is the ground-shattering thing that is going to make Luminara take up off the ground, right? And it's zero interest loans on upgrading your model. To which some of the replies say, absolutely, you get to upgrade your model and you then turn around and use that model to generate income to pay it off. In a vacuum, no worries over ghosting, etc. It's 1,000 times easier for someone to pay off a huge cost like models over time than needing a lump sum. To which Kamana replies saying, that's kinda how I saw it too. Still, like to hear people's takes on it. I know the community sometimes sees differently from how I see things. Oh, if only he knew. Then another user comes in and says, I would look at average revenue to help determine the time to pay it off. I would also look closely at default terms. Do you lose the model if you lose your whole IP? While a hobby, yes, situations such as these force you to look at things as though you were a business to protect. Funny, I could have sworn that Luminara was supposed to be a business. But in any case, both parties own the IP until it's paid off, then you solely own the IP. Once the deal is complete, in this example. And then, fast forward about a week from when Kamana asked that question on his personal Twitter, the Luminara official Twitter account would put out the following announcement. Let me enlarge this so that I can read it easier. A few months ago, we began a new journey, taking on the challenge of expanding what we can offer as a production company for VTubers. Again, I want you to take the note in the shift in language. It's gone from VTuber agency to production agency, not talent agency, and now to production company. Again, you may think that this is just semantic nitpicking, but that shift in language used is very deliberate. We're happy to announce that Luminara is currently developing an in-house mocap studio. We have already begun working closely with an in-house Unity team to deliver higher quality concerts, game shows, and many other silly projects in the future. Our goal is not only to create more possibilities for content with our partner talents. Sorry, give me a second. The break has made my voice more resilient, but not that much more resilient. Sorry, where were we? Oh yes. Our goal is not only to create more possibilities for our content with our partner talents, but also to our friends. Because if there's one thing that businesses often have, those are friends. Other companies and community members who aspire to take their content to the next stage. We will be sharing more updates as development continues throughout 2026. In the meantime, we will be announcing a second wave from our official auditions that we hosted in September. The wave will be announced in February of this year, alongside many more events with our new partnered talents. Thank you for all the support that you guys have given us during the last few months. It's truly been an inspiration to only get better. And of course, you have someone coming in saying, this sounds hella dope, though mind if I ask what's mocap? Otherwise manifesting success for y'all. To which Luminara's official account replies saying, it's another way of saying a studio built for motion capture, basically a place for talents to record 3D content. Now you may be thinking, that sounds kind of expensive. After all, didn't HoloLive try to build like a 3D studio of their own, and didn't that cost like billions of yen in order to do, or the equivalent of potentially tens of millions of USD? Where would a company like Luminara get that kind of money? All very good questions that unfortunately would go completely unanswered throughout the entirety of Luminara's lifespan. Senora Tortillas, thank you for being a member for 20 months. Hello to you too. Yeah, kind of doesn't quite cut it, right? However, as you can probably tell, lot of talk for a new agency. By the way, remember, Luminara debuted in June of 2025. This is an agency that is 6 months old, and they are talking about building a mocap studio in spite of the fact that they supposedly take nothing from talents and rely on the company's official YouTube channel as a revenue source. The company YouTube channel that even a month after its closure has less than 2K subs. Right? So this is what Kamana was striving for in spite of, what he had to work with. Isn't that hard to set up a small 3D mocap room in an office? Oh, okay. A whole 3D studio and a small 3D setup are orders of magnitude apart? Okay. Oh, it's basically an entire building dedicated to studio work. Ah, okay, I see. Old talk, no smoke. Fair enough. I may be under a misconception then. But yeah, okay. Let's say that it's like a small studio. Maybe that's something that's well within their budget, right? Who knows? But again, the same mystery remains of where were they going to get the money from, because they don't take any revenue from the talents, right? However, further cracks would begin to show in Luminara as a company, starting from around April of 2026, when when Kamana would do that thing that small VTuber corpo CEOs sometimes get the urge to do, where they treat their very publicly connected social media account as somewhere to vent about the struggles of being a CEO, right? On April 15th, 2026, Kamana would take to his personal Twitter to say, quote, "Keeping things real. Luminara made about $7,434 in the first 6 months." Now, to some people, $7,434 may sound like a large amount, and objectively it is. That is until you start to put it in context. Luminara at this stage is a company that has multiple talents. I believe at this stage it had more than a dozen talents, though I may be misremembering the exact number. 7,434 divided by 6 months is just over 1,000 per month, generated by the entire company. A company that presumably has to split that pool of resources between between a dozen talents. However, apparently, Kamana himself did not deem this to be a red flag, because he goes on to say, taking 0% from talents and only from partnerships and ad rev. I made $0. All the money went to staff, talents, and outsourced help. Did it all for the love of the game. Up until now, I can dismiss this as just, normal VTuber CEO retardation, right? Like, someone shows up, they think that they've reinvented the wheel. Oh, I've somehow managed to create the perfect VTuber agency that can function without taking any money from the talents. All I have to do in order to accomplish that is generate no revenue and pay myself nothing in order to run it. Basically, run it as a volunteer, right? All I had to do was all of that. So up until now, that's like, normal levels of retardation. But the next line, when combined with the line that comes before it, almost poetically, that's like something that I would never imagine that the VTuber CEO who's just tweeted out about making $0 would say. I did it all for the love of the game. Sadly, I do not love this game anymore. Now, I want to get your thoughts on this, guys. If you read a post by a VTuber CEO who talks about running his company by saying, look, I make no money off of this. I do it for the love of the game. But I don't love this game anymore. Please tell me what the logical conclusion of that particular combination of statements would be in terms of how it would be interpreted. And please tell me if you would imagine it to be anything other than sounding a lot like someone throwing in the towel after saying, the only reason I bothered to do this is something I no longer have. Right? You just said you make nothing in terms of, actual money, actual payment for doing the job of a CEO. Right? But you are happy to do it just for the love of the game, but you don't have love of the game anymore. If you continue to do your job of being a CEO of this company, there are therefore only two logical conclusions that you could possibly come to. Either he's throwing in the towel, or two, he's not really doing his job as a VTuber CEO. Spoiler alert, it was the latter. But regardless of which one of those two it ends up being, seeing someone tweet this out should be a massive red flag. This should be sending off alarm bells in anyone reading it that this is not someone who should be the CEO of a company. However, if you go into the replies, it's a lot of the same sort of, ass patting and hug boxing that you very often see in the parts of VTuber Twitter that are all about, oh, how can we make the perfect VTuber agency by doing none of the things that make VTuber agencies successful, right? The internet is cruel, but I still support you. To which Kamana says, this is golden, by the way, I'm just tired of the narrative that agencies need predatory contracts in order to make money. They do not. I know it's possible to make it happen. Maybe I'm just not the guy to prove it. But I hope someone does one day. Like, well, if we're talking about, company death flags, specifically VTuber CEO death flags, this is, just about as obvious as it can get, to be completely honest, right? The guy, I love how the degree of cognitive dissonance in the clowns that perpetuate this idea that you could somehow run a VTuber company without any of the things that actually allow it to be sustainable, right? Oh, surely it's possible to make it work without a predatory right? You know that when they say predatory contract, they mean a revenue split of 50%, right? Like 50% or more. Right, like that is what they mean when they say predatory contract, right? Mr. Oh, I take nothing from the talent's revenue at all, right? Only from partnerships and ad revenue, right? That's what they mean, right? And yet, for some reason, even after all of these companies keep failing, they keep saying the same thing. I know it's possible. It must be possible. It can't be me who has the wrong idea. Surely we haven't tried real talent freedom. Surely we haven't tried real talent-friendly contracting. Surely we haven't tried real ethical VTuber business. This, again, the comparison has been made before, but it really is just communism VTuber edition, right? And then you have another person coming in and saying, games are supposed to be fun. Sadly, some people have made this game not so fun anymore. Sending my support. Ah yes, because if there's one thing that makes me feel secure as a talent under a corpo, it's seeing my CEO compare running the business to a game to play. In any case, Kamana then replies to this saying, I play comp games, so I can't remember the last time I played a game for fun. Alright, so, few things here. First of all, it is an underrated but important thing to emphasize in this space that most people don't actually know what the fuck a VTuber CEO does. Or not even VTuber CEO, what the fuck a CEO actually does. Like, we can talk about CEOs in the abstract, and most people will be able to talk about a VTuber CEO in abstract. If their company's doing well and the talents are happy, they are going to praise the work of the CEO. If the company's doing poorly or the talents are unhappy, they will bemoan the inadequacies of the CEO. But regardless of which scenario you go with, very often if you ask the average VTuber viewer, what do they think the CEO does exactly, you are going to be hard-pressed to get a very precise answer. And more often than not, when people do perceive VTuber CEOs, I know that this certainly is the case with FaZe Connect, their only reference is going to be fun interactions between the CEO and their talents, right? When you ask the average FaZe fan, okay, H2O Sakana, what do you think about the guy? Most of people's impressions are going to be built up from various interactions. Let's say, for example, where he shows up in a talent stream chat or on the stream itself, or some of the various instances in the past where he's had interview streams with the FaZe girls. And that's going to be the extent of it. However, when you ask people to tell you what they think Sakana does, you're going to be hard-pressed to, most of the time, to get an answer beyond, the surface-level memes of, oh, he manages payroll and he packs things in the warehouse, right? Because the sad fact of the matter, or I don't know if it qualifies as sad, but it's certainly a fact of the matter that I've noted in this space, is that most people don't actually seem to think that CEOs do anything. Like, most people don't seem to think that the job of a VTuber CEO is all that hard, right? Just be friendly with your talents, make sure everyone gets paid, and surely that's all there is to the job of a CEO, right? However, as a sort of side effect to that very simplistic idea of what a VTuber CEO's job is that when you do get a VTuber CEO claiming that they are willing to work for nothing, people mistakenly assume that that is a promise or a premise that even makes a lick of sense. Because the fact of the matter is that a competent CEO's job is actually quite difficult. Between making sure that all of the different parts of your company are coordinated with one another and are capable of working together, right? Between handling all of the admin busy work that accompanies being in charge of everyone's payroll, beyond, making sure that you communicate with partners and manufacturers in a way that ensures continued, smooth sailing and collaboration with all of those different parties working together. The job of a CEO who's running a functional company actually requires a lot of effort and hard work. And when you begin to realize that, all of a sudden it becomes a lot clearer why no one in their right mind would ever do the job of a competent CEO for free. And that's the most important sort of fantasy or romanticization that needs to be shattered in this industry, is this idea that all there is to being a CEO is just sitting there and maybe bantering with some cute anime girls, and that's it. Or maybe handling a Menhera episode or two. No, the job of a VTuber CEO, when done correctly, is actually quite difficult, and as a result, it will require some form of compensation. And so, this is the next thing that most people, as a result of their sort of infantile perception of what a VTuber CEO is, something they take for granted, right? No one is going to do that level of work for free. Right? No one's going to expend that level of effort for free. Whenever someone actually tries to run a serious company as the CEO, they are always going to be paid in at least one of three ways. They are either doing it for ego, libido, or cold, hard cash. Right? Either they are doing it because they have a point to prove, a dream to realize, some personal ambition they are trying to make come true, or they are doing it for the paycheck, sizable as it may be as a compensation for their effort, or they are doing so in order to get fucked. Quite literally, as seems to have been the case with Kamana, but I digress. So, when you are a talent looking to sign up to a VTuber company, especially a new one, it is imperative that you figure out which of those three the CEO in question is working for. Because with most VTuber companies, at least when they start out, and if a VTuber company transitions from being a startup to being, sustainable, usually it goes from the CEO running on fumes, arising out of ego, to, running on ego and also cash, right? Because when the company becomes profitable, suddenly it becomes possible for the CEO to consider that they might even receive a paycheck at the end of the entire thing. Right? And when times get tough, when everyone hates you because your company had a yab, or you said something stupid in public, or your company did something that your fans don't like, right? You have a merch fuck up or whatever. When everyone's dogpiling on you, calling you incompetent and a hack and someone who has no idea how to make the company successful in the first place, at the end of the day, what do you rely on for comfort as the most reliable thing to help you ignore the bleating of angry fans? Cash. The best thing to wipe away your tears is a dollar bill. And so, when it comes to all of this stuff, the key thing to realize is no one does this shit for free. So when you get a CEO like Kamana coming on and saying, okay, I'm doing the job of a CEO for $0, okay, cool. Either you are not doing your job properly, or you are doing your job properly and being paid in some way besides money. So which is it? Ego or libido? By the way, I want to also clarify, when I say that, a lot of VTuber startups may arise out of the CEO's ego, I don't mean that that is in and of itself an inherently immoral thing, right? Just because you start a business, just because you have a point to prove and you try to start a business as a result of that, right? Just because you have a personal aspiration or a dream that you are trying to realize by starting a company, that doesn't mean that the company itself is doomed or bad. That does not by itself mean that the company is doomed or bad, right? It very much depends on the individual CEO in question. Do they actually have skills? Are they actually a competent business person? And most importantly, if we're speaking realistically about what it's like to start a VTuber company in present day, are you lucky enough, right? Do you get your big break, and are you willing to bunker down until you do? So again, ego is not necessarily a bad thing. It only becomes a bad thing when it is used as a motivation in place of or to the detriment to financial viability. Often you will find that when a business transitions from being run out of ego for being run for profit, ego and profit tend to keep one another in check, right? The personal dreams of the CEO stop them from being too cynical in their operations to the point of alienating talents and or fans, while at the same time, the understanding that you have an obligation to make money tends to limit how much you indulge your ego. The real thing that you need to watch out for is if a CEO is working for libido, because those corpos are all fucked right from the beginning. There is no salvaging a corporation that is run for the sake of its CEO getting their dick wet or getting their hole filled. If that is indeed the goal that the CEO had when starting the business, it was never going to be successful, and it was doomed from the start. Any VTuber CEO who thinks that he or she is going to gather a harem of cute anime boys or girls is inherently going to start up a shit company. There is no other outcome, and time again, throughout the history of this industry, that has proven itself to resolutely be the case. However, all of this aside, you can probably understand why some people who read this tweet might go, okay, sounds a little sus, something's not quite right here, right? And, I understand that not a lot of people will call out this kind of thing, or not a lot of people want to publicly say something because it invites drama or all of the stigma that might accompany that. That being said, though, I don't give a shit about that stigma because of my content niche. So, one of the people to actually reply to this was me, right? I saw this tweet, I called bullshit, and I replied to Kamana, or quoted Kamana, saying, charity, the game you're playing at is creating a VTuber charity, not a VTuber agency. I want you to remember this point, by the way, me saying that, him calling Luminara a VTuber agency or Luminara being regarded as a VTuber agency is misleading, right? Because this is something that I'm not just including my tweet to suck myself off on stream, right? It's also because he ends up replying to this later, which I find quite fascinating. Agencies need to generate profit, enough that everyone gets paid, including the CEO. If the agency doesn't make money, it stops running because it can't fund talent supports, and or the CEO gets sick of burning their own money. There is a reason that agencies that take 0% from talents also have a 0% survival rate past 2 to 3 years. Historically, agencies have taken around 3+ years to become profitable. Luminara has existed for just shy of 1. If you're already tired of the game, then perhaps you may have picked the wrong one. If your goal is to create a VTuber charity, then that's fine, even admirable. Just don't call your venture an agency. That gives everyone the wrong idea. Tweeting this out as a CEO is also a baffling decision. Tweeting out that your agency made net zero in its first 6 months is a rather unconventional way of disclosing what most agencies would regard as confidential, but predictable, information. By this, what I mean is, you have a new VTuber company, it debuts. I think it's common sense at this point to assume that they are going to be in the red for like a good deal of time after they debut. I don't think anyone is expecting a VTuber agency that that arises in the year 2025 and later to become profitable within less than a year of existing, right? I don't think anyone thinks that. Right? So most people would be able to guess that that is the case, even if you don't publicly disclose it. The thing that I found really baffling, though, was this guy not only said it publicly, but he said it as if it was a good thing, right? Tweeting out that you, as a CEO, do not love the game anymore is inexplicable. Everyone needs to vent sometimes. Everyone feels overwhelmed sometimes. When you're a CEO, you do not get to be everyone. We need more serious businessmen and businesswomen as CEOs, not people starting ventures out of ego and or some misguided attempt at proving an overly idealistic point about the industry. If you want to audition for an agency, check to see if its CEO/staff have any socials. Vet those socials extensively. Check to see if the CEO or marketing material contains any grandiose statements about the state of the industry, or really anything other than a plan to make content or money. If you see any of that, think twice. You never know if your new CEO will fall out of love with the game just 6 months into their tenure. And you'll want to have an exit plan in case that happens. I'll be honest, reading this back, I think I was really, really gentle with the guy. I feel like I really handled him with kid gloves on. Because the logical response to someone saying this shit in public would have been, okay, boy, pie in the sky aside, what is your plan to keep your business running past the next 6 months? Right? I think someone saying that would have been fully justified, even at this point in time, in response to a statement that absurd. But I actually bothered to go, okay, maybe you did this with good intentions, but it's just really misguided and a little dumb, right? However, in response to this, he threw a little bit of a hissy fit by trying to claim that, Luminara was a totally legitimate business with totally legitimate plans for sustainability. Because he would end up saying, quote, the first sentence is you can tell that no one read over this besides him, right? You can tell that he just typed it out and immediately pressed send without even reading it twice, just by the first sentence. Calling Luminara a charity because I chose not to take a cut is nonsense. Buddy, the fuck do you think charity means? If you're volunteering to be CEO, do you really think that constitutes being a business, a for-profit business? No, charity is the best thing I could have called a, so-called business where the CEO runs it with the intention of not getting paid. But in any case, to continue, we made over 7K in 6 months. That's not charity, that's revenue. Okay, so when I read the previous tweet that he made, right, I could look at 7,434 and I could maybe read this in the tone of, okay, we're starting from modest beginnings, but we have plans for a better future, right? But no, this makes it completely unambiguous that he was actually boasting about that 7K figure over 6 months. At this point, there is no question about it, right? There should be no question about it. This guy does not know what he's doing as a CEO. If he's using this as a flex on social media, something is very, very wrong. That's not charity, that's revenue. Again, I want to clarify, he did not say profit. He said revenue. 7,000 in 6 months across a company that has more than a dozen talents. Revenue, not profit. No one gets to take that home as no one gets to put that aside as like a pool of funds for future projects. It's just immediately money in, money out. Nothing to spare, and no one who's actually running the business gets paid, apparently. Luminara was never a talent agency. It's always been a production agency. And this is why I said all of the playing around with different agencies that Luminara used in its early marketing was explicitly designed for a scenario like this, where they could essentially deny all plausible accusations of not doing their job or running a business model that didn't make sense, right? If what you were basically saying was, okay, you take nothing from your talents, how do you expect to fund all these supports? Or you make $0 as a CEO of an agency. Don't call it an agency then. It's basically a charity. And if their retort to that is, oh no, it's not a VTuber agency. It's not a talent agency. It's a production agency. Okay, cool. Does that somehow magically exempt you from having to make profit? I don't think so. So again, the whole point of that little linguistic trick was just more obfuscation and nothing else. Focus on events, conventions, and music projects. That's been clear from day one. Really? Because I seem to remember the day one post for Luminara calling themselves a VTuber agency, then going on to specify that they are a production agency, not a talent agency, and never bothering to define what the difference between all three of those even was. But in any case, people like you. You just know that there was so much love put into that specific phrase when he typed it out. People like you are exactly why it stopped being fun. Oh, boo-hoo. Poor VTuber CEO no longer having a good rollicking time running a VTuber company. Oh, poor VTuber CEO has to make money in order to keep the lights on. Like, come on, man. This is what I mean, right? When I say we need more serious business people actually running companies, not people LARPing for the sake of getting to flex on their next, one-night stand. The constant criticism and demands that I have to be this perfect CEO, that's what causes burnout. Being tired doesn't mean I'm giving up or backing down. Like, what the fuck did you mean then when you said you only did this for the love of the game because you weren't getting paid? And then you followed that by immediately saying, I don't love the game anymore. Like, when I read this the first time, I had no idea what he was expecting people to interpret the previous post as. Right? Because if you say you don't make money, you do it for, feelings of fulfillment, and suddenly you don't feel fulfilled anymore. But not even that, you say you can't feel fulfilled by doing this anymore. What are you expecting people to think if you put those two sentences together? Right? And this is the fucking CEO. No one outranks him in the structure, the organizational structure of Luminara, right? No one is able to go up to him and tell him to shut the fuck up and put the phone down. This is as high ranking as it gets, or as it got in Luminara. This was the head of that company. I never said I was quitting. Okay, buddy. I'm still here pushing for the people who matter. I still love the day by day, the events, the projects. What I don't love is being constantly attacked for not being perfect. You don't know me. You've never spoken to me. One of the things that really irritates me in this space is how people think that, you can't recognize when something or someone is being stupid just because you've never personally spoken to them or, had a conversation with them. Like, okay, if you set yourself on fire and you start riding around on a unicycle, you don't need to have a conversation with you in order to confirm that, yeah, you are retarded. And it always boggles my mind when people try to use that as a retort. No, you can't say that I'm stupid. You've never talked to me. Like, Okay. What? How exactly are those two things related? Especially when you're having your meltdowns on social media, when everyone and their dog and mother can see it. But in any case, yet you feel comfortable calling me egotistical and acting like you understand my motivations. That's exactly the condescending attitude I'm talking about. Most startups lose money for years. Again, I want to remind everyone, in my post, I said most VTuber companies take 3+ years to be profitable. And that was right at the beginning. And I made it very clear when I said, no one expects Luminara to be profitable within the first 6 months. They basically pulled this point straight out of his ass. We're breaking even in our first 6 months with 0 outside funding. And again, when people play loose with definitions, you get shit like him saying that he broke even in spite of the fact that he, as CEO, was working for free. Yeah, buddy, I'm sure that plenty of companies in this space can break even if the people running the company work for no pay. But in any case, expecting a brand new company to be highly profitable immediately, while also demanding I act like an emotional robot, an emotionless robot, sorry, I read emotional because Freudian slip, is unrealistic. I agree that people should vet who they work with, but if your idea of a good CEO is someone who lies and pretends everything's fine, oh, the irony in the sentence is delicious, then I'm clearly not for you. Spoiler alert, turns out Kamana wasn't clearly not for anyone. But in any case, all I care about is making sure the people I actually work with are happy. That's what matters. How brave. How stunning. Sorry, give me a second. It's always the same kinds of people that walk into this industry and make these kinds of promises. Like, you might as well have just taken them off of a factory assembly line. The lack of originality in all of this blustering is truly something to behold. However, this was basically his grand retort, right? Him standing back, burying his feet in the ground and roaring in defiance of all of the haters and doubters that called into question his grand plan of a VTuber agency that was perfectly ethical and took nothing from the talent. However, that plan would, start looking pretty flimsy pretty fast when just a month later, on May 16th of 2026, Mythos, one of the VTuber agencies who had previously partnered with Luminara in order to host shared events, I believe that they hosted a Valentine's Day concert together, put out the following announcement on their company Twitter, saying, "Quick announcements. Mythos is no longer working with or affiliated Luminara." I assume they meant with Luminara. This tweet seems rushed either way. "We like to wish them best of luck in the future with their endeavors." Now, quite a lot of people, understandably, looked at this tweet, looked at its brevity, looked at its brusqueness, and looked at its, lack of grammar, and concluded that something must have gone wrong behind the scenes in order for Mythos to cut ties with Luminara in this summarily and this abruptly. Now, a lot of those people then started speculating in various different places online, including but not limited to Twitter itself. One of the things that then ended up happening after this, well, I mean, at this stage, when you see this sort of thing happening, it's not really a question, right? Something went wrong behind the scenes. Something caused for not only the two companies to split, but one of the companies to feel the need to announce that they were splitting, right? However, in the wake of people speculating as to what this announcement could possibly mean, the CEO of Mythos, new CEO of Mythos, Trey Legacy, would come out and make a statement saying, "Hello everyone. I wanted to state that there is zero bad blood between Mythos and Luminara. There is no drama between us. Spoiler alert, that would be a lie. I seen people trying to attack Cam and Luminara for absolutely no reason. Either I or anyone in Mythos condones these actions taken by those people. I kindly ask you guys to please leave them alone. Yes, the wording could have been way better. I would to send and apologize to Cam and Luminara for any trouble that caused them. I love the work they are doing, and I love all the talents I gotten to know over there. I truly wish nothing but the best for them, and I'm looking forward to everything that they have planned." No, this is not the old CEO, this is the new CEO. This is the guy who used to be a manager, who is now CEO of Mythos. When I read this post, this was the thing that single-handedly make me essentially revoke all of the optimism I had about Mythos previously, the last time I talked about it on stream. Because, little bit of a tip, if you, as the CEO of a company, feel the need to publicly announce that you are cutting ties with another company, you know, we know, everyone knows that something probably happened in order to call for that decision. We're not stupid. We can all tell that something isn't quite right, even if we don't know for certain what that something might be. Do not then pretend or play defense for this company that you view as so much of a liability to your own that you feel the need to disavow them publicly. Sticking your neck out to defend their reputation is going to do nothing but invite trouble in retrospect. Because people, if that company does happen to have a major scandal or implode in the immediate aftermath of you making that, cope post about how there's no bad blood, there's no reason why anyone should be sus about you, Luminar or Cam or whatever, you end up looking stupid. That's not a risk you need to take. That's if you break ties with another company because you felt it was necessary to publicly disavow them. You need to understand they're not your problem anymore. If people speculate about why that split happened, that is regrettable. Perhaps in future, file that information away and reword future announcements in a similar vein. However, do not do this. Do not get one guide into defending a liability that you just got rid of. It's not smart, it doesn't show foresight, and this statement seems more rushed, seems just as, if not more rushed, than the original one, right? If you are panicking or in a state of panic, don't tweet, especially if you are in charge of running a company. That's not a good look, and it's not where you make the smartest decisions when it comes to what to say publicly. However, all of that aside, the ball was now rolling. People now had an idea that something wasn't quite right behind the scenes at Luminara. Blood was in the water. Fast forward about a week or so to May 25th to 27th, and the cracks would grow even larger. More and more people were coming out and saying that they were no longer affiliated with Luminara. More and more people felt the need to publicly distance themselves from the company. Noir Gentile drop says, wanted to address this directly. I am no longer affiliated with or working with Luminara. My involvement with the VTuber company was solely as an investor. I had no hand in day-to-day operations, talent management, or creative decisions. Appreciate the support as always. A completely different VTuber by the name of Pixel the Painter then says, effective immediately, I will no longer be working with Luminara Legacy. I wish I could say more, but all I can say for now, hug emoji. Of course, as is commonly the case with social media things like this, the moment someone realizes that they're not the only one saying something, they will always say more. And that was the case with Pixel as well, who then quote tweeted her own post by, sort of dot pointing out the outline of what had happened. Joins company to help with events. CEO fails to inform me plus others about most changes with the company. Removes me from event stuff without telling me. Starts seeing talents and staff leaving. Company implodes on itself. And as to what the implosion was that Pixel was referring to, it was this. Pretty much all of the Luminara talents started announcing one after another on the same day, May 27th, that they were leaving the company, right? Snooty, I wanted to make an official post and let everyone know that I am no longer a talent or affiliated in any way with Luminara Production. Liz, Magical Girl VTuber. Good morning, everyone. I'm making this post to inform you all that my decision to part ways with Luminara. I've made many amazing friends and met so many incredibly talented people there. Thank you for supporting me in this journey. This shooting star is indie again. Again, note that she says again. So, Luminara, not really the 100, you get to own your IP, 100% yours, like, you can kind of start to see how absurd of a selling point that was. Then another VTuber by the name of Velki. I'm informing you all that I have officially decided to part ways with Luminara. I am no longer affiliated nor a talent in the company. And then the actual allegations started flowing. Upon seeing this exodus of talents and staff from the company, people took it as a sign that it was now safe to start talking out in the open about their negative experiences with Kamana. And some of these accounts... Oh, sorry, it's buffering again. Guys, let me know when it stops buffering. I just got the notification again. No, it's not your connection. It's my it's where I live. It's where I live. Someday we will replace our government with people who actually understand how to create a functional nationwide internet network. Azahara, it was because you pointed out that talents... It was because she was talking about how talents never get warned when their company is going down the shitter. And you responded by saying, no talent ever wants to be DM'd by someone, quote-unquote, warning them about their company going through it. I remember because I found that fact to be quite... I found that complaint to be quite funny in a morbid kind of way. It's like that It's Home Math meme. You know the thing where he does like that chart of like he ranks, men 1 to 10, women 1 to 10, and when he's like basically trying to explain how women perceive the dating pool, it's like, men that are like ranked 10 to 8 are like considered part of the dating pool, and everyone below 8 is like not a human, right? It's kind of like that, but for VTubing, right? When people say, I've come to the realization that, when talents that are part of collapsing companies say, why didn't anyone warn us? What they mean by anyone is VTubers who they look up to, VTubers who are bigger than them, companies that are bigger than them, the staff of those companies and VTubers, and no one else really counts, right? Now, to be honest, I do understand that, right? You don't want, some rando posting on Twitter to be your source of information on what's going on with your own company. Naturally, I understand that. However, if you do see someone, maybe pointing out that your company's marketing business plan seems a little sus, I'm not saying you need to quit on the spot, but I am saying that you should probably prepare an exit strategy. Because if things don't really make sense upon thinking, if you are too hooked on a supply of copium, it's not your fault, right? That's the one thing I want to make very clear, right? If a talent chooses not to acknowledge people criticizing, the company that they are working under, even if the criticisms are, reasoned or legitimate or whatever. If a talent chooses to ignore that and, the company goes bust or whatever, it's not their fault. But it is their responsibility in the sense that they are going to have to deal with the aftermath of that. Right? And for that reason, that's why I advise people to at least make an exit strategy. You don't have to do anything, or you don't have to immediately take some sort of action, but it would be wise to prepare for the worst. If you see a complaint or, a question that has sufficient reasoning behind it, the degree of skepticism expressed, right? But in any case, upon seeing that all these people, upon seeing that Luminara was very quickly going to be a company with no talents left, and also I think around this time was when Kamana went on protected mode on his Twitter account. So for all intents and purposes, he basically deactivated. More people were starting to come out with personal accounts of negative experiences with Kamana himself, and some of these were quite unsavory in nature, or at least in the implication. One of them was a VTuber by the name of Charlotte Vale, who said, quote, This was a punch in the face to read, by the way. Like, I didn't include the full post for this. Like, if I do a proper retrospective on Luminara, I will do I will read out the full post. But this is like TMI amplified by a factor of 10, right? She describes in visceral detail some of the sex acts that Kamana would try to compel her to do with him. Because they, spoiler alert, the post is about how they hooked up and he made her feel uncomfortable in retrospect. I never wish to do a call-out post on my own platform, but I do feel this is important as I fear this person is a danger to women. I cannot speak for the others who are true victims that I know are affected and have been through worse. I was lucky and just saw behaviors that are triggering. Me and the CEO of Luminara, Kamana, were seeing each other the last 18 days and talking about being a couple. We met at MomoCon in person, and this is where I started to see red flags. All texts and conversations between us are primarily positive, for we were trying to move on. But after a Discord call last night confirming my suspicions, I don't have anything left to say to him. Due to respect, I don't wish to expose who the victim is and just stick to my own experience. Anyone else getting Tagahara flashbacks from this vague posting? I know I was when I first read this. But this is the reason I am making a post to begin with. And then she goes on to describe in rather lurid detail what it was like to be with Kamana over those last 18 days. However, on the flip side, opposite end of the spectrum when it comes to people insinuating that he had committed some act of sexual impropriety or misconduct, you have Apollo, talent under Mythos, who said, My personal stuff with Kamana is very up there. He took something from me that I can never get back. This is, that's a pretty heavy implication, right? I'll just keep it at that and end it there. Staying strong as always, and I'm here for anyone, to all ex-talents and stuff too. This post is the reason why, in my opinion, Trey making that sort of, defense post for Luminara was such a bad idea, especially in hindsight. Because any serious, anyone who's been paying attention to what's going on will read this, go, holy shit, she's implying that he did something really bad to her. and then go back and look at this post where Trey goes, oh, there's zero bad blood between Luminara and Mythos, and go, okay, but what's the real reason why they announced that they were separating so brusquely, right? Was it something to do with this? Yada, yada, yada. And even if that's not the case, that is something that people are going to speculate on. Which is why, again, this was nothing more than creating added liability for yourself and Mythos. Wasn't a great idea. So, in terms of implications or allegations, these posts kind of insinuate that Kamana was more than just a bad business person, right? Kind of insinuating that he was more than just a, more than just a cocksure CEO LARPing as a business person, implying that something potentially criminal may have transpired. However, these were not the only people that had negative things to say about Kamana and Luminara. On the same day, Vistella Productions would come back out with another public statement, this time elaborating on the exact reasons why they parted ways with Luminara, in which they state, quote, our experience with Luminara and Kamana. Sorry, give me a second. Testing, 1 2 1 2. Is the stream still buffering, by the way? I'm still getting the notification on OBS that there's some sort of connection issue. Testing, 1 2 1 2. Test. Yeah, funny how that works, Orion. Suddenly everyone has something to say about Kamana. Hydration check? I have been hydrated. A little. Enough. Wait, hold on. Can you guys hear me? Is everything coming across alright? I can't quite tell. If my chat's just delayed or if my stream actually broke. Hello. Can you guys hear me? You are testing? Okay. Okay, that seems like a pretty heavy delay. Okay. Wait, hold on. If you guys can hear me, type 1 in chat. I just want to see how much of a gap there is between me saying something and you guys hearing it. Type 1 in chat when you hear me say this. We're just very behind? Okay, yeah. Chat is very delayed. Okay, so you can't hear fine. OBS is the problem. I'm good, but I went 5 seconds behind to hear it. We hear you. Okay. Buffering again. I'm starting to think that it's going to be a while before you guys start typing 1. Oh, I love Australian internet. Australian internet, my beloved. Okay, yeah, it's like a 1 to 2 minute delay. Oh, goodness. Okay. Fun and joy. Alright. In any case, I'll try to manage, but apologies if I end up reading your chats with a significant gap between when you type them and when I actually see them. In any case, back to reading out what Vistella has to say about Luminara. It has come out recently, many people, including ourselves, were here at Vistella. YouTube throttles you when there's not enough movement on screen for an extended period of time. Is that a recent change? Because I don't remember this being a thing previously before I had that break. I don't remember this happening before. I hope it's not like a thing that they recently implemented. because otherwise I'm screwed. 60-second delay. My favorite. See, I got you guys to type 1 for the 1 minute delay. In any case, have been affected and used by the company Luminara and their CEO Kamana. We hoped that we would never have to involve ourselves, but as this situation has been growing, we want to make sure the names affected are informed. Look, when people make statements like this, they go like, "Oh, we want to make sure that people know. We want to make sure that people know about the fact that, you know, this person who recently lost their entire company and also deactivated Twitter was actually a really bad person." Like, I always have to wonder, like, okay, you want to make sure the names affected are informed. What good is that going to do now? Like, you're just coming out now to say that, yeah, we were screwed over too. Like, okay, sure. I guess you get to join the, I guess you get to join the victim circle as we all hold hands and, you know, wipe each other's tears away. But what exactly is the utility of this? Is he getting sued? Is this testimony going to stop him from reincarnating and coming back? I mean, we've had plenty of case studies in the past in this industry that prove that VTubers aren't the only ones capable of rebranding and returning. But, well, it doesn't seem like anything like that's happened with Kamana, or with Luminara for that matter. But I digress. As some of you may know, back in August 2025, we announced our partnership with the company. Then, later in January 2026, officially parted ways publicly. We officially wanted to make a statement as to why we left and the treatment we endured to spread awareness of his actions. As well as any warning to any people that he used their names to get to us, as well as if he used our name to you. Holy ESL. Kamana's partnership with V-Stella started off as more of a mentor. More of a mentor-mentee relationship at the time. He promised loads of help, including bringing big names to the music company, including but not limited to Cover Corp, Niji Sanji Ien, Isa Korva, and Obi Katie Cat, as well as his own talents, and promised us spots in conventions, concerts, and more. There were many agreements of doing many free songs for his company to help try and boost together both companies. Many of these songs were never started or completed due to lack of communication from Luminara. While in meeting and calls, Kamana would scream at the V-Stella staff that they were not doing enough, that we as a team needed to do more for everyone, as, quote, we were embarrassing him and his company by being partnered with him, end quote. We decided that he tried putting V-Stella's name, we decided after he tried putting V-Stella's name under his LLC, it was time to depart as a company and make our own path in this space. This is the part where I looked back at the beginning of the statement and went, hold on, why the fuck didn't you guys go public with this sooner? Because I get not going public because you don't want to, you know, burn bridges with someone if all they did was yell at your staff in a moment of anger, right? Like, okay, sure, maybe it was a social incompatibility issue between your staff and theirs, and I can see why you might not want to bring that up in public if you're just announcing that you're parting ways, right? I can understand wanting to part ways amicably if that's all that happened. But if this guy is basically trying to put the name of your company under his LLC without telling you, that's not normal, buddy. That's something that, I don't know if it's a crime or not. Actually, Nene Love, if you're still in chat, you know, any lawyers in chat that could tell me if that's, you know, illegal in some way? Because that's not normal. Like, for sure, regardless of whether it's legal or not, that's not normal. That's the kind of thing that makes it a matter of public interest that this guy is not allowed to collaborate with any other company, right? But in any case, like, when I read that, my eyeballs, like, popped out of my head like a cartoon character. I could not believe what I was reading when I read that sentence. And I could not believe that this company was willing to try and part ways amicably with Luminara and Kamana after that went down. If Kamana or Luminara have at all tried to use the V-Stellar name to convince you to do something for him or promised you a project that was never delivered, please feel free to reach out to our team at, and then they list their email address. We will gladly help and discuss anything that might have been done, as well as if any of the affected people have questions about what was said, please feel free to contact us there as well. So, something that will emerge as a bit of a recurring theme is a lot of these people who are only now coming out to say, yeah, no, Kamana was dodgy when we worked with us too. A lot of those statements tend to end with, and if he used our name to get you to believe he had a serious business going, we're sorry that he did that. And once you realize that that's a recurring theme, some of the more astute among you may then think rather logically, you know what would have been a more efficient way of, stopping him from doing his thing? Is just, if literally any one of these people went public beforehand to say, yeah, no, we're no longer affiliated with this guy and he's kind of dodgy. That would have saved everyone the trouble of having to have their name used in vain and people believing Kamana's promises based on that alone. But what do I know? I'm just a lowly VTuber watcher. But in that kind of bridging into antitrust laws? Huh. Again, any lawyers in chat that have any sort of background knowledge on this, please feel free to speak up and provide additional context. I would love to know. But yeah, no, that does... I would assume that that's illegal, right? But what do I know? In any case, this, for certain, was a reportable... this was an offense that most definitely warranted being made public, right? However, this wasn't the only case of a company or a representative of a company or a large figure in the industry coming out to say that Kamana had used them as a way of trying to curry favor or win people over in other parts of the industry. The same day, Flork would end up going to Twitter and stating, quote, wow, okay, so I guess Cam used my name way more than I thought. DMs coming in. If Cam used SVA/me to sweeten any deals, I've never even shared a server with this fucking guy. We never had anything planned. Oh, by the way, I do need to clarify. When Flork says, I guess Cam used my name way more than I thought, he doesn't mean that he was aware of Cam previously using his name to sweeten deals beforehand, right? He basically found out that day, and there was an earlier Twitter post about it, but this was just him making a follow-up. If Cam used SVA/me to sweeten any deals, I've never even shared a server with this fucking guy. We never had anything planned, not even a thought of it occurred. I think I talked to an editor one time who may have worked with Luminara because we crossed paths from Voop Chat. The only people associated with me is my PA and my direct talent managers. If anyone, any freelance managers, I see you, any companies say they have a connection with me or are using this as a way to make a deal, your business or anything, it is bullshit. You can directly verify a connection with SVA/me by emailing, and then he lists the email address for Socks down below, and inquiring. We will tell you if we are affiliated or not. Do not let someone leverage names. Always ask and verify. However, Flork was not the only person whose name got used by Kamana in order to gain street cred with auditionees, because Zentreya would also end up making a post about the entire thing, saying, I am so fucking heartbroken. I feel partially responsible for so many people getting hurt by these events. We had just started a partnership and he was doing a fairly decent job at the time. No issues with anyone. Jump forward, maybe a few months later, I learned through many good friends that my name was being used in a way to lure people in under a guise of false pretenses, and they had all backed off, which I apologized to them for his actions. I immediately confronted him and terminated. I had no idea people still joined even after I had already parted ways with Kamana. Again, I will say, one of the most common issues that are underemphasized but overly influential in terms of why people like Kamana get allowed to do the things that they do is because a lot of talents in this space, without being malicious, without being, mean or whatever, suffer from a really, really bad case of... How do I phrase this nicely? There really is no way of sugarcoating it. They suffer from a case of being really self-centered, in the sense that they assume that if they handle something in person, that means that everyone else will suddenly be aware that they handled that in person, right? For example, here there was a fundamental assumption that Zen confronting Kamana in private would have been enough to deter the guy from using Zentreya as a point of street cred, right? Whereas in actuality, one question that I had in the back of my mind after reading, a lot of the accounts of people coming out and saying, oh, Kamana used my name for street cred. I'm sorry if he did that to you to convince you to sign on with him. One of the things that popped up as a question in my mind is, how many times do you need people to tell you that this guy is doing something dodgy with your name before you decide to pull the trigger on a public disavowing of that person in question? How many times do you need to be told by different people, oh, I heard so-and-so say that they're affiliated with you. Is that true? Before you decide that handling this behind the scenes is not actually going to do anything, and that the person in question is way too shameless and way too, malicious to be put off by something as benign as a telling off behind the scenes. And, again, all of the people involved are grown adults, which is what makes me that much more, that much more perplexed as to how things got this bad. Kara, welcome to the stream. Welcome in. Welcome in, Kara Raiders. We're talking about the Luminara thing, and we've gotten to the point where people are starting to come out en masse now that it's, safe to talk about how they knew that Kamana was a problem all along, and they're so sorry to everyone who he was able to, win over using the names of a bunch of people he brushed shoulders with at most. So, to continue. To hear that people were thrown in using my name and how he built me up. Yes, this statement was used. My manager had spoken to him and heard from others that Kamana would say he built my channel and how he used my name consistently in all conversations, even going so far. Oh, Bami, welcome to the stream. Welcome in. Welcome in, lurkers. Welcome in. We are talking about the Luminara thing and just going through some of the statements that people made after everyone started talking about it, exposing the agency and Kamana himself. Hearing so many people, use my name consistently in all conversations, even going as far as to approach them in person with promises and unprofessional verbiage. Hearing that so many people have been affected by this is very, I don't know. He would then go on to fucking destroy an entire agency he built. Agency is a very generous way of describing what exactly he created, but I digress. He even wanted me to join, knowing I was furious with him. I even stated to him personally to keep my name out of any more future conversations. How do you go about using my name to destroy others' futures, man? I remember I was so fucking mad. And at that point, I really didn't know what to believe in anything he said anymore. He lied to me, to my manager, to many others. I was used. My name affected many others. And if I had known it had got this bad behind the scenes, the point where he still kept using my name, I would have said something. And again, it's that kind of sentiment that makes me think, what do you mean when you say this bad? How bad does it need to get before you make the decision, you calculate the costs and benefits in your head, and you come to the conclusion that it saves more people more trouble to simply say publicly, look, I've heard that this guy's using my name behind the scenes to try and convince people to work with him. I've stopped working with him a while ago. I'm not affiliated with this guy. At what point does it become so bad, sufficiently bad, the point where you make that decision and that calculation? How many people need to come to you who are unaffiliated with one another but reporting the same pattern of behavior where this one person keeps using your name in vain? At what point does it become necessary to just go, okay, it's spread too much, it's spread too far, we need to put a stop to it by going public? Because everyone seems to be waiting around until it becomes socially acceptable, until the CEO deactivates Twitter and the company has no talents left, and only then do people start talking. But of course, that's already after all the talents have already been conned into joining before they've been made to leave. And at that point, what good is that information to anybody? These are understandably harsh questions. But, again, I circle back to the point of, if you want this space to become more hostile to scammers like Kamana, these are questions that need to be asked, uncomfortable though they may be. If you get curious, I recommend you watch a documentary about Lou Pearlman in The Boy Band Guy. Lou Pearlman represents various facets of failed VTuber agencies. I might give that a look after the stream's done. Thought the stuttering was on my end. Yeah, no, unfortunately, it happens here. It happens here. Perhaps, actually, I did forget to reset the router before I started stream today. I need to remember to do that more often, because I don't know, maybe it's that, or maybe it's just my ISP being a bitch, but who knows. In any case, to continue. I would have said something, I'm sorry, and my heart goes out to those affected by this situation. And seeing everything else coming out makes my heart sink so much. However, these were not the statements that really got me thinking along the lines of why didn't you say anything earlier and what exactly stopped you. No, those thoughts occurred when I read the following two statements, one by a user called Barefoot Electric, who is apparently Zentrea's manager, current manager, and another by Victoria the Sun Eater. Starting off with Barefoot Electric, who states, quote, "Hey there, Zentrea's manager here. Just wanted to clarify that we parted ways with Cam back on July 17th, 2025. Zen was approached by multiple VTubers who were not connected to each other, claiming that Kamana was using Zen's name to garner more clients and business partners. Several stated Cam was speaking with them in very arrogant and unprofessional manners, including making multiple people uncomfortable. Even going as far as to approach them in person at conventions to speak to and pitch to them in this way. As soon as Zen was alerted to the situation, she immediately confronted Kamana, upset over the allegations, expressing her anger and disappointment at the usage of her name in this way, and at the way that Kamana approached other VTubers to the point that they were incredibly uncomfortable. Kamana had also spoken with me privately about talents he claimed were signed to Luminara that confirmed with Zen that they hadn't signed at all. A few claims even went so far as to state Kamana was saying he was managing Zentreya and had an influence in her leaving VShojo, which are completely false and very bold, as he was meeting weekly with myself and her other manager. Again, I do have to say, at what point does this sort of whisper network of you going around and privately exchanging stories with other people accumulate to the degree where you decide, okay, it's gone far enough, time to cut this guy's hamstrings and make sure he can no longer run with our name in his mouth, right? Like, surely the tolerance is a little too high here, right? Upon confronting him, she immediately terminated business with him going forward. We sincerely apologize if Zentreya's name was a factor in any decisions someone made to enter into a business relationship with Kamana. Then, Vixoria's statement. Hey all, neither Zolon or I were ever friends, partners, business partners, or otherwise with Kamana or Luminara. I want you to remember that, because contrary to Zentreya and Barefoot Electric, Vixoria is making it very clear they had no business relationship whatsoever with either Kamana or his company. If he told you otherwise, he was lying. We were never associated with Luminara at any point. Zolon has been getting DMs about Kamana using my name to influence people and add credibility to Luminara / himself by stating we were friends, business partners, or resources. We had one meeting back when Luminara was just starting, as outlined by Zolon's post. Check out his timeline. I told Kamana no to his face after being pressed about joining Luminara, which seemed to surprise him, and I do not think he was prepared for our business questions. After that meeting, we never spoke again. I am genuinely sorry to the people who this affects. I am sorry he used our names to manipulate others and try to increase his credibility to unsuspecting creators and artists. I hope everyone that was affected by this can move on to greater things. Your worth is not defined by what an agency says they can do for you. And at this point, when I'm reading through this many statements that say similar things along the lines of, oh, he used my name and I got DMs from different people saying that he was doing this, and I told him off privately, but I never said anything publicly, and I'm really sorry to anyone who might have signed on to Luminara under the impression that I was affiliated because he kept using my name. Like, it really is just the fucking Drake meme. Or people just, for some reason, right? I say that sarcastically. We all know what the reason is. You know, people regard making a public post to disavow a con artist as anathema, and only after the grift is up, only after the company's down, the talents are homeless, the money's been made or wasted or whatever, only after the company is empty, bereft of talents, and the CEO is deactivated or disappeared from the internet or gone to start delivering Uber Eats to people, does everyone come out of the woodwork and start apologizing to the public for not letting on what they knew earlier. Like, at a certain point, when people look around at the industry and they have complaints about how scams are so common and how con artists get away with everything and how there's so much exploitation and how there's so many obstacles you need to overcome as a small indie creator trying not to get your money stolen from you, at a certain point when people have so many complaints about the industry, surely the time comes where it becomes inevitable. You know, when you are compelled to look at the kinds of practices, culture, and behavior that you yourself are perpetuating, by upholding and abiding by the rules of this whisper network, of this unspoken agreement to not say anything bad about a company until it's completely empty and its CEO is basically gone. Surely, at some point, people start to reflect upon how this may just be a factor in perpetuating the current conditions of the industry where people can get away with murder for months, if not years on end. Surely. And the post that got me into this, degree of, incredulity about how no one seemed to be recognizing that only coming out now with information about Kamana that they had access to way earlier was not even remotely helpful to anybody, was this. A post by a VTuber named Hazumi, who also happened to be affiliated with Ez, stating, "It will always baffle me that Kamana briefly was contracted with Ez as an editor, pushed editing responsibilities onto everyone else for months, then got upset when he was addressed about being removed, only to go and start Luminara just a few months later. And then there was the amount of trash he talked about Ez, the staff, the talent, and the CEO, because he wasn't invited to an RSVP-only mixer that he never RSVP'd for in the first place. The guy was salty because he forgot to respond to a party invite. You can't make this shit up. I feared for a while that he was spreading rumors about Ez, trying to tell people lies to cloud their judgment into not giving us opportunities or, quote-unquote, warning people to stay away from anyone affiliated. After seeing some of the tweets on my timeline putting pieces together, it seems that this suspicion was in fact correct. I always had a bad feeling about him, and I'm glad things are finally coming to light. People like this should not continue receiving support or access to communities they have harmed. That we are all agreed upon. The question then becomes, who's going to shoulder the burden of cutting them off from that support or access to communities that they are intent on harming? Tough questions for many people in this industry, apparently. I'm genuinely sorry to the people he hurt, including staff and talents. Now, here's the thing, right? The irony of this post is that she talks about how she was worried about Kamana basically spreading a whisper campaign behind the scenes, bad-mouthing the company that she was affiliated with, right? And the talents working under them, and the staff working under them, without registering in her own post that she perfectly encapsulates why, on a cultural level, people like him are able to get away with that. If all you are going to do is try to, speculate about things behind the scenes, if you have legitimate complaints about someone's behavior and you do not go public with it, if they are shameless enough, if they are well-funded, if they are funded enough, if they are enough of a scumbag, no amount of private rebukes or whispered warnings behind the scenes are going to stop them from continuing to scam other people, right? And upon seeing this post, this was the thing that I decided to... This is deleted, by the way, which is why I made that comment earlier about how apparently it seems to be a trend with, talents under Ez, like, retroactively seeking PR advice rather than proactively doing it. But in response to this, one of the things that I was talking about, one of the things that I responded to, was basically trying to point out that, this is what she identifies in her post is a very big reason, culturally speaking, why the industry is as friendly to scammers as it is, right? And it is quite a long one, so I'm just going to go through the entire thing, because there is, again, a response to this post that I want to point out, dissect, and, something that I personally find quite interesting. Let me see if I can get it up in a way where you can see the full tweet. Okay, there we go, a little bit better. Text is a little small, but for those who are just listening on, don't worry, I'll be narrating the entire thing. Hold on, let me take a drink of water before I start. All right. So, goodness. By the way, in case you guys are wondering as to why I'm trying to get better at making memes, this is why. No one's going to read this shit, man. But in any case, this accepted industry norm of quote-unquote warning others in private about supposed bad actors has to stop. It is poison to the professional standards of this industry because it grants the people who practice it in good faith the feeling that they're doing something meaningful, while those who are supposed to be hindered by it are entirely unbothered so long as they can keep up public appearances. It doesn't work against genuine bad actors with access to money or funding. It doesn't work against genuine bad actors who are shameless enough to name drop any industry figures they've even brushed shoulders with for clout. It doesn't work against genuine bad actors who are willing to leverage the social politics of online positivity to stigmatize legitimate criticism. These are the only bad actors who pose any sort of serious threat to anyone. All of them are entirely unbothered by this person-to-person warning system until they get outed for something that costs them their relevance, at which point they've already done their damage and are usually beyond meaningful reproach. Warning others at cons, mixers, and orgies is a supposed industry safeguard that amounts to little more than easily weaponized gossip at the best of times. The worst part, it even allows those same bad actors to couch their dismissal of legitimate complaints, corroborated as they may be, as just more of the same idle backroom backchat. What's more, this trend of only providing anecdotal testimony against bad actors after they've become publicly approved whipping boys needs to stop as well. Every time someone only airs their complaints publicly and without evidence or documentation after the supposed bad actor has been rendered irrelevant by something else, they reinforce the exact same industry norm that allowed said actor to operate in secret for so long. I can probably count on one hand the number of people giving public accounts of Kamana's seedy dealings now that also spoke up about a month ago when he was boasting about Luminara's evidently unsustainable business model and calling other companies in the space predatory by comparison. Why are all of these allegations only being publicly aired now? Is it because he's no longer a threat as the head of an agency without any talents left in it? Is it because all of the other surviving businesses in this space, still worth playing nice with, have publicly disavowed any affiliation with him and his company? Is it because he's no longer on the same site and can't or won't reply anymore? I can sympathize with people's reasons for not wanting to be inconvenienced by the process of leveling public critique against an active entity. Maybe you don't want to burn bridges with the talents who are coping about the pie in the sky promised to them by their boss. Maybe you don't want to deal with the cattle on social media who will jump to their defense by virtue of them claiming the mantle of a talent-first business. Maybe you don't want to start a gossip war against someone who appears to have, comparatively, loads of money behind them to avoid the possibility that they might actually sue. All of these reasons are understandable, but when you speak out against someone or something only after they've lost all their relevance, understand that you achieve nothing but personal catharsis. The cattle will have already been milked, and the talents might have been too. Nothing will change, and the next person with a suspicious amount of funding or sufficient number of connections will go on to do almost the exact same thing while making the exact same false promises to anyone who will listen. Some of the people who will listen might even be the same people who were burned by the last, now irrelevant disaster too. If people want this industry to be more professional, then we need to start moving away from an industry warning system modeled after high school girls bitching about someone who gave them the ick. If you have a legitimate complaint, gather evidence and documentation. If a peer in the industry who you've never interacted with before solicits you to talk business or asks to meet up in a situation where talking business might very well occur, archive the conversation if it happens online, or bring someone along who can corroborate your account of the interaction in real life, in case things get uncomfortable. Have a buddy at parties whose job is to stay sober and listen in on the conversations that you have with other industry figures. The most important step will be moving away from person-to-person warnings to public callouts. Not shoddy Google Docies airing out personal drama with nothing but a few obviously cherry-picked Discord screenshots, but a proper dossier and/or accompanying testimony from witnesses. This will be the biggest and most difficult step because it will require people to decide whether to speak up publicly based on objective standards of evidence rather than vibes or public consensus. However, it is crucial that if anyone genuinely wants to make the industry more hostile to Kamana and his ilk. In an industry where careers rely on clout and favors, there is virtually no incentive to make this shift. However, I urge anyone who has felt genuinely burnt by Kamana and his dealings to consider how wholly played out the entire debacle has been. Luminara was not an original sales pitch. Kamana was not a novel scumbag. We've seen countless instances of the exact same thing before in this industry. They keep repeating themselves for a reason. If the only bad actors you're willing to publicly confront are deactivated Twitter accounts or bankrupt businesses, then you'll always win, but you'll never change anything. So long as people continue to seek public consensus as their main form of protection while speaking out, bad actors will continue to infest this space unbothered. Stop waiting until someone with more autism or less to lose gives you permission to speak by making the first move. Quite long, but my point was, to be honest, it could have probably been one sentence, right? The irony of the post that I was responding to is the talent in question, expressed worry over a practice that was perpetuated by the very behavior she was exhibiting in her own post. However, one of the more interesting responses to this were people who, whose main takeaway from that entire post was, oh, you're not giving people proper credit for all of the reasons why they might not speak up sooner and why they might not speak up publicly, right? For example, One of the responses being Sylvie VTuber. For those who remember the little concert spat that she had with False last year. One of the things that she says is, it's because of the reasons you touched on, but also because it's difficult to disseminate receipts in a way that is both professional and succinct. People on Twitter don't want to read a long Google Doc, and nuance is often lost because of this. Drama and news sources dumb down and often sensationalize these things, which can twist the narrative as well. You can have all the proof and screenshots and recordings you want, but telling fans their Oshi or the company they cheer for are bad people behind the scenes only invites hatred, death threats, arguments in bad faith, the "you're just jealous," a hater, a drama monger rhetoric being deployed against you, and often just makes your own life worse. And these kinds of people are not easily stopped. They are narcissists who know how to manipulate. There will always be someone desperate enough for their chance to risk associating with them. Plus, I think some people operate with the "it won't happen to me" mentality. Now again, not a lot of people are going to have the balls or the thick skin to say this, but in my opinion, anyone who gets screwed over as a result of being willing to chance literally anything in order to have their shot at fame, anyone who operates with a "oh, it won't happen to me" type mindset, deserve anything that's coming to them, because at that point it's just a matter of natural selection. The people who I make my content for are not those. I view those as being far beyond any sort of help or hope. No, the people I make my content for, and I assume people who occupy the same content niche as me make their content for as well, are people who genuinely might have made a different decision if they were simply presented with more context or information. Those are the people I care about, because those are the only people who have a chance at maybe avoiding the next scam they come across. But in any case, and think, even if they're warned, think they are immune or would handle it better than any other person in the past has. Or they know and weigh the risk versus potential gains and decide it's worth it to associate if it might boost their growth or standing. Again, people in this final category, they make a cynical calculation, they decide they'll come out on top, and they choose to chance a throw of the die. Again, these are not people that I aim to help, because, again, they know what they're doing, right? They know what they're getting into. If it turns out bad, well, that's how sometimes things go if you risk things on chance. Public callouts can easily go very wrong, and all you may achieve is having a huge wave of hate thrown against you. Look, how long have I been streaming? 5 hours or something? Okay, at this point, all of the tourists should be gone. I have to wonder, after a certain point of reading so many responses that reiterate this exact same talking point, is it just a woman thing? Like, I mean this in the best way possible, right? But whenever I see someone talking about, "oh, but think of the hate that you're gonna receive," it is almost always a female content creator that is saying this. And this adds on to another point that I'm going to be elaborating on in a second. But whenever they talk about, okay, well, think about what would happen if someone were to do a public call out. All of these people who insist that it's impossible, that it's not worth it, that it's never worth it, that, it's completely, unreasonable to expect anyone to do it. Whenever they talk about making a public call out, identifying bad behavior, publicly calling it out and pushing back against it, they always phrase it as if it's purely theoretical, as if it's purely hypothetical, as if no one has actually tried to do that before. And when they do it in my replies, I often find it extremely amusing, albeit a tad frustrating, because very often they don't seem to realize, quite ironically, that they are making that argument in the replies of a post that does exactly that. That does, regardless of whatever stigma may accompany it, call out bad behavior. And again, these people don't seem to realize, and again, this does seem to be something that women in particular seem more predisposed to, just in general, if we make a statistical general observation, where women seem to view stigma and social dynamic as if it's sort of like almost like a prison that you must remain confined in, rather than something that is and can be subject to change, right? Something that, public opinion and stigma can be altered with enough organization, effort, and repetition. Can't read. Yeah, okay, you're all cooked. Maybe you all resigned yourself to suffer because you cannot commit to hunker down for a rough battle. And yeah, that's the thing, right? The thing that I find to be annoying, right, is the fact that every time someone says, but what if someone were to speak out, it's always in the hypothetical, right? It's always phrased as a hypothetical. There's no acknowledgement of when people are, when people have done that in the past, when people are doing it in the present. It's kind of glossed over. And again, it's always viewed as if it's this thing, social stigma, social consensus. It's always viewed as this thing that you must obey, rather than this thing that you need to, or you have the ability to take control of. Because frankly speaking, people are not quite ready to admit how much of the at least VTuber Twitter is purely comprised of, well, just cattle who need to be told what their opinion should be. And the thing is, in a situation like we currently find ourselves in the VTubing industry, it's the most shameless people who have absolutely no hesitation telling the cattle what to think, who get to dictate things like social stigma, social consensus, and norms. And everyone else is sort of left trying to figure out what they should do in response. Now, some people, which, among the some people I do class myself, have resolved that the correct decision or the appropriate countermeasure is to push back. Some people, such as the people who are trying to make justifications in my replies, seem to think that the correct response is to simply allow things to exist as is, right? To simply lower your head, cover your ears, and try your best to make it through the storm. And I mean, that works fine on an individual level if you just want to avoid drama, if you just want to, try to steer clear of stigma or any sort of conflict whatsoever. I get it, right? We all have our careers. We're all busy. No one has time to have a slap fight with idiots over whether they are getting scammed or not. That being said, though, if you then turn around and complain about the industry as a whole, or you decide to moralize about, oh, how much of a tragedy it is that there are so many con artists and scams running rife in this space, especially among the indies, well, sorry, you don't get to have your cake and eat it too. You can keep your head down and stay out of drama, but don't then turn around and act surprised when the people who perpetuate all of these problems get away with their grift unexposed. But in any case, this was only one of the two replies that I thought was pretty funny because of the fact that, again, it did that thing where it phrased speaking out as a hypothetical in the replies of someone actually doing it in practice. But the second one was from none other than Barefoot Electric herself, who came in to try and provide some much-needed industry insider insight into why people might not want to say something, right? Why people would very understandably not come out publicly with information they have about how Kamana is a scumbag and his business is a scam before it's socially acceptable to do so, right? Because surely there must be a reason to compel this silence. Oko, welcome in. Hello, Oko Raiders. Welcome in, welcome in. We're talking about the response to the Luminara Kamana collapse. She states, quote, "It's also because sometimes in business partnerships, NDAs are signed. The affected party isn't legally allowed to speak up until the NDA is broken by the other party or the time limit runs out. In VTubing, there are lots of NDAs. Sometimes all you can say is that you no longer work with someone and have parted ways. It's not always black and white. You also forget to factor in when a VTuber belongs to an agency. At times, they are bound by that agency's PR. Sadly, not all agencies are going to look at situations like this and allow a public call-out. They would rather settle it privately, because they think of the agency as a whole's reputation or public image versus the singular talent. I'm not saying all are like this, but I am saying that there are many who are. I understand your frustration and point of view, but you also must understand not all situations are the same, and not all speech is free when part of a larger corporation. When legality gets involved, it becomes even more muddled. Some say, speak up anyway, and that's easy to say and seems like a no-brainer. But when someone's entire career is based on the exact wording they use, the situation becomes a struggle between morality and survivability. I've seen many a VTuber lose everything over speaking out and never recover. It's a horrible place to be in, but unfortunately in today's world, the right thing isn't always the clearest. It definitely isn't always the one that puts food in your mouth, and sadly that's the situation these kinds of bad actors prey upon. They build themselves up with smaller creators who may not know what flags to look for, then they shoot for bigger and bigger ones until the damage is done. Maybe what we all really need is better education on business practices and how to spot bad actors ahead of time instead of telling people to out them after they find out. There's a lot to break down about this response, but we'll start at the beginning. One of the things that you may notice is that this is a response that's almost entirely phrased around rebutting the expectation that you should expect talents to speak out against their own company. Except, as you guys may have noted, when I read out the post that I made that this is supposedly responding to, not once did I even insinuate that I expect talents, the talents of the Scam Corpo, to blow the whistle on said Scam Corpo. Quite the opposite. I was directing my criticism and my observation purely at all of the VTubers and industry figures who came out to say, oh, I had a bad previous experience with Kamana. Oh, I had been told or I had heard that he was using my client's name in vain in order to promote himself to smaller creators before, but I'm sorry I didn't say anything earlier. No, I was talking about all of the other creators that many of whom explicitly stated they had no business relationship with Kamana, and therefore never signed any NDA, never signed a non-disparagement clause, and have no contractual or even, business-related reason to stay quiet besides social acceptability. And that's the thing. Pretty much the entirety of the first paragraph is dedicated to arguing that you shouldn't expect talents to whistleblow on their own company. And I mean, no shit, Sherlock. All of us know this, and no one's arguing for that. But at the same time, she then goes on to state, I understand your frustration, but there's legality. Again, I didn't see any legality stopping Zentreya from speaking out. I didn't see any legality stopping, Zentreya's manager from speaking out. I didn't see any legality stopping someone like Zolon or Vexoria from speaking out. And you might notice something funny if you go back through all of the Twitter posts about the Luminara collapse and all of the Twitter posts about how, you know, oh, so many people had negative experiences with Luminara or Kamana or whatever. If you actually take all of those posts together, you compile them, and you start to take note of which posts get the most likes and which posts get the most visibility in terms of engagement and views, you may notice that the posts that receive the most engagement come from the big content creators who knew that Kamana was a problem, but didn't say anything until now. Who also happen to be the exact demographic that I'm criticizing and the exact demographic that Electric conveniently, you know, glosses over throughout the entirety of this supposed response. You know, when she talks about, oh, they prey upon smaller content creators, yeah, we know that. That's why I'm pointing out that bigger content creators who can do something but don't are part of the problem. What skin do they have to save? What risk do they face when they say that this, you know, this VTuber CEO, right? In quotation marks, VTuber CEO, who keeps using their name in sales pitches to talents to mislead them about industry affiliations. What risks do they face by coming out and saying, yeah, no, we're not actually affiliated with this guy? No, we haven't been working with him since July of 2025. No, we've never worked with him, actually. No, he tried to get us to join his company, but we declined the offer. What's stopping people from saying that if you're a big content creator and you have no affiliation with Kamana or Luminara? Because, I'll be honest, there's only one big one I can think of, and it's not legality. It's not NDAs. It's not even the possibility of getting sued, because people can't sue you for simply saying, yeah, no, I'm not affiliated with this guy. It's social convenience. Not looking like the bad guy. Not wanting to burn bridges with smaller content creators who may be part of this organization that happens to be run by a scam artist. And I understand why people may have reservations about doing those things. I understand why those are reasons that people default to when it comes to deciding to stay silent. But when everyone comes out of the woodwork after it's already safe to say the thing, and everyone acts surprised, and we all put on this show of going, oh, how awful. How could this have happened? How was this scoundrel allowed to get away with doing this to so many people for so long? It gets to a point where it becomes tiring to continue to pretend like we don't already have the answer. It's because no one has balls, apparently. And the cherry on top of this entire response is the last part. Maybe what we all really need is better education. Now, again, one of the things that I find, you know, quite telling is that, you know, education, it's basically saying that the solution to this problem is educate people, right? But it's that, you know, that response to the problem, educate people, is presented as, you know, an alternative to telling people to out bad actors after they find out, as opposed to, you know, an accompanying solution. They're presented as one or the other, as opposed to just do both. Because I'll be honest, I have been, many people, not just me, but other people have been trying to use the education approach. But, and this is the thing that people like Electric don't seem to understand when they phrase this as a hypothetical. When you actually try to put this in practice, when you actually do try to quote-unquote educate people on what scams look like and how to avoid them, what do you think is the response to that? What do you think that these con artists, these shameless scumbags who would lie about knowing people in the industry, who would lie about creating entire careers out of nothing in order to win over victims that they can, con into working under them or hooking up with them or whatever motivation some sleazeball like Kamana may have. What do you think the response by these kinds of people is going to be? Do you think they're just going to take it lying down? Do you think the cattle that they've managed to woo over to their side, do you think they are going to sit idly by and accept marching orders from somebody else? Not immediately, not gently. It takes a lot of force. It takes coordination. It takes repetition and authority and conviction. None of these things ever seems to be exhibited by any of the people who only come out and talk about how bad things were when it's safe to do so. And so things continue, and education does nothing. Because education does nothing if you can't implement it. What use is teaching someone something if either they won't internalize the lesson or they are not allowed to use the lesson for their own benefit? What do you think happens when you try to teach people, okay, here are the signs that a corporation is a scam. Now go, my child, apply the learning to real life. What do you think that looks like? It's going to manifest in the form of people looking around at the companies that are marketing themselves, looking for auditionees and going, okay, hold on, that one looks like a scam. Hold on, that one looks a little dodgy. Hold on, I've seen this one before. And what do you think happens when they call that out? Do you think it's possible to avoid the crackback? Or do you think that the crackback in and of itself is enough justification not to try at all and to just settle for the sort of this enfeebled, flaccid education that people love to bang on about? Everyone loves to say that this would be better with more education. The solution is education. But no one seems to want to take on the task of actually giving out the education. No one wants to deal with the baggage of being called names because you try to teach people something that they might be able to use. And no one seems to recognize that, yeah, maybe people calling you names isn't that big of a deal. That maybe that public opinion can be shifted. Because if you are forceful enough with your quote-unquote education, the desired effect is breaking away from pre-existing social convention. Public opinion and consensus exists to be shaped and directed. And the people who are going to be willing to do so, well, in order to even to think of becoming someone who is in a position to dictate public opinion or popular opinion, you need to first be able to conceptualize it as something that can be influenced by you, by people like you, by people with the same grievances against the industry as you. But if you're all too jelly-spined to come to that conclusion, to commit to that observation, no shit, nothing's going to change. We'll all farm our Twitter likes. We'll all get our social media engagement. We'll all get our pats on the backs for being stunning and brave and speaking out against things when it's all safe to do so. And we can all suck each other off for being so courageous. Coming out all at once against a dead corporal like that. Against an absent con artist like that. But what's the point in doing that? That doesn't make the space more hostile to future con artists. That won't unscam the people who've already lost time and money. That doesn't even function as a good warning to people when it comes to teaching them what to look out for. So why do it? It's selfish. Which, again, I want to clarify. I'm okay with selfishness. I'm okay with cynicism. But what I am not okay with on a personal level is people who indulge in selfishness and cynicism and then turn around and pretend like, oh, I don't know how this environment I find myself in managed to form itself in its current state of existence. I don't know why no one's out to help me. Why won't anyone stick out their necks to help another person? Why is it that it's so easy to weaponize a whisper campaign to erode the reputation of me and mine? The corpo I'm under, the people I care about. Why is it so easy for people to come in, scam, exploit, fuck people over? Why is that the case? Because you can be a cynic and you can be selfish, but you cannot do that and then play coy. If you try, it will bother people, myself included. And some of those people might just have enough of a thick skin to be able to tank the stigma and, you know, poke a little bit of fun at you. Put you on the barbie for a bit of roasting. And you would deserve it at that point. Because, again, you can pick and choose, right? You can have your moralizing and actually stick to it, or you can look out for yourself and shut the fuck up.